Chapter 161. Bibi Dong is determined to take revenge. Juliana returns to her heart. In the courtyard, which resembled a biochemical hell. After quickly rushing to the unconscious Yu Xiaoging, Bibi Dong helped Yu Xiaoging up from the ground. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's miserable state, Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her jade hands, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and monstrous hatred. Her heart boiling with rage and laughter. Good for you, Ji Yu Han. I was wondering why the 7-orifice flower you gave had such strong side effects. How see. Old it still allow Xiaoging's Luo San Pao to evolve into a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. So, it was all your scheme. How dare you harm and torment Xiaoging like this? Just you wait. I, Bibi Dong, will not let you off. At the same time, in a hotel in Spirit City, Ji Yu Han was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in contemplation, cultivating the 9-headed golden dragon spirit refining method. After deducing the 9-headed golden dragon spirit refining method, after several years of cultivation, Ji Yu Han was already able to achieve true heart separation control. He could be like a split personality, simultaneously achieve 3 uses with one mind. For example, when summoning the martial soul sacred dragon and transforming into a dragon knight. GUH, and could control the martial soul sacred dragon to cooperate in attacks, while simultaneously performing mental attacks while using boxing or spear techniques. This 3 uses with one mind is not Li K the 7 treasure glazed tile school's heart separation control, which is merely being able to use multiple spirit abilities at the same time. Ji Yu Han can do that now. Instead, it's being able to act as 3 people as one. Unleashing one's strength to the extreme. It's equivalent to the 3-headed divine ability among the 3 heads and 6 arms, but without the 3 heads. And because the time had already reached deep night. It was the dead of night. A thunderous roar suddenly came from the direction of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. This made Ji Yu Han stop his cultivation, slowly open his eyes, and look towards the Supreme Pontiff Palace, his eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. What a loud sound. It seems that the development of events might be the worst outcome I anticipated. Quote, Yu Xiaoging, enjoy the gift I gave you. Ji Yu Han smiled playfully, muttering to himself. The immortal herb 7 severing yang flowers given to Bibi Dong was naturally not given casually. Instead, Ji Yu Han specially prepared it for Yu Xiaoging. If Bibi Dong consumed it herself, nothing would happen. He would consider it as repaying her kindness. But if Bibi Dong wanted to betray him and give the item to Yu Xiaoging, then Yu Xiaoging would have a hard time. The 7 severing yang flowers, with its incomparably fiery medicinal power, would burn all 7 of Yu Xiaoging's yang meridians, and burn his little Xiaoging into charcoal. Besides that, for men, the only positive effect of 7 severing yang flowers, purifying spirit impurities. For Yu Xiaoging, it was not a good thing at all. Because what are impurities? Naturally, it's the martial soul essence that accounts for a smaller proportion in his body. But whether it's Ji Yu Han's martial soul sacred dragon or Yu Xiaoging's spirit soul Luo Sanpao, the martial soul essence that accounts for less in the body is undoubtedly the golden sacred dragon essence. Therefore, the medicinal power of the 7 severing yang flowers would purify all of Yu Xiaoging's golden sacred dragon essence, leaving only the blue lightning tyrant dragon essence, allowing Yu Xiaoging's spirit soul Luo Sanpao to transform into a blue lightning tyrant dragon. But this is definitely not Wuhan evolution. Because with the golden sacred dragon's martial soul essence purified by the 7 severing yang flowers, Yu Xiaoging would completely lose the opportunity for his martial soul to evolve into a golden sacred dragon. And in Ji Yu Han's opinion, if Luo Sanpao's physical form also came from the golden sacred dragon essence or other mutated essences, when the 7 severing yang flowers purify all these impurities, then Luo Sanpao will lose its most special intelligence and spirit physical form. And because the 7 severing yang flowers purified the golden sacred dragon essence of Yu Xiaoging's spirit soul Luo Sanpao, causing Luo Sanpao to degenerate into a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Therefore, after Luo Sanpao transformed into a blue lightning tyrant dragon, its spirit ability would most likely not change. But precisely, after spirit soul Luo saw NPAO transformed into a blue lightning tyrant dragon, it would likely lose its physical form. Then, in Ji Yu Han's view, a particularly interesting result might occur. That is, the first 2 spirit abilities of spirit soul Luo Sanpao would very likely be activated by Yu Xiaoging himself after martial soul avatar. Yu Xiaoging would personally activate Luo Sanpao's first spirit ability, farting like thunder, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. And the second spirit ability, farting like smoke, hypnotic sleeping Luo San Pao. That scene, Ji Yu Han thought it was wonderful. And it's so late. A huge, thunderous roar suddenly came from the direction of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Ji Yu Han felt that it was highly probable that his worst guess had become a reality. After Yu Shaogang consumed the 7 severing yang flowers, his yang meridians were severed by the intense medicinal power, burning his little Shaogang into charcoal, and he fell unconscious. After waking up and discovering that his SP, Irit had evolved into a blue lightning tyrant dragon, he wanted to test his spirit ability. As a result, achoo! Suddenly, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but sneeze. But after sneezing, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile playfully. Could this be Bibi Dong thinking about me? Time quickly turned to the next day. Ji Yu Han habitually went to have breakfast with Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan. But this time, Yan was not there. Ji Yu Han was not surprised by this. Because yesterday morning, after he had just returned from the Supreme Pontiff Palace, not long after, Huliena came to him with red eyes, sobbing uncontrollably, and apologized to him. She told him that yesterday, Bibi Dong had called the 3 of them to the Supreme Pontiff Palace to inquire about the reason for her brother Xie Yu and Yan's breakthrough. Because Xie Yu and Yan refused to say, Bibi Dong took the 2 into a secret room for interrogation. Since Bibi Dong finally threatened her not to reveal this matter, Huliena, worried about her brother Xie Yu's safety, had been enduring in agony and had not told Ji Yu Han about this matter. Until now, Bibi Dong released Xie Yu and Yan. She immediately rushed over. Ji Yu Han naturally comforted Huliena, saying it was fine, and asked how Xie Yu and Yan were doing. In his opinion, Huliena only told him about this matter now. He could completely understand. After all, Bibi Dong had captured Xie Yu. Huliena must have been worried about Xie Yu's safety, compared to telling him about this matter, which might lead to Xie Yu's life being in danger. Because even Bibi Dong knew about this matter and found him. She wouldn't do anything to him, at most she would just ask him for immortal herbs and elixirs. So Xie Yu's life safety was definitely more important. Facing Ji Yu Han's understanding, Huliena was even more moved, and couldn't help but throw herself into Ji Yu Han's arms with tears in her beautiful eyes. She secretly made up her mind. Teacher Bibi Dong actually treated them like this. From now on, she would no longer acknowledge Bibi Dong as her teacher. From now on, for her, the most important people were only Ji Yu Han, her parents, and her brother Xie Yu. And from Huliena, Ji Yu Han learned that Xie Yu, who was captured, had no injuries, but Yan was tortured badly. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a little pity. Bibi Dong probably spared Xie Yu for his and Huliena's sake. But Yan was different. This was truly unlucky Yan. However, thinking that Yan might have only confessed his matters after being tortured for so long, Ji Yu Han was quite satisfied with Yan. And because Yan had just been treated by a support system spirit master for his injuries and was resting at home, Ji Yu Han had breakfast with Xie Yu and Huliena. Afterward, when Huliena and Xie Yu went to the Spirit Master Academy, Ji Yu Han went to the Douluo Hall. In the Douluo Hall, Ji Yu Han met Xian Douluo. He told Xian Douluo about Bibi Dong asking him for immortal herbs and elixirs. And then, he also told Xian Douluo about his intention to repay Bibi Dong's past nurturing kindness by giving her a problematic immortal herb, the 7 severing yang flowers. And he also briefly introduced the effects of the 7 severing yang flowers. Chapter 162. A true master never sticks to appearances. Hall of Offerings. Inside the Angel Holy Temple, Qian Dao Lu sat cross-legged before the sacred and majestic statue of the angel god, and after listening to Ji Yu Han's words, he couldn't help but nod. As the most honest and upright gentleman on the continent, Xian Douluo highly approved of Ji Yu Han's handling of the situation. No matter what, Bibi Dong is still your teacher. Back then, it was indeed she who suppressed the dissenting voices and provided you with so many cultivation resources that allowed you to successfully prove yourself and evolve your spirit into the golden sacred dragon. Regardless of her true intentions, one should judge by actions, not by heart. This is indeed a kindness to you. If you are destined to become enemies, it is best to repay this kindness. And the immortal herb you gave her was also given very well. Thinking of the effects of the 7 severing yang flowers, Xian Douluo's expression became a bit strange as he continued, if she consumes it herself, it will be of extraordinary benefit to her. But if she still insists on being a traitor and helping that good for nothing, this immortal herb, for that good for nothing, will be a painful torment that severs his future. However, little Han, If you think that the sun-breaking flowers effect of the 7 severing yang flowers can make that Yu Shaogang feel an urge to utterly collapse, or even to die, that is not very likely. Why? Ji Yu Han was a bit confused. Based on his understanding of Yu Shaogang's personality was very complex. Although he was very insecure, he was actually very arrogant deep down. After consuming his 7 severing yang flowers, discovering that he had lost his dignity as a man, even if there was the benefit of his spirit successfully evolving into the blue lightning tyrant dragon, his heart would definitely still be very broken and in agony for a period of time. Haha. Regarding Ji Yu Han's confusion, Xian Douluo stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, and smiled faintly. Because before you, I actually already gave him a medicinal herb with a similar effect, sun-breaking flower. Although his body is still intact, his essence is no longer that of a normal man. After such a long time, he has probably already accepted this reality. Even if he completely loses his dignity as a man after consuming your 7 severing yang flowers, psychologically, he shouldn't feel that much pain. Quote. After all, he's already used to it. What? Ji Yu Han was very shocked and couldn't help but glance at Xian Douluo. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Xian Douluo, you old man. You look so serious and upright, like a true gentleman. I never expected you to do the same thing as me. However, upon closer thought, Ji Yu Han felt it was quite normal. After all, Xian Douluo must have known very early on that Bibi Dong had brought Yu Shaogang to Spirit City. But Xian Douluo had not laid a killing hand on Yu Shaogang before. This does not mean that Xian Douluo could tolerate Bibi Dong bringing Yu Shaogang to Spirit City, although he was concerned about the impact and did not want to cause major turmoil in Spirit Hall. Before Bibi Dong crossed Xian Douluo's bottom line, Xian Douluo must have turned a blind eye to Bibi Dong bringing Yu Shaogang to Spirit City. However, whether for Qian Runshui or for his deceased son Qian Zunji, Xian Douluo would certainly not allow Yu Shaogang to remain intact in the Supreme Pontiff Palace where Bibi Dong resided. If Ji Yu Han were Qian Douluo, he would also do this. But he didn't expect that this Grand Master had turned into Shaogang so early on. Ji Yu Han's eyes couldn't help but look a bit strange. Now he understood why he always felt that Yu Shaogang was a bit odd. Why Yu Shaogang's chin had no stubble at all. And why Yu Shaogang, when he was first tricked by him, made such a feminine and sharp sound. After chatting with Xian Douluo in the Hall of Offerings for a while, Ji Yu Han then left the Hall of Offerings. And since he had come to the hill where the Supreme Pontiff Palace and Douluo Hall were located, Ji Yu Han thought for a moment and decided to go to the plum garden behind to practice Ra Diant Sun swordplay and Saint Dragon spear technique. When Qian Runshui was still in Spirit City, he and his beloved Shui Jia often walked and practiced swordplay in the plum garden. Now, it should be the season for plum blossoms to bloom again, right? Ji Yu Han felt a bit emotional. And because after returning to Spirit City, the reason he had stayed until now, a large part of the reason was to use the pretext of helping Yu Shaogang solve his Wuhan evolution problem. To properly torment Yu Shaogang, the culprit of everything. And to avenge his senior sister Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan. Now that Yu Shaogang had been tormented, he had also fallen out with his cheap teacher Bibi Dong. He felt that it was time for him to return to Heaven Do Imperial City. However, after leaving the Hall of Offerings and walking towards the plum garden on the back mountain, Ji Yu Han happened to encounter Yu Shaogang, who was being supported by Tang San and recovering outside. Seeing Ji Yu Han, Tang San's expression immediately became somber. And on Yu Shaogang's stiff face, his eyes were filled with venom and hatred. Ji Yu Han, what a coincidence. Yu Shaogang's tone was somewhat cold, as he spoke faintly in a feminine and sharp voice. It is quite a coincidence. In response, Ji Yu Han also smiled slightly and replied, Grand Master, has your spirit evolution problem been resolved? Do you still need my help? Ji Yu Han's tone was very normal. But the content of his words made Yu Shaogang clench his fists, gasp for breath, and his face twisted. Because he thought of how Ji Yu Han could have immediately solved his Wuhan evolution problem, but deliberately made him take so many medicines full of excrement and suffering. And he even made him take them willingly. He had originally thought that this was the pain he had to endure for Wuhan evolution. But now he realized that this was clearly Ji Yu Han's deliberate torment. Thinking of tasting these medicines every day for the past few months, he had even almost gotten used to that taste. Yu Shaogang's eyes were bloodshot, and he completely broke down. No need. Never again. Yu Xiaogang was furious, shouting in a sharp voice. Because my spirit has already evolved into the blue lightning tyrant dragon. And I have you, Ji Yu Han, to thank for it. At this point, a sneer full of disdain and mockery appeared at the corner of Yu Xiaogang's stiff lips. You think that just because the immortal herb you gave was problematic, you could do anything to me. I'm telling you, even with the problematic immortal herb you gave, I, Yu Xiaogang, can still turn misfortune into blessing and achieve spirit evolution. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Ji Yu Han also smiled. But I still want to ask, are you really sure at your spirit soul Luo Sanpao has evolved? Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, his eyes full of deep meaning as he said, Grandmaster. I still want to tell you something. A true Grandmaster never gets bogged down by the superficial appearance of a problem. It's the same when studying spirits, and it's the same when looking at problems. Whether you think your spirit has evolved or not, I believe you know best. After speaking, Ji Yu Han ignored Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, turned around, and walked away. Leaving only Yu Xiaogang standing in place, clenching his fists, his stiff face turning ashen. Had spirit soul Luo Sanpao evolved? On the surface, it had naturally evolved. After all, it had transformed from a useless spirit into a powerful blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. But his two spirit abilities had not changed. Instead, they had become abilities that required him to personally perform martial soul avatar. This made Yu Xiaogang realize what Ji Yu Han said was true. But he certainly couldn't admit any of this. On the other side, in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Because the 7 orifice flower she gave caused Yu Xiaogang to lose his dignity as a man. This made Bibi Dong feel incredibly guilty. And because she felt that Ji Yu Han was the culprit of all this. This immediately ignited a strong murderous intent towards Ji Yu Han in Bibi Dong's heart. Starting from last night, Bibi Dong began to plan with strong murderous intent. How she could kill Ji Yu Han under Qian Daoliu's protection. After a night of contemplation, Bibi Dong finally came up with a decisive plan. Chapter 163 Bibi Dong's Killing Plan. Xiaogang. Ji Yu Han actually dared to use me to harm you so badly. I will definitely avenge you and make him pay in blood. Bibi Dong clenched her delicate hands, her beautiful eyes gleaming. As she thought to herself, her heart filled with rage. Once I have designed his death, I will find a way to attribute the method of Wuhan evolution he discovered to you, claiming it was your idea. Then, I will use the power of our spirit hall to establish your fame and support you. Combined with your successfully evolved blue lightning tyrant dragon, I will make you a true spirit theory grandmaster. I will make the entire spirit masters world look at you with new eyes. The next day, Bibi Dong began to arrange her plan to kill Ji Yu Han. First, to avoid Qian Daoliu's protection. And to kill Ji Yu Han without alerting Qian Daoliu. In Bibi Dong's opinion, there was only one way. That was to kill Ji Yu Han outside Spirit City. Because as the high priest of the angel god, Qian Daoliu could not leave Spirit City. However, she had to kill Ji Yu Han. But she also couldn't have any suspicion. Otherwise, that old geezer Qian Daoliu would definitely not let it go. So the best method was still to kill with a borrowed knife. As for whose knife to borrow? After conceiving her plan to kill Ji Yu Han, Bibi Dong immediately called several of her direct red cardinals the next day and asked coldly. Do you know Mentor Chris, the teacher at Wuhan City Junior Soul Master Academy? I heard he has a disciple he personally mentored in the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, is that right? In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, a knowledgeable red cardinal respectfully replied. Yes, Supreme Pontiff Your Excellency. However, as far as I know, Chris has not truly taken on a disciple. It's just that when he was in the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, he personally guided the young man named Lavier. But their relationship should be like that of a mentor and disciple. The Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team was the Spirit Hall Enforcement Team that carried out the Angel God's divine decree, responsible for eradicating evil soul masters on the Douluo continent. Besides the Holy Light Angels, Spirit Hall also had many other enforcement teams responsible for patrolling the Douluo continent and slaying fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. For example, the Angel's Eye Enforcement Team, the Holy Hand Enforcement Team, the Demon Slaying Sword Enforcement Team, and so on. However, among them, the longest established and most central was the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. After all, legend had it that this was an enforcement team personally established by the great angel god. And Mentor Chris was one of the people who had spent the longest time in the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. He was a genius who grew up in blood and fire. He had rendered outstanding service in maintaining order on the Douluo continent on behalf of Spirit Hall. When mentor Chris retired that year, BB Dong personally awarded Chris the Justice Medal. Even now, mentor Chris is a well-known celebrity in Spirit City, known to both young and old. He was a top-tier genius who was 100% capable of becoming a respected Red Cardinal, highly likely to achieve Platinum Bishop. And even had hopes of becoming a titled Douluo level elder. Many D Cardinals naturally knew about such a genius who might become their colleague in not many years. Hee. But upon hearing that Chris indeed had a young man in the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, with a mentor-disciple-like relationship, a cold, conniving smile flashed across BB Dong's mature and beautiful face, and she slowly said, I remember that recently, a group of evil soul masters, with spirit Douluo level evil soul masters seems to have appeared on the Douluo continent, correct? Don't organize a Red Cardinal enforcement team to deal with this group of evil soul masters for now. Just let the Holy Light Angel enforcement team handle them. Supreme Pontiff, Your Excellency. Upon hearing this, several Red Cardinals were startled and quickly said, Supreme Pontiff, Your Excellency, this won't do. The children of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team won't be able to handle this group of evil soul masters. You are sending those children of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team to their deaths. Because currently, the Douluo continent is in the Spirit Hall era. Compared to the Tang sect era 10,000 years later. Due to Spirit Hall's suppression, as rare for fallen soul masters and evil soul masters of the Spirit Saint level and above to appear on the Douluo continent. Therefore, in the Holy Light Angel enforcement team and many other enforcement teams, the strength of the captains and members was basically between Spirit Elder and Spirit King. These Spirit Masters who joined the enforcement teams were often Spirit Masters with above-average talent in Spirit Hall. They hoped to hone themselves by joining the enforcement teams and slaying fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. And by earning merit in the enforcement teams, they could obtain cultivation resources. Combine combat with cultivation, and accelerate their cultivation speed. In the future, they hoped to reach higher realms. Whether it was the Holy Light Angel enforcement team or other enforcement teams, they were merely a channel for the younger generation of Spirit Masters in Spirit Hall to temper themselves. To send the Holy Light Angel enforcement team, whose highest cultivation was only at the Spirit King level, to deal with the recently discovered notorious group of evil soul masters with a Spirit Douluo level evil soul master. Wasn't this intentionally sending them to their deaths? Several Red Cardinals completely failed to understand why Supreme Pontiff BB Dong would make such a decision. But to the Red Cardinals' objections, BB Dong merely hardened her expression and said coldly, I am informing you, not discussing. Have you considered the consequences if you dare to refuse my command? Given BB Dong's personality after she turned dark, those Red Cardinals who were her direct subordinates naturally had leverage in BB Dong's hands. Seeing BB Dong's cold and resolute attitude, and her threats, the Red Cardinals' faces turned ugly. But they dared not object further and could only silently close their mouths. BB Dong then coldly continued to arrange her plan. She ordered the Red Cardinals to immediately issue commands. First, the Holy Light Angel enforcement team was to deal with that group of evil soul masters with a spirit Douluo. Once the Holy Light Angel enforcement team fell into danger, they were to first find a way to let mentor Chris know that Lavier, who had a mentor-disciple-like relationship with him in the Holy Light Angel enforcement team, was in danger. And let him go to rescue him. Afterward, once mentor Chris fell into danger, mentor Chris's family would then be made to seek help from Ji Yu Han. Yes, BB Dong's ultimate goal was to have Ji Yu Han go rescue his former class teacher Chris, who had once shown him kindness, and let him fall into the trap of the evil soul master group with a spirit Douluo. Because after returning to Spirit City, Ji Yu Han had only revealed his Spirit Saint level strength to Qian Douluo and Ghost Douluo. BB Dong still didn't know that Ji Yu Han's cultivation had already reached Spirit Saint. Because when he left Spirit City before, Ji Yu Han had just broken through to Spirit Ancestor. In BB Dong's view, even after only 2 or 3 years, even if Ji Yu Han had obtained many precious immortal herbs and elixirs, his cultivation would at most have just broken through to the Spirit Emperor level. With a Spirit Emperor level cultivation, even if his spirit was a true dragon spirit comparable to a seraphim, he definitely couldn't be an opponent for a Spirit Douluo level evil soul master. In BB Dong's view, the trap she had designed for Ji Yu Han this time was undoubtedly a deadly one. To ensure the plan proceeded smoothly, BB Dong also planned to send several Red Cardinals of Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint level, who had absolute leverage in her hands and could not disobey her orders. She would have them secretly follow the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. Once the Holy Light Angel enforcement team engaged the group of evil soul masters with a Spirit Douluo level evil soul master. They were to secretly prevent the Spirit Douluo level evil soul master and several Spirit Saint level evil soul masters from that group of evil soul masters from attacking the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. So that the Holy Lig HT Angel enforcement team would not be completely wiped out so quickly. This way, when she sent someone to notify Mentor Chris would also fall into the trap and be unable to leave after arriving. Until Ji Yu Han went there. Once the Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint level Red Cardinals she sent left, Ji Yu Han would undoubtedly be dead. As for whether Ji Yu Han would fall for the trap, Bibi Dong was very confident. Based on her understanding of Ji Yu Han, if the opponent was within the scope of his ability to resolve, she was certain Ji Yu Han would absolutely not seek help from the offerings hall's offerings, but would go to resolve it himself. And according to her estimation, if Ji Yu Han possessed high-level Spirit King or even Spirit Emperor level cultivation, Ji Yu Han, possessing the Golden Saint Dragon, would undoubtedly be comparable in strength to a Spirit Saint. Without knowing that he would be facing a group of evil soul masters with a Spirit Douluo level evil soul master. Ji Yu Han would definitely be confident in his ability to resolve it. And to rescue people quickly, he would choose to go alone. How dare you use me to harm Xiaoging so badly? Ji Yu Han, you are dead. After arranging the plan to kill Ji Yu Han, in the Grand Hall, Bibi Dong sat on the throne, her delicate hands clenched. Cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she sneered, her heart filled with killing intent. Chapter 164 Rescue of Class Teacher Chris. After he had the idea of leaving Spirit City and returning to Heaven Do Imperial City, Ji Yu Han prepared to stay in Spirit City for another 3 to 5 days. Once Yan's injuries had recovered, he would go to Star Do Great Forest with his senior sister Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan. He would secretly find Ziji and have her help Xie Yu. And Yan find 2 suitable 10,000-year spirit beasts. After that, he would return to Heaven Do Imperial City with Ziji. It was the season when plum blossoms were in full bloom. In the early morning, in Plum Garden, the rising sun shone down, illuminating the sparkling dewdrops on the flowers and branches, making them glitter like dazzling pearls. In a gentle breeze, vibrant plum petals, accompanied by the fresh and elegant fragrance of plum blossoms, drifted everywhere. The scene was like a beautiful painting. Plum Garden. Concept art. At this moment, Ji Yu Han had already entered Plum Garden, holding Yaori sword. Looking at the flying plum blossoms and many familiar sights around him, Ji Yu Han, in a white robe, tall and slender, had a handsome and flawless face, his eyes full of reminiscence and longing. Many beautiful memories and past experiences from his relationship with Shui Jia were stored here. He found an open space in Plum Garden, and Ji Yu Han began to practice CE Radiant Sun swordplay with Yaori sword in hand. The sharp golden long sword transformed into a golden light in Ji Yu Han's hand, constantly flying up and down. At times, it was like a hanging antelope horn. The sword moves elusive and unpredictable. At times, it flowed like clouds and water, light and agile, each move displaying exquisite skill. At times, it danced like a dragon and a snake, or a golden crow breaking dawn. Light yet sharp, truly awe-inspiring. After practicing the swordplay, Ji Yu Han began to unleash Radiant Sun swordplay. As he brandished Yaori's sword, he continuously unleashed golden sword chi that filled the sky. Radiant Sun swordplay. First form. Sun rises in the east. Radiant Sun swordplay. Second form. Morning glow like fire. Radiant Sun swordplay. Seventh form. 5 directions falling sun. Finally, after Ji Yu Han unleashed the 7th form of Radiant Sun swordplay, 5 directions falling sun, the next moment, as Ji Yu Han slashed out with his sword, the golden sword chi roared upwards, surprisingly condensing into 5 scorching, chilling, magnificent golden sword chi radiant suns in the air. However, Ji Yu Han could have condensed 5 golden radiant suns the size of houses. But then he wouldn't be able to control them perfectly and would have to let them crash down. If that were the case, the large plum blossom forest in Plum Garden would undoubtedly be destroyed. This was something Ji Yu Han did not want to see. So, in the end, Ji Yu Han only condensed 5 sword chi radiant suns the size of millstones. Under Ji Yu Han's control, the 5 magnificent golden sword chi radiant suns fell from the sky, rapidly descending towards the plum blossom forest. But just as the sword chi radiant suns were about to strike the plum blossom forest, Ji Yu Han immediately dispersed them. This caused the sword chi radiant suns to explode back into a sky full of sword chi, raining down like a downpour. although a large number of plum petals were still knocked down. Under Ji Yu Han's Yang God level soul and the powerful control brought by the nine-headed golden dragon spirit refining method, not a single plum tree was destroyed. However, after practicing Radiant Sun swordplay, Ji Yu Han turned to go back to the hotel to continue his cultivation. But as soon as he returned to the hotel, in its magnificent lobby, Ji Yu Han saw a beautiful blonde young woman. She was wearing a beautiful white long dress, with slightly curly golden shoulder-length hair, mature and beautiful in appearance, and gentle and virtuous in temperament. She stood by the counter, her face full of worry and anxiety. Seeing Ji Yu Han enter, the staff behind the counter immediately said to the blonde young woman, "This young master is the young master Ji Yu Han you are looking for." Hearing this, the blonde young woman's beautiful eyes immediately turned red, her eyes filled with tears, and she couldn't help but clasp her hands tightly in front of her chest as she quickly walked towards Ji Yu Han. Upon reaching Ji Yu Han, she immediately tried to kneel before him. Seeing that the blonde young woman was trying to kneel before him, Ji Yu Han naturally quickly stopped her and helped her up. "Madam, what are you doing?" In response, the blonde young woman choked back tears and said, "Ji Yu Han, please, save my Chris." Ji Yu Han. Chris. Hearing this, Ji Yu Han was startled. "Madam, is the Chris you are talking about Mentor Chris? Known as the Spirit Emperor?" The blonde young woman wiped her tears and nodded, then began to tell Ji Yu Han what had happened. According to the narration of Chris's wife, Madam Ms. Fula, a few days ago, Mentor Chris was still teaching at Wuhan City Junior Soul Master Academy. At the same time, he was diligently cultivating, preparing to break through to Spirit Saint and contend for the position of Red Cardinal. But suddenly, an injured member of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team came to Chris for urgent rescue. He said that their Holy Light Angel enforcement team had encountered a dangerous group of evil soul masters with several spirit emperors, and that Lavier, in particular, was being chased by 2 spirit emperors and was in mortal danger. Because Lavier was a team member personally trained by Chris back then, the two shared a mentor-disciple relationship. Upon learning of his danger, Mentor Chris immediately rushed over. But he had been gone for 3 days now. Chris had not returned, which clearly meant he had also encountered danger. In response, Ms. Fula also reported to Spirit Hall, hoping that Spirit Hall could send a Red Cardinal to rescue him. However, Spirit Hall stated that it would require 1 or 2 days for investigation and organizing personnel. But Ms. Fula clearly couldn't wait, because if they delayed for another day or 2, she feared that Chris would die without a burial place. At this point, a teacher told her that her husband Chris had once taught an exceptionally talented spirit master named Ji Yu Han. He possessed a powerful true dragon spirit comparable to a seraphim, and his current cultivation might even be that of a spirit king or even a spirit emperor. He definitely possessed the strength of a spirit saint. She could ask Ji Yu Han for help to rescue Chris. Thus, Madam Ms. Fula came over. However, after listening to Madam Ms. Fula's words, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but narrow his eyes, realizing that there was something very wrong with this situation. First of all, although the Holy Light Angel enforcement team is responsible for patrolling the continent, hunting and expelling fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, they are bound to encounter danger. For example, encountering fallen soul masters and evil soul masters of Spirit Emperor and Spirit Saint levels, enemies beyond He Holy Light Angel enforcement team's capabilities. But when encountering such matters, shouldn't they seek help from Spirit Hall? Why would someone from the Holy Light Angel enforcement team return to Spirit City and seek help from Mentor Chris? However, this could be explained by saying that Spirit Hall's support would take time, and the situation was already extremely urgent, so they couldn't wait. They could only seek help from Chris first. But then, after Mentor Chris also encountered danger, Madam Ms. Fula sought help from Spirit Hall without success. The teacher who told Madam Ms. Fula about his existence actually said that his current cultivation was already that of a spirit king, or even a spirit emperor, and told Madam Ms. Fula that she could seek his help. This was even more problematic. Because when Ji Yu Han left Spirit City, his cultivation was already that of a spirit ancestor. But only 2 or 3 years had passed since then. The outside world should not possibly say that his cultivation was already that of a spirit king, or even a spirit emperor. The only person who might think this way was probably only one person. As Ji Yu Han narrowed his eyes, a figure flashed through his mind. In any case, the various suspicious points made him 90% certain that this was definitely a trap. But what did it matter? Chapter 165. Evil Soul Master Force Holy Spirit Hall. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly in his heart. With his current strength, unless a god from the god realm descended to the world, or he encountered powerhouses of the level of DTN, Xian Douluo, and Poseidon. Otherwise, he didn't think anyone in this world could stop him. Class teacher Chris's care for him back then. Ji Yu Han had always kept it firmly in mind. Now knowing that class teacher Chris was in danger, Ji Yu Han naturally couldn't remain indifferent. As for a trap, he would break it with sheer force. However, regarding Bibi Dong, that woman, who dared to scheme against class teacher Chris, using him as bait to lure himself into a trap, this made a trace of anger flash in Ji Yu Han's eyes. This time, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. She better not let him find any evidence. Otherwise, Bibi Dong wouldn't have an easy time this time. Stepmother, I didn't expect teacher Chris to be in danger. Where is he now? I'll go save him immediately. Looking at Madame Ms. Fula in front of him, Ji Yu Han took a deep breath and said with a smile. Thank you, Ji Yu Han. Chris, he seems to have gone to a place called Moon-Gazing Gorge in the Evernight Forest, in the northwestern part of Fanos province. Quote, Madame Ms. Fula was very moved, her beautiful eyes reddened, and she said excitedly. After learning the approximate location where class teacher Chris was trapped from his stepmother, Madame Ms. Fula, Ji Yu Han, after walking out of the hotel, immediately unfurled his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings, flapped them vigorously, and soared into the sky, heading towards the northwestern direction of Fanos province. Because Spirit City was not far from Fanos province. So, in less than a day, Ji Yu Han arrived at the Evernight Forest in the northwestern part of Fanos province. However, on the way, when passing by a nearby city, Ji Yu Han bought a map of the Evernight Forest. He knew the location of Moon-Gazing Gorge. But Ji Yu Han didn't plan to head straight for Moon-Gazing Gorge. Because if class teacher Chris went to rescue the Holy Light Angel enforcement team, and not only failed to rescue them but also encountered danger himself, then, class teacher Chris would definitely try to escape with the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. And in a situation of escape, even if class teacher Chris headed towards Moon-Gazing Gorge when he left, by the time he arrived, he might have already led the Holy Light Angel enforcement team away from their original position. As for where class teacher Chris and the Holy Light Angel enforcement team were now, Ji Yu Han also didn't know. But it was highly probable that they were still in the Evernight Forest. In the area around Moon-Gazing Gorge as the center, he could only hurry towards Moon-Gazing Gorge while fully releasing his mental force, searching everywhere. On the other side, after passing Moon-Gazing Gorge, deeper into the Evernight Forest, tall, towering trees rose from the ground. Their dense canopies layered one upon another, blocking out the sunlight, making the forest dim. In the forest, there were only large patches of mottled tree shadows cast down. At this moment, in an open space in the forest, a group of people were sitting on the ground resting. Others were on alert nearby. Among the resting people, there was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a neat black combat suit, tall but not burly, with shoulder-length black hair framing a stern and majestic face, which also had a scar, making him appear even more ruthless and domineering. It was Chris. However, at this moment, Chris's black combat suit was somewhat tattered, and he had many wounds on his body. The blood flowing from the wounds stained large areas of his surrounding clothes red. On his ruthless and domineering face, his complexion was also somewhat pale. But while he closed his eyes tightly, meditating to recover his spirit power, Chris's expression remained stern. Feeling that his spirit power was almost recovered, Chris opened his eyes. He saw the three black and red figures still circling not far away in the sky. A hint of sinister murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Because these three black and red figures were not birds. Instead, they were fallen soul masters and evil soul masters with flying-type spirit abilities from the Spirit Hall. The group of fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who were chasing them. It was precisely because these three flying-type fallen soul masters and evil soul masters had been constantly following and clinging on, that they had been unable to escape the Spirit Hall's pursuit. They had already been fleeing for a day and a night. But thinking that continuing to flee would only lead to a dead end. This made Chris harden his heart, deciding to make a desperate stand, to find life in death. To survive, they had to eliminate these three flying-type spirit masters from Spirit Hall. But ordinary schemes and traps wouldn't fool the opponents. So he decided to create the illusion of giving up everything and fighting to the death. Instead of fleeing, he would rest on the spot the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team, recovering their spirit power and stamina. and have the support system spirit masters heal everyone's injuries. When the main pursuit team of Spirit Hall arrived, they would pretend to fight to the death with the main pursuit team of Spirit Hall, but their actual target would be these 3 flying type spirit masters. When these E3 flying type spirit masters saw them fighting the main pursuit team and came down to help, they would seize the opportunity and jointly eliminate these 3 fallen soul masters and evil soul masters from Spirit Hall. Only then could there be a glimmer of hope. And suddenly, Chris saw the 3 flying type spirit masters from Spirit Hall in the sky began to descend in height and approach their side. This made Chris immediately realize that the main pursuit team of Spirit Hall was probably about to arrive. Everyone get up. The battle is about to begin. Chris immediately stood up, shouted in a deep voice, and directly summoned his spirit, Bronze Gate. Under his feet, 6 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, rose one after another. And hearing Chris's words, the other members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team also summoned their respective spirits, entered the martial soul avatar state, and stood guard with grave and nervous expressions. Run. Why aren't you running? Suddenly, a sinister, cold laugh was heard from the forest. Soon, more than 20 fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, of varying builds but all wearing blah CK and red robes as if stained with blood, flew over and caught up. At the forefront, there were 3 people. They were a tall, burly man with a fleshy face, full of anger and a sinister grin. A tall, gaunt man, all skin and bones. Like a skeleton, with hardly any flesh, exuding a strong bloody aura, a sinister middle-aged man. And another tall, burly man with a blank, indifferent expression, silent and taciturn. When he saw the 3 people at the forefront, Chris's face immediately turned ugly, and his heart sank. Because among them, the tall, burly man with a fleshy face. When he had just come to support them. Because these people had no understanding of his spirit abilities at all. He had clearly used his 5th spirit ability, Nightmare Impact for control, combined with Lavier's extremely powerful crossbow spirit, Death's Proclamation, plus his 6th spirit ability, Void Gate, to severely wound him. Half of his body had been swallowed and torn apart by the Void Gate. How was it that he was not only not dead but his injuries had healed so quickly? He had originally thought that there should only be 2 Spirit Emperors in Spirit Hall's main pursuit team. He could still handle them and suddenly force them back. And then, turn to deal with the 3 flying type fallen soul masters and spirit masters. But facing 3 Spirit Emperors at the same time, this became somewhat difficult. But just then, over 10 li away, after some searching, Ji Yuhan, with his powerful mental force of the Yang God level, had already discovered the existence of Chris's group. With the external soul bone, Void Sacred Dragon wings unfurled on his back, he was rapidly approaching. Chapter 166 The Hero Always Appears Last. Spirit Hall Fellows, all of you, go to hell. In the gloomy forest, after catching up to Mentor Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. Among the 3 leading fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, the thinnest one, as if skin and bones, the cold middle-aged man, exuding a strong bloody aura, immediately sneered. He was the first to summon his spirit and enter the martial soul avatar state. Thinking of the Spirit Hall Enforcement Team, especially the most renowned Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, who once chased them, the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, to the point of having nowhere to go, no way out. And now they were about to be annihilated by their Spirit Hall. Whether it was the cold middle-aged man or the other fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, their hearts couldn't help but want to laugh wildly, feeling extremely delighted, and as the cold middle-aged man took the lead in summoning his spirit. For a moment, various colors, but mostly negative attributes like black, gray, and blood red, suddenly burst forth from the bodies of the pursuing fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. Among them, the 3 leading fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. The call. D middle-aged man summoned a blood skeleton, whose bones were like scarlet blood crystals, emitting a strong bloody smell. After martial soul avatar, a large amount of blood red bone armor immediately grew from the cold middle-aged man's body, making him appear as if he was wearing a suit of blood red armor. Beneath his feet, 6 spirit rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black, rose consecutively, encircling his body. As for the other 2 Spirit Emperor level fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, the tall and burly man with a face full of flesh, rage, and a sneer, summoned a humanoid monster spirit with green skin, a large and bulky body, and a mouth full of fangs. This was a mutated spirit, the ogre, mutated from the extremely rare spirit beast, the ghoul, on the Douluo continent. It possessed the ability to devour human flesh and increase spirit power. As for the other tall and burly man with a wooden and indifferent expression, who was silent, he summoned a giant bear spirit with gray-black skin and scarlet eyes. This was the mutated spirit, the brain-eating demonic bear. After the two entered martial soul avatar, 6 spirit rings also rose from beneath their feet simultaneously. At the same time, behind them, many other fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, also from the spirit hall, also summoned their respective spirits. These fallen soul masters and evil soul masters had cultivation levels ranging from spirit elder to spirit king. 4th spirit ability. Bloodthirsty bone spikes. After martial soul avatar, the blood skeleton spirit emperor, the cold middle-aged man, immediately activated his 4th spirit ability with a sneer. Amidst a wave of spirit power fluctuation, he instantly summoned a large number of blood-red bone spikes. They broke through the ground beneath Chris and the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team's position. Like a forest of spears, they aimed to pierce through the bodies of Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. To directly pierce and kill Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. On the other side, the Ghoul Spirit Emperor and the Brain-Eating Demonic Bear Spirit Emperor also activated their spirit abilities simultaneously. Their bodies expanded and their aura surged. After scarlet, bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, they fiercely charged towards Mentor Chris. And many other fallen soul masters and evil soul masters also summoned their spirits and entered martial soul avatar, then engaged in fierce combat with the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. In the sky, upon seeing Chris leading the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, actually engaging in battle with the pursuing main force of the Spirit Hall, the Blood Bat Spirit Emperor, who was responsible for tailing and tracking, couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and prepared to descend from the sky with the 2 Spirit King and Spirit Ancestor level fallen soul masters and evil soul masters beside him who possessed flying spirit abilities. To seize the opportunity to help the Spirit Hall kill the Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall. In the forest. Originally, Chris thought he only needed to deal with the Blood Skeleton Spirit Emperor and the Brain-Eating Demonic Bear, 2 Spirit Emperors. As a Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall, Chris's spirit, the Bronze Gate, was not weak. It was a high-level spirit that combined both offense and defense. Moreover, he possessed the optimal spirit ring configuration. His spirit ability configuration was also very perfect, capable of offense, defense, and control. Even when facing 2 Spirit Emperors simultaneously, Chris was confident that while blocking the 2, he could still seize the opportunity with Avier and the other members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team to jointly severely wound, or even kill, the Blood Bat Spirit Emperor and the other 2 Flying Spirit ability users. But Chris didn't expect that the Ogre Spirit Master, who had previously come to support and was jointly severely wounded with Lavier, and even thought to have been killed, was actually not dead and had recovered. Now facing 3 Spirit Emperors simultaneously, this greatly increased Chris's pressure. He couldn't afford to be distracted at all, let alone cooperate with Lavier and the other members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. To jointly kill the descending Blood Bat Spirit Emperor and the other 2 fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who possessed flying spirit abilities. And although it was unknown, this time, Chris and the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team were not only fighting to the death. They were also attempting to kill the Blood Bat Spirit Emperor and the other 2 fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who possessed flying spirit abilities, hoping to find a way to survive. But after the last time, when Chris had just arrived to support, he used the control of Nightmare Impact. Combined with Lavier's Death Proclamation crossbow spirit's powerful attack, nearly killing the Ogre Spirit Emperor. This made the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters on the SP Irit Hall's side notice Lavier's existence. And just as Chris was fiercely battling the Blood Skeleton Spirit Emperor, the Ogre Spirit Emperor, and the Brain-Eating Demonic Bear Spirit Emperor. Aft are the Blood Bat Spirit Emperor descended with 2 fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who possessed flying spirit abilities. He directly targeted Lavier, and along with several other fallen soul masters and evil soul masters from the Spirit Hall, they besieged Lavier. For a time, both Chris and Lavier fell into an extremely passive predicament. They could only barely cope with the continuous attacks, unable to be distracted at all, let alone execute the pre-planned strategy. However, just as Chris, Lavier, and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team saw that the pre-planned strategy could not be carried out at all, and gradually, people were dying, the battle was collapsing, and they began to feel some despair. A faint chuckle suddenly sounded from afar. Finally arrived. In the sky, Ji Yuhan finally unfolded his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings and arrived above this forest. Seeing the battlefield below, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had arrived just in time. The next moment, Ji Yuhan's heart stirred. A dazzling ice blue light immediately burst forth from his body, rapidly spreading in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Ice domain. And after unfolding the ice domain and enveloping the entire battlefield, Ji Yuhan immediately activated the two spirit abilities of the ice domain, Ice Kingdom and Ice Seal Halo. Under Ice Kingdom, the strength of all fallen soul masters and evil soul masters of the spirit hall was immediately suppressed by 20%. And then, under the extreme coldness of the ice domain, surpassing ultimate ice, terrifying, biting coldness surged wantonly within the ice domain, instantly freezing all the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters on the battlefield, turning them into ice sculptures. Including the blood skeleton spirit emperor, the ogre spirit emperor, and the brain-eating demonic bear spirit emperor. Unexpectedly, all their opponents were suddenly frozen. Chris, who had already fallen into despair, and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team, couldn't help but be shocked. Homeroom teacher Chris, long time no see. At this moment, Ji Yuhan also descended from the sky, retracted his Void Saint dragon wings, smiled slightly at Chris, and said, "You are." Chris was stunned and didn't immediately recognize Ji Yuhan. But, Ji Yuhan's flawless and handsome appearance was simply too recognizable, coupled with the uniqueness of his martial soul sacred dragon. Soon, Chris remembered, saying in shock, You are little Han." Chapter 167 BB Dong's transaction. Chris was quite disbelieving. Although after Ji Yuhan's spirit successfully evolved into a golden sacred dragon, he knew his decision to help Ji Yuhan back then might have been one of the most correct decisions in his life. But even knowing that Ji Yuhan had extraordinary potential and would likely become a powerful titled Douluo in the future, in Chris's view, it would take Ji Yuhan at least 10 or 20 years to reach his current Spirit Emperor realm, let alone become a titled Douluo. He never expected that, when he was facing 3 Spirit Emp. ROR level fallen soul masters and evil soul masters at the same time, and was in mortal danger. It was Ji Yuhan who came to save him. Moreover, the 3 Spirit Emperor level fallen soul masters and evil soul masters he was facing were instantly killed by Ji Yuhan. They were frozen into ice sculptures. This caused a surging tide of shock in Chris's heart. What was the current strength of his former student? Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, or Spirit Emperor? That's right, Teacher Chris, it's me. Discovering that Chris recognized him, Ji Yuhan also smiled slightly. I heard from my teacher's wife that you were in danger. So I came over immediately. Fortunately, I arrived in time. At this moment, the ice sculptures formed by the Blood Skull Spirit Emperor, the Ogre Spirit Emperor, and the Brain-Eating Demon Bear Spirit Emperor suddenly began to shake slightly. Although Ji Yuhan, with his Spirit Saint level cultivation, activated the Ice Seal Halo ability of the Ice Domain. It was enough to freeze and control Spirit Douluo level Spirit Masters. However, if Ji Yuhan did not activate his martial soul true body, which would greatly enhance the power of his domain. If he encountered a spirit master whose cultivation gap was not too large, such as a spirit emperor level spirit master whose attribute was fire, or one with particularly tenacious vitality, Ji Yuhan would still be unable to instantly kill them with the Ice Seal Halo ability. However, for spirit emperor level spirit masters alone, facing the extreme coldness of the ice domain's ice seal, which surpassed ultimate ice, it was impossible for them to break free and shatter the ice seal. At least with the strength of the Blood Skull, Ogre, and Brain-Eating Demon Bear Spirit Emperors, it was impossible for THM to shatter the ice seal on their bodies. However, noticing that the Blood Skull Spirit Emperor, the Ogre Spirit Emperor, and the Brain-Eating Demon Bear Spirit Emperor were not dead and were somewhat restless, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but frown. The next moment, the ice domain was retracted. The fire domain unfolded. A fiery red light suddenly burst forth from Ji Yuhan's body, once again enveloping the battlefield. The Incineration Halo Spirit ability was instantly activated, and terrifying fire attribute energy, surpassing ultimate fire, immediately surged out. It furiously corroded all the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters from Spirit Hall who were frozen, including the Blood Skull Spirit Emperor, the Ogre Spirit Emperor, and the Brain-Eating Demon Bear Spirit Emperor. They were ice and fire attribute energies. The principle of ice and fire clashing also existed. After being frozen by the ice seal halo of the ice domain, they suddenly encountered an attack Rom the fire attribute energy of the incineration halo of the fire domain, which surpassed ultimate fire. This caused all the ice sculptures on the battlefield that Ji Yuhan had frozen with the ice seal halo spirit ability of the ice domain to instantly crack with a series of crack sounds, and then shatter into countless pieces of ice mixed with flesh and blood. Just like that, the team sent by Spirit Hall, led by the Blood Skull Spirit Emperor, the Ogre Spirit Emperor, and the Brain-Eating Demon Bear Spirit Emperor, to hunt down Chris and the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team, was instantly annihilated. However, at this moment, a black-clothed archbishop hidden in the extreme distance also saw Ji Yuhan. Upon discovering that the target had arrived, the black-clothed archbishop immediately turned around and flapped the spirit power wings on his back, heading towards Moongazing Gorge. Of course, Ji Yuhan's mental force also detected this black-clothed archbishop. But he didn't choose to alert the enemy. He wanted to see what kind of surprise his good teacher had prepared for him. At this time, in Moongazing Gorge, a spirit Douluo level red cardinal and 2 spirit Psi NT level red cardinals sent by BB Dong were blocking the Hall Master of Spirit Hall and 2 Vice Hall Masters. Among them, the Hall Master of Spirit Hall was an evil soul master with a spirit Douluo level cultivation, whose spirit was soul devouring nightmare. As for the 2 Vice Hall Masters, they were spirit saint level cultivators, whose spirits were blood infant and painted skin respectively. 1 male and 1 female evil soul masters. Ever since the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team entered Moongazing Gorge and was discovered by the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters of Spirit Hall, the 3 red cardinals appeared and blocked the Hall Master of Spirit Hall and the 2 Vice Hall Masters. Until now, the 2 sides had been fighting for 2 or 3 days. Now, the Hall Master of Spirit Hall also discovered that the 3 red cardinals sent by Spirit Hall did not seem to intend to kill them. They only wanted to block them. After learning this situation, the Hall Master of Spirit Hall, along with the 2 Vice Hall Masters, also had no intention of fighting to the death with the 3 red cardinals. The battle between the 2 sides was more of a probing. However, suddenly, a black-clothed archbishop with a flying spirit ability flew over, flapping his wings. He whispered a few words to the leading spirit Douluo level red cardinal. Our mission is complete. After listening to the black-clothed archbishop's report, the leading spirit Douluo level red cardinal said to the Hall Master of Spirit Hall with a cold expression. Now, you can go and attack the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team. But remember, as for the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team, I don't care what you do. But that young man named Ji Yuhan, you must kill him. This is the command of the Great Supreme Pontiff. If you kill this young man named Ji Yuhan, the Great Supreme Pontiff can give you a chance to escape to Slaughter City. Otherwise, the spirit Douluo level red cardinal sneered a few times. A cold light flashing in his eyes, his threat very obvious. After speaking, the red cardinal, after revealing the current location of Ji Yuhan, Chris, and the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement team, soared away, turning to leave. Only the Hall Master of Spirit Hall was left, his eyes slightly narrowed, his face full of mockery and cold smiles. Spirit Hall. Is this Spirit Hall? They're not much different from us evil soul masters. The dignified Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall actually wants to use the power of us evil soul masters to eliminate dissidents. If this gets out, I'm afraid it will make countless spirit masters in the Spirit Masters world doubt their lives. Then, Hall Master, should we still do as this guy says? The painted skin female soul saint, upon hearing this, couldn't help but lightly step forward, walking to the Hall Master of Spirit Hall's side, and asked in a charming and seductive voice. Of course we should. The Hall Master of Spirit Hall, however, glanced at the painted skin female soul saint and said indifferently. Although our Spirit Hall can now be said to have grown into the most powerful evil soul master force in the past 100 years, in the hands of Spirit Hall, we can still be easily destroyed. Since the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall has made such a deal with us, why shouldn't we do it? She wants us to help her eliminate dissidents, so we will help her. With this leverage, she will surely not dare to annihilate us, and the situation of our Spirit Hall will greatly improve in the future. After speaking, the Hall Master of Spirit Hall immediately soared away with Blood Infant and the Painted Skin Soul Saint. They hurried towards Ji Yuhan's current location. Chapter 168. Then let me show you how confident I am. At this moment, Ji Yuhan was here. As no one knew that Spirit Hall actually had a Spirit Douluo and 2 Evil Soul Masters at the Spirit Saint level. After using the Ice and Fire domain to kill all the fallen Soul Masters and Evil Soul Masters who were pursuing them, including Blood Skeleton Spirit Emperor, Ogre Spirit Emperor, and Brain Eater Bear Spirit Emperor. because they had been fleeing for a day and a night. Both Chris and the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team were extremely exhausted and weak. Therefore, Ji Yu Han did not immediately lead everyone to leave the Evernight Forest. Instead, he had people collect the bodies of the deceased Holy Light Angel enforcement team members to bring back to their relatives, while also having support system spirit masters with healing abilities treat the injured. However, in less than 10 minutes, Ji Yu Han suddenly felt three powerful presences approaching from afar. This made him stand up abruptly and look over. Little Han, what's wrong? Chris, who was beside him, hadn't sensed anything yet and was puzzled. Nothing. Just more enemies coming. But, there's no need for you all to be nervous, I'll handle it. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Soon, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, with a cold smile and hands clasped behind his back, flew O.U. T of the forest with blood infant soul saint and painted skin female soul saint, landing not far from everyone. Which of you is Ji Yu Han? After appearing, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master immediately asked with a chilling voice, full of interest. I am. Who are you? Ji Yu Han didn't immediately make a move but asked indifferently. Us. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master chuckled softly. This seat is the Hall Master of Spirit Hall. And these two are the Vice Hall Masters of this hall. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master introduced himself, then introduced Blood Infant Soul Saint and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint. Then he said playfully, so you are Ji Yu Han. You look quite young. I didn't expect a Spirit Master as young as you to actually arouse the jealousy of your Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff. For her to go to such lengths to plot and desire this seat to kill you. This seat is quite curious. Why exactly did you arouse the jealousy of your Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, making her eager to kill you? What? Upon hearing the words of the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, both Chris and the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team widened their eyes. A storm surged in their hearts. They felt it was unacceptable and unbelievable. How could this be? Ji Yu Han was the esteemed disciple of His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. How could His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff possibly want to kill Ji Yu Han? This is impossible. The most distraught was Chris. Because in the past, he had completely regarded Bibi Dong as an idol, as a guide on his life's path. But Li, tending to the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's words, their current predicament. It was entirely due to Bibi Dong's scheme to use others to kill Ji Yu Han. If this were true, then Bibi Dong's image in Kri's heart would undoubtedly be completely shattered. This involves internal grievances of our Spirit Hall, so it's inconvenient to say more. Ji Yu Han said indifferently. He had no intention of saying more to the Sacred Spirit Hall Master. Because the matter between Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang was undoubtedly a family scandal of their Spirit Hall. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. If only the three evil soul masters from Spirit Hall were here, he might have been able to speak about it. Then he could just kill them to silence them. But unfortunately, class teacher Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team were also here, so it was inconvenient to say more. However, for my teacher to want to use your hands to kill me, I can only say, she thinks too much. Ji Yu Han sneered coldly, speaking with disdain. Confidence in young people is a good thing, but if it's too much, it becomes arrogance. That's not a good thing. Noticing Ji Yu Han's dismissive attitude, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's lips curled into a sneer, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking in a seemingly earnest tone. In his opinion, Ji Yu Han was undoubtedly ignorant of his own limitations. Still thinking that their Spirit Hall was like other ordinary fallen soul master and evil soul master groups that appeared on the continent, with the highest cultivation only reaching Spirit Emperor. You being able to kill Blood Skeleton, Ogre, Demon Bear, and Blood Bat with these people indeed shows some strength. But Blood Skeleton, Ogre, and Demon Bear are still insignificant before us. Let me show you the true strength of our Spirit Hall. With that, a sinister smile appeared on the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's cold face, and he instantly summoned his spirit, soul-devouring nightmare. In an instant, amidst a burst of dark light, a mass of darkness like a shadow, yet seemingly emitting dense smoky mist, with no discernible specific form. Only a head resembling a ferocious demon, with a pair of curved horns pointing backward, crimson eyes, sharp fangs and claws, and an eerie spirit emanating an evil aura, instantly emerged from behind the Sacred Spirit Hall Master. Then it violently merged into the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's body. Soul-devouring nightmare. Concept art. After martial soul avatar, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's figure immediately began to grow taller, and his entire body emitted a dark, dense smoky mist. A pair of dark, curved horns, like misty energy, grew from his head, his eyes turned crimson, his hands transformed into sharp claws. And his entire body exuded an evil aura. At the same time, 8 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 instantly rose from beneath the sacred spirit hall master's feet. On the other side, Blood Infant Soul Saint and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint also summoned their respective spirits. Among them, Blood Infant Soul Saint's spirit was a blood infant with crimson skin all over, resembling a Rakshasa evil spirit. Blood Infant. Concept art. After martial soul avatar, his skin also turned blood red, a pair of curved crimson horns grew from his forehead, his eyes became crimson. And he grew sharp fangs and claws. At the same time, 7 spirit rings, white, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, rose consecutively from beneath his feet, encircling his body. Painted Skin Female Soul Saint Spirit, Painted Skin, was a tool spirit. After summoning the Painted Skin Spirit, the Painted Skin Spirit, which had no flesh and blood but existed in human form, appeared behind Painted Skin Female Soul Saint. Draped in red clothing, it appeared exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Beneath her feet, 7 spirit rings, white, white, yellow, purple, black, 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 also rose consecutively. What? Upon discovering that the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, as well as Blood Infant and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint, were actually A.S. Pirate Douluo and 2 Spirit Saints respectively, Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team all changed their expressions drastically, and their hearts immediately sank. If only one Spirit Saint had come. With the combat power Ji Yu Han had just displayed, he might have been able to fight a Spirit Saint. But now, with a Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Saints arriving simultaneously, they truly had no confidence whatsoever. A Spirit Douluo, 2 Spirit Saints. Is that your confidence? Upon discovering that the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, Blood Infant Soul Saint, and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint were merely 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Saints, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile faintly, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. Then let me show you my confidence. With that, Ji Yu Han's heart stirred. The next moment, brilliant and dazzling golden light instantly erupted from within Ji Yu Han's body. Amidst a heaven-shaking dragon roar, a martial soul sacred dragon, over 70 meters long, covered in shimmering golden dragon scales with faint ice blue and fiery red patterns. With a massive and majestic physique, a long neck, and a sacred, majestic, and domineering dragon head, instantly emerged from behind Ji Yu Han and landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, under the massive size and weight of the martial soul sacred dragon. As the martial soul sacred dragon landed, the ground immediately trembled, and after summoning the martial soul sacred dragon, 7 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 instantly rose consecutively from beneath Ji Yu Han's feet. A powerful spirit power pressure and dragon might instantly erupted from within Ji Yu Han's body. What? Upon seeing Ji Yu Han summon the martial soul sacred dragon, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, Blood Infant Soul Saint, and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint immediately changed their expressions drastically. Chapter 169 Ji Yu Han's Third Realm. What kind of spirit is this? When they saw Ji Yu Han summon his martial soul sacred dragon, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, Blood Infant Soul Saint, and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? How could a spirit have a physical body, and such a massive one at that? And why was this kid named Ji Yu Han's 4th spirit ring a 10,000-year spirit ring? This was beyond fantasy. Because the martial soul sacred dragon, as well as Ji Yu Han's spirit ring configuration, completely exceeded the understanding of the spirit master's world on the Douluo continent. This made the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, Blood Infant Soul Saint, and Painted Skin Female Soul Saint even ignore Ji Yu Han's age. Beside them, Chris was also shocked when he saw the martial soul sacred dragon become so massive. All around, the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team were also greatly alarmed. Although they had heard of Ji Yu Han, they knew Ji Yu Han's spirit was a physical spirit. But they still couldn't believe that Ji Yu Han's martial soul sacred dragon would be so enormous. However, even though he discovered that Ji Yu Han was an extraordinary spirit saint, as a spirit Douluo, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master quickly calmed down. He believed that he could definitely take down Ji Yu Han. Because his spirit was an extremely rare mental force type spirit, the soul-devouring nightmare, which had mutated from a nightmare. It possessed the ability to devour souls and enhance mental force. Due to his powerful mental force and bizarre mental spirit abilities, he had been unstoppable in his growth. Eventually forming this spirit hall, He was confident he didn't fear even the spirit Douluo of the spirit hall. Let alone Ji Yuhan, who was merely a spirit saint. His kid's dragon spirit looks somewhat powerful, and its light attribute, which heavily counters us. I'll immediately use mental force spirit ability to control this kid, you two take the opportunity to kill him. However, because of the enormous martial soul sacred dragon, which exuded a light aura and was clearly extraordinary, the sacred spirit hall master was still very wary and immediate. Li transmitted his voice using mental force. He ordered the blood infant soul saint and painted skin female soul saint to launch a combined sneak attack and kill Ji Yuhan. 7th spirit ability. Martial soul true body. After transmitting his voice, the sacred spirit hall master inwardly let out a cold shout and instantly activated his 7th spirit ability, martial soul true body. In a burst of dazzling dark light, the sacred spirit hall master instantly transformed into the soul-devouring nightmare true body, which was covered in thick dark energy smoke and mist, looking bizarre and ferocious. Then he activated his 6th spirit ability, nightmare. In an instant, a strange mental force impact was unleashed by the sacred spirit hall master, heading straight for Ji Yuhan. This was the spirit ability the sacred spirit hall master obtained after hunting a 10,000-year nightmare and absorbing its spirit ring. Its effect was to emit a strange mental force shockwave. As long as Yi was hit by this mental force shockwave and their mental force was lower than the sacred spirit hall masters, they would be forcibly drawn into a dream. The specific control duration depended on the difference in mental force and cultivation between the two parties. At the same time, the blood infant soul saint and painted skin female soul saint also activated their martial soul true body, and then unleashed their strongest offensive spirit abilities. One transformed into a massive and ferocious Rakshasa blood infant, with surging aura, charging towards Ji Yuhan. The other controlled the painted skin, which had become incredibly large, like a crimson scroll. It soared into the sky like an evil specter, clawing and gnashing in the air with its hollow features and hands, covering Ji Yuhan. And after the sacred spirit hall master entered his martial soul true body and activated his 6th spirit ability, nightmare. The mental force shockwave he released took only an instant. It swept over Ji Yuhan, Chris, and the members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. For a moment, everyone's eyes, except for Ji Yuhan's, became hollow. Many people fell down one after another. But unfortunately, because Ji Yuhan possessed a soul at the Yang God level, comparable to a divine soul, the sacred spirit hall master's 6th spirit ability, nightmare, was completely useless against Ji Yuhan. Seeing that both the blood infant soul saint and painted skin female soul saint had activated their martial soul true body, one transformed into a massive and ferocious Rakshasa blood infant, rushing over like a bloody light, while the other controlled the painted skin true body to attack. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile faintly. The next moment, the massive martial soul sacred dragon behind him let out a roar. A dazzling golden light instantly erupted from the martial soul sacred dragon's body, spreading rapidly in all directions, covering an area of several thousand meters. After being enveloped by the golden light, white smoke immediately started to sizzle from the blood infant soul saint's body and the painted skin true body. For a moment, whether it was the blood infant soul saint, the painted skin soul saint, or the sacred spirit hall master, they all felt as if they were immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid, with white smoke rising from their bodies, suffering immensely, and couldn't help but cry out in agony. But in the midst of intense pain, the sacred spirit hall master's face was twisted and ferocious, but his heart was filled with more anger and disbelief. Could his 10,000-year mental force spirit ability, as a spirit Douluo level mental force spirit master, be ineffective against a spirit saint who was clearly not a mental force type? This was impossible, but no matter how furiously the sacred spirit hall master raged, the fact remained. And this golden light was nothing else. It was the martial soul sacred dragon's inherent domain, Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. Originally, after Ji Yuhan's spirit evolved into a golden sacred dragon. As a spirit on the same level as the seraphim, the golden saint dragon martial soul naturally possessed an inherent domain. And after Ji Yuhan further optimized the Golden Saint Dragon Martial Soul through the Heavenly Evolution System, evolving it into a Golden Dragon Martial Soul with light attributes, the inherent domain did not disappear, instead, it also evolved. Originally, according to reason, Ji Yuhan should have been able to awaken his inherent domain at the Spirit King level. But because at the Spirit King level, the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon received the bloodline origin bestowed by the Ice Fire Dragon King. After absorbing the bloodline origin bestowed by the Ice Fire Dragon King, although the martial soul sacred dragon gained power beyond extreme ice and fire, acquiring the ice and fire domain. It also suppressed the emergence of its own inherent domain to a certain extent. It wasn't until he broke through to the Spirit Saint level that Ji Yuhan finally sensed his inherent domain. And because the martial soul sacred dragon evolved into a golden dragon martial S. Ol that inherited the golden sacred dragon's light attribute. So Ji Yuhan's domain also changed. While possessing extreme light attributes, it also gained a powerful suppressive ability like dragon might. Therefore, Ji Yuhan named this newly acquired third domain, Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain. After Ji Yuhan unleashed the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain, under the shroud of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain, because the first spirit ability of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain was called Saint Light Dragon Emperor's Might. Its effect was to suppress the enemy's strength by T% and boost one's own strength by 30%. And for dragon blood spirits, as well as spirits with negative attributes like darkness and evil, the effect was almost doubled, reaching 50%. Coupled with the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain's second spirit ability, Saint Light Purification, which also produced double the lethality against enemies with dark and evil attributes. This caused the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, Blood Infant Soul Saint, and Painted Skin Soul Saint, whose spirits were all negative attributes like evil and darkness, and who had caused countless massacres, to suffer severe injuries immediately. They felt immense pain. And after unleashing the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain, Ji Yuhan immediately controlled the martial soul sacred dragon A. ND activated his fifth spirit ability again, Void Dark Domain. He used the Void Dark Domain's spatial confinement ability to confine the Painted Skin True Body, Blood Infant Soul Saint, Painted Skin Female Soul Saint, and Sacred Spirit Hall Master all in midair. Next, it was the first spirit ability, Sacred Light Roar Bullet. Although it was only a 100-year spirit ability. But under the powerful bloodline origin of the martial soul sacred dragon, its extreme light attribute, and the blessing of its enormous size. As the martial soul sacred dragon opened its mouth, endless ultimate light power continuously gathered from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, a light energy bullet the size of a house condensed at the martial soul sacred dragon's mouth. Then it shot out violently, instantly hitting the Painted Skin True Body and the Blood Infant Soul Saint. Under the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain's boost to the martial soul sacred dragon and its suppression of the Painted Skin Female Soul Saint and Blood Infant Soul Saint, the Sacred Light Roar Bullet instantly shattered the Painted Skin Female Soul Saint's Painted Skin True Body. The Blood Infant Soul Saint so immediately vomited blood and flew backward. And under Ji Yuhan's control, the Saint Dragon suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, directly extending a huge dragon claw, grabbing the Blood Infant's Ol Saint and crushing him into a lump of minced meat. Immediately after, the Sacred Light Roar Bullet was activated again, instantly killing the Painted Skin Female Soul Saint, who was suffering backlash and vomiting blood incessantly. Only the Sacred Spirit Hall Master remained. When he saw the massive golden giant dragon, radiating a light aura, turn its golden vertical pupils towards him. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master, confined in midair by the Void Dark Domain's spatial confinement, immediately constricted his pupils and broke out in a cold sweat. But even though he felt the threat of death, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master frantically activated his spirit abilities, attempting to attack Ji Yuhan with Mental Force spirit abilities and struggling desperately. But Mental Force's spirit abilities were completely useless against Ji Yuhan. No matter how desperately he struggled, he still couldn't break free from the Void Dark Domain's spatial confinement. No way. Although he was a spirit Douluo, as a mental force spirit master, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's strength was inherently not strong. And because his spirit had evil attributes, under the suppression of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor's might within Ji Yuhan's Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's strength was directly suppressed by 50%. Basically, he was no different from a spirit saint. And realizing he couldn't break free from Ji Yuhan's control at all, seeing the martial soul sacred dragon activate its first spirit ability, Sacred Light Roar Bullet again. Even if he survived this spirit ability, he would be crushed by a single claw afterward. This made the Sacred Spirit Hall Master grit his teeth, deciding to seek survival in death. Since he was destined not to escape this calamity, he would go all out. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master's heart hardened, deciding to use another incomplete ability developed from the soul-devouring nightmare spirit's soul devouring ability to seize a sliver of hope. Originally, this ability could only be used once. He had planned to use it only when he could no longer survive under the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. But now it seemed he had to use it early. Kid, you don't want me to live? Then let's see who can live in the end. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master clenched his fists, his face ferocious, roaring madly inwardly. Chapter 170. Possession. The opportunity of the second martial spirit. Inside the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. Endless ultimate light power continuously gathered from all directions. In front of the martial soul sacred dragon's mouth, a massive sacred light roar bullet condensed. Immediately after, the sacred light roar bullet shot out instantly, blasting towards the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, who was trapped in midair by the void dark domain. Bang! With an explosion, accompanied by a strong spirit power fluctuation, dazzling golden sacred light erupted. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master was instantly blown to smithereens. Dead. It was unexpected that the martial soul sacred dragon had actually used its first spirit ability, Sacred Light Roar Bullet, to directly kill the spirit Douluo level Sacred Spirit Hall Master. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but frown, feeling a sense of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. Something was wrong. Although the Sacred Spirit Hall Master was currently within his Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, because his martial soul had an evil attribute, he was suppressed by his Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. His strength was directly suppressed by 50%. Furthermore, within the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, the first spirit ability, Sacred Light Roar Bullet, gathered power of the ultimate light attribute, greatly increasing its might. There was also the powerful bloodline of the martial soul sacred dragon, and the boost from its massive size. But a mere 100-year spirit ability shouldn't be able to kill a spirit Douluo with one blow, right? One must know that the martial soul sacred dragon had also hit the blood infant soul saint with its first spirit ability, Sacred Light Roar Bullet, just now. However, even with attribute suppression, it only severely injured the blood infant soul saint. Finally, the martial soul sacred dragon crushed the blood infant soul saint with one claw. In Ji Yu Han's opinion, if the blood infant soul saint was like that, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, being a spirit Douluo, should be even more so. Now, the other fallen soul masters and evil soul masters of Spirit Hall had all been killed by him. The blood infant soul saint and the painted skin female soul saint were also dead. He had no intention of killing the Sacred Spirit Hall Master again. If he did, he would have no witness to expose Bibi Dong's conspiracy this time. But unexpectedly, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master just died like that. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a headache. However, in the dazzling golden light unleashed by the Sacred Light Roar Bullet's explosion, an invisible dark soul instantly rushed towards Ji Yu Han. In a flash, it plunged into Ji Yu Han's mental force C. He. I succeeded. In an instant, a burst of triumphant, sinister laughter echoed in Ji Yu Han's mind. Boy, do you think you can kill me? Your spirit greatly suppresses us, and your strength is monstrous. But now, we are engaging in a soul confrontation. And in this aspect, you absolutely cannot be my opponent. Since you destroyed my body, then use your body to compensate me. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master's cold and greedy mental force fluctuations spread throughout Ji Yu Han's mental force C. You're not dead. How did you achieve this current state? He hadn't expected the Sacred Spirit Hall Master to be alive. Although his body had been destroyed, he had transformed into a soul-like state and rushed into his own mental force C. It seemed he intended to possess him. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel surprised and curious. Because the ability of possession, even in the cultivation world, likely had a certain threshold. He hadn't expected that an evil soul master on the Douluo continent would acquire such an ability. Ji Yu Han was very curious for a moment. Was this a spirit ability, or a self-created spirit ability developed by the Sacred Spirit Hall Master himself? Could he replicate it? If it could be replicated, then the future of this ability would be very bright and vast. Boy, you're very curious. However, since you're already a dying man, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han showed no fear even in such a situation, and the Sacred Spirit Hall Master couldn't help but laugh proudly. However, he didn't think Ji Yu Han wasn't afraid of him. He only believed that Ji Yu Han was not a mental force type spirit master and was unaware of the current situation. And regarding this, he didn't mind explaining it to Ji Yu Han. He wanted Ji Yu Han to die convinced. And also satisfy his own desire to show off. After all, being able to develop such a powerful ability, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master was very proud. But this kind of trump card couldn't be revealed to outsiders. For such a long time, he had been suppressing it with great difficulty. Now that a dying man happened to ask this question, he would reluctantly explain it. How even my current state is naturally related to my spirit. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master said proudly. His spirit was the soul-devouring nightmare spirit, which mutated from a nightmare and possessed the ability to devour souls. If it were anyone else, they might only know how to use the soul-devouring ability to devour other souls to improve their mental force. But he, through researching the soul-devouring ability, saw another possibility. That was, while devouring the target's soul, could he acquire the target's memories, fuse the target's spirit, and occupy the target's physical body, replacing the target. Because as an evil soul master, they were ultimately reviled by everyone on the continent. If they could expand their power to the maximum, then so be it. If not, they would definitely die sooner or later. To this, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master naturally also considered shedding his identity as an evil soul master and whitewashing himself. This possession ability was a retreat the Sacred Spirit Hall Master had conceived. Once the possession succeeded, and the final effect was as he had envisioned, then he would also be able to obtain a second spirit. And as Lan Ji as the chosen target's spirit and talent were strong enough, at that time, possessing twin spirits and the mental force of a spirit Douluo level mental force type spirit master, he could compel why use the target's spirit to show himself to the outside world, while his own spirit remained hidden, quietly cultivating by devouring souls. In the future, he would undoubtedly be able to become the most powerful spirit master on the continent. And Ji Yu Han was a very perfect target for possession. At this point, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master couldn't help but let out a loud, triumphant, sinister, he, laugh. Boy, I've told you what you wanted to know. From now on, your identity belongs to me. I will use the name Ji Yu Han, rise to the peak in the future, and become the supreme powerhouse who shakes the continent. You just obediently go to hell. After finishing his sinister laughter, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master immediately grinned maliciously, preparing to find Ji Yu Han's soul and devour it. And occupy Ji Yu Han's body, replacing Ji Yu Han. However, after listening to the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's words, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He hadn't expected this possession to be an ability developed by the Sacred Spirit Hall Master relying on his spirit's capabilities. This clearly meant it couldn't be replicated. However, he was somewhat surprised that the Sacred Spirit Hall Master actually answered his question. Ji Yu Han felt a bit strange for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled a saying he had heard online in his previous life. Villains die because they talk too much. Although whether the Sacred Spirit Hall Master answered his question or not, he was destined to die. But because he thought he was certainly dead, he proudly chose to answer his question. This was truly typical. Death. There's no such word in my dictionary. At least, you alone are not enough to make me add it. Discovering that the Sacred Spirit Hall Master was searching for his soul in the mental force Ji Yu Han said faintly in his heart. Then, he directly controlled his Yang God to appear before the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's soul. When he saw the Yang God, which looked almost identical to Ji Yu Han and was almost materialized, appear before him, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master was instantly stunned. Impossible. This is impossible. The Sacred Spirit Hall Master's mental force fluctuations murmured, full of self-doubt. As a mental force type spirit master, and one who had even researched the ability of possession, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master naturally had considerable research on souls. He knew very well, the stronger the mental force and the higher the essence of a spirit master, the more solid their soul would be. But even he, when in the true form of the soul-devouring nightmare, chose to abandon his physical body and condense all his spirit power and mental force into his soul, leaving his body to prepare for possession. His current soul state was merely a dark, humanoid soul mass. But Ji Yu Han's Yang God was no different from a human, so solid that it was almost substantial. This clearly surpassed him in essence by far. The gap between them was like a chasm. What was the point of even trying anymore? The moment he saw Ji Yu Han's Yang God, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master immediately collapsed in despair. But he still couldn't believe it. Ji Yu Han's spirit was clearly a light attribute dragon spirit, completely lacking any mental force attribute. Why was Ji Yu Han's soul so powerful? However, although somewhat broken and despairing, giving up and waiting for death was not the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to organize so many powerful fallen soul masters and evil soul masters to establish Spirit Hall. Even though he discovered the power of Ji Yu Han's Yang God and felt that the success rate of possession was minuscule, the Sacred Spirit Hall Master still gritted his teeth and launched his possession attempt against Ji Yu Han. His soul directly transformed into a mass of dark smoke, surging fiercely into Ji Yu Han's Yang God. His consciousness also attempted to invade Ji Yu Han's Yang God. He actually intended to possess Ji Yu Han's Yang God as well. However, this was clearly impossible to succeed. Ji Yu Han merely activated the mental force miraculous art, changing heaven and earth great art, and instantly pulled the sacred spirit Hall Master's consciousness into an illusion. Soon, through countless illusions, the sacred spirit Hall Master's consciousness was obliterated. And after the sacred spirit Hall Master's consciousness was obliterated, the soul power that the sacred spirit Hall Master tried to surge into Ji Yu Han's Yang God instantly became pure, unknown soul power. Because it was still actively integrating into Ji Yu Han's Yang God, it was quickly absorbed by Ji Yu Han's Yang God. And within the sacred spirit Hall Master's soul, there was So the martial soul essence of his spirit, soul-devouring nightmare. But because his consciousness was obliterated by Ji Yu Han, the existence of the spirit, at least its form, seemed to be related not only to bloodline but also to soul and consciousness to some extent. Anyway, after the sacred spirit Hall Master's consciousness was obliterated, the martial soul essence of the soul-devouring nightmare seemed to lose its framework and immediately collapsed. From the collapsed soul-devouring nightmare, it transformed into a gray-black mass with a strong purple hue, an indeterminate martial soul essence. He discovered that after absorbing the sacred spirit Hall Master's soul power, such a mass of martial soul essence actually appeared in his mental force C. This instantly reminded Ji Yu Han of the peerless Tang sect. After the Tianmeng Ice silkworm sacrificed itself to become Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring, it bestowed upon Huo Yuhao that unshaped second spirit. Did I also acquire a second spirit? Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel very pleasantly surprised and excited. Chapter 171 The Problem of the Second Martial Spirit, Preparing to Go to the City of Slaughter. He never expected that the sacred spirit Hall Master's attempt to seize his body would not only greatly increase his mental force, it also brought him a second spirit. Through the perspective of his Yang God, he saw the unstable martial soul essence, emitting a strong purple light within a black-gray mass in his spiritual sea. Ji Yu Han felt immense surprise and excitement. However, this amorphous martial soul essence clearly had not yet transformed into a true spirit. Ji Yu Han also didn't know. To transform it into a true spirit, he wondered if it needed to acquire the soul essence of a powerful spirit beast, similar to how Huo Yuhao obtained his second spirit in Douluo. But for Ji Yu Han, this was easy to determine. Ji Yu Han directly used the Heavenly Evolution System's analysis capability. He began to analyze this martial soul essence that was generated after the sacred spirit Hall Master's soul-devouring nightmare spirit collapsed. And after the Heavenly Evolution System's analysis, Ji Yu Han learned that his martial soul essence did not necessarily require the soul essence of a spirit beast to transform into a spirit. With the help of the Heavenly Evolution System, he could transform this martial soul essence into various forms. It could be a beast spirit, a tool spirit. It could be a body spirit, or even an elemental spirit. Of course, since this martial soul essence originally belonged to the beast spirit, soul-devouring nightmare, transforming it into a tool spirit, body spirit, or elemental spirit would require a few more Tian Yan points. However, in Ji Yu Han's opinion, this was not an issue at all. Previously, due to Ji Yu Han's influence, Tang San and Yu Shaogang were brought to Spirit City by Bibi Dong, and their destinies changed. Ji Yu Han had already gained quite a few Tian Yan points. And he now had 31 Tian Yan points in his possession. Additionally, after giving the elixirs refined from immortal herbs to his senior sister Huliena, the various priests of the Hall of Offerings, and Ghost Douluo, etc., Ji Yu Han gained another 15 Tian Yan points. His Tian Yan points directly reached 46 points. Even after deducting the 15 Tian Yan points that needed to be kept in reserve at all times to allow his spirit to evolve from a golden dragon back into a golden dragon king, Ji Yu Han still had a full 31 Tian Yan points in his hand. As for these 31 Tian Yan points, Ji Yu Han hadn't yet decided how to use them. To optimize his soul, transforming it from a Yang God to a primeval spirit, would require 50 Tian Yan points, which Ji Yu Han currently didn't have enough of. However, to optimize his body, transforming it from an innate body to an innate spiritual body, only required 30 points, which was feasible. But upgrading to an innate spiritual body would only increase cultivation speed and grant a divine force based on the chosen spiritual body attribute. Since this divine force was also random, and the Heavenly Evolution System could not specify it, Ji Yu Han felt that it would be better to use it to upgrade his spirit ring to 100,000 years or to deduce more powerful martial arts. Under the analysis of the Heavenly Evolution System, Compared to the second spirit bestowed upon Huo Yuhao by the million-year spirit beast Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Ji Yuhan's second spirit was merely an accidental product of a spirit Douluo's failed body seizure. Moreover, it was generated after the spirit-devouring nightmare spirit essence collapsed, once the spirit Douluo's consciousness was annihilated. Therefore, the existent state of its martial soul essence was not very stable. Even if it transformed into a spirit, it would not be a particularly powerful spirit. If it were directly transformed, its quality would certainly be inferior to the sacred spirit Hall Master's soul-devouring nightmare. However, under the analysis of the heavenly evolution system, making its existent state stable and maximizing its spirit quality after transformation was also very simple. Aside from consuming Tian Yan points to upgrade and strengthen this martial soul essence, Ji Yuhan could also use killing. By utilizing the soul-devouring nightmare's soul-devouring ability, which this martial soul essence inherently possessed, he could devour the martial soul essence of other spirit masters, thereby strengthening his martial soul essence, making its existent state more stable, and enhancing its strength and quality. And under the analysis of the heavenly evolution system, if Ji Yuhan did nothing, this unstable martial soul essence would ally collapse and vanish after 3 days. This made Ji Yuhan's heart tighten instantly. Although with the help of the heavenly evolution system, Ji Yuhan's martial soul sacred dragon had already transformed into the golden dragon martial soul, surpassing the seraphim. Coupled with his powerful soul at the yang god level and the various cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret techniques he had deduced, this had already given Ji Yuhan terrifying strength far exceeding those of the same rank. In the future, he would be fully capable of defying and slaying gods. But Ji Yuhan was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to obtain a second spirit. Although he could use Tian Yan points to directly strengthen this martial soul essence and transform it into the highest quality, that would require a large amount of Tian Yan points. Given that there was an alternative method, Ji Yuhan was unwilling to spend them. As long as he utilized the soul-devouring ability of the soul-devouring nightmare, which this martial soul essence inherently possessed, to devour the martial soul essence of other spirit masters, he could strengthen its martial soul essence and improve its quality. How simple is that? In Ji Yuhan's opinion, he only needed to go to Slaughter City. The fallen soul masters and evil soul masters there could be killed at will. Using the martial soul essence of these fallen soul masters and evil soul masters to strengthen the martial soul essence of his second spirit and improve its quality would be perfect. However, Ji Yuhan had originally planned to return to Spirit City, bringing class teacher Chris and the members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, to expose Bibi Dong's conspiracy this time. Because Bibi Dong had tried to kill him this time, coupled with Bibi Dong's behavior when he was in Spirit City before, Ji Yuhan no longer intended to play along with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's actions this time completely proved that his previous thoughts were all correct. Now, Bibi Dong was probably in Spirit City, waiting for news of his death. Once she confirmed his death, she would attribute the method of spirit evolution he discovered to Yu Shaogang. She would use the prestige and credibility of Spirit Hall to support Yu Shaogang, elevating him to be the true Grand Master of Spirit Theory. However, Xian Mu would certainly not agree to this. And Bibi Dong attempting to kill him would be even less tolerated by Xian Mu. Ji Yuhan felt that this time, he might be able to persuade Xian Mu to depose Bibi Dong from her position as Supreme Pontiff. But unfortunately, due to his second spirit, Ji Yuhan now needed to rush to Slaughter City urgently and could not return to Spirit City to carry out this plan. Therefore, after Chris and the others woke up, Ji Yuhan told Chris to take the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team members to find High Priest Xian Mu. He instructed him to tell Xian Mu about this incident. However, before leaving, Ji Yuhan also severely injured both the body and spirit of a spirit Douluo, 2 red cardinals at the spirit saint level, and 1 black-clothed archbishop at the spirit emperor level, whom Bibi Dong had and who had not yet left but were hiding nearby, responsible for tying up loose ends. Then, using his 7th spirit ability, Ice Domain and Ice Seal Halo spirit ability, created with his martial soul true body, he sealed them with ice that surpassed the extreme cold. He told Chris to take them back as witnesses to Xian Mu. After doing all these things, Ji Yuhan stated that he still had matters to attend to and needed to rush to other places. Afterward, he unfurled his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings, flapped them fiercely, and soared into the sky, heading at full speed towards Slaughter City. Meanwhile, after Ji Yuhan left, Chris's mood was complex and heavy. He knew very well that after he returned and told High Priest Xian Daoliu this news, Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, whom he had always revered, would definitely be significantly affected. But he truly hadn't expected that Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, whom he had always admired and respected, would be so cold-hearted and ruthless. She actually tried to kill her disciple by using evil soul masters. Regardless of any unknown circumstances involved, Bibi Dong attempting to kill Ji Yuhan with the help of evil soul masters was absolutely wrong. He truly didn't understand why this was happening. However, Ji Yuhan had also mentioned earlier that this involved internal grievances within Spirit Hall. Chris knew that there must be things he didn't know about. In response, Chris could only try to investigate what exactly happened while preparing to report this news to High Priest Xian Daoliu upon his return. Although Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong was the person he had always revered and admired, Chris knew deep down that he had to demand an explanation and justice for the tragic casualties of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team this time. Chapter 172 Xian Daoliu's Wrath, the treatment of Yu Shaogang and his disciple. He returned to Spirit City from the Evernight Forest. Mentor Chris, wearing a black robe and concealing his identity, led the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. After returning to Spirit City, he rushed to the Douluo Hall. And because several Red Cardinals sent by Bibi Dong to execute the plan had been severely wounded and controlled by Ji Yuhan, frozen into ice sculptures, and handed over to Mentor Chris as evidence, Bibi Dong had not received any news in advance. Bibi Dong was still full of confidence, believing that Ji Yuhan was doomed. She was just waiting for the Red Cardinal she sent to send back the news. She had even begun to plot in her art how to attribute the Wuhan evolution method Ji Yuhan found to Yu Shaogang. And then, use Spirit Hall's prestige and credibility to promote Yu Shaogang into a true spirit theory grandmaster. But unfortunately, Mentor Chris had already returned to Spirit City, bringing the 12 surviving members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. They carried 4 Red Cardinals, sent by Bibi Dong but now frozen into ice sculptures, placed in coffins and covered with black cloth, and headed straight for the Douluo Hall. Soon, Mentor Chris and his group arrived in front of the Douluo Hall. However, seeing Mentor Chris and his group, so many of them, wearing black robes and carrying something unknown, looking furtive, the Douluo warriors guarding the gate of the Douluo Hall frowned and stopped them. Stop! Who are you? Upon arriving at the Douluo Hall, Mentor Chris finally relaxed, took off the black robe he was wearing, revealing his original appearance. Then, he took out the treasured Justice Medal, displayed it, and said in a deep voice, I am Mentor Chris, the former captain of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, and a recipient of the Justice Medal. Our Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team was ambushed and betrayed by traitors within the hall, suffering heavy casualties. I am here to report the traitors to the esteemed High Priest. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Douluo warriors instantly changed dramatically. Although they didn't recognize Mentor Chris, the Douluo warriors all knew of Mentor Chris. Because in Spirit Hall, not everyone could obtain a Justice Medal. After seeing the Justice Medal and hearing Mentor Chris's self-introduction, they confirmed Mentor Chris's identity. But they didn't expect that Mentor Chris's visit was due to such a serious problem. Their Spirit Hall actually had traitors, and they caused heavy casualties to the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. Such a matter obviously had to be reported to the Supreme Pontiff or the High Priest. Please wait a moment, I will go and report to the High Priest. The leading Douluo warrior among them replied in a deep voice. Then, he dispatched a Douluo warrior who entered the Douluo Hall, hurried to the Hall of Offerings, and went to the Angel Holy Temple to find Xian Daoliu. Soon, this Douluo warrior returned. Gentlemen, the High Priest invites you. Looking at the grand, magnificent, and opulent Douluo Hall before him, Mentor Chris took a deep breath. He led the surviving members of the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, carrying the 4 Red Cardinals and black-clothed archbishops sent by Bibi Dong, who were frozen into ice sculptures, and entered the Douluo Hall. Following the guiding Douluo warrior, they soon arrived in front of the Angel Holy Temple. Upon entering the Angel Holy Temple, within the resplendent and immensely spacious Angel Holy Temple, the first thing that caught their eye was the towering, sacred, and majestic Angel God statue. And Xian Daoliu, who looked exactly like a handsome middle-aged uncle, was sitting cross-legged on a futon, with his eyes tightly closed, facing the Angel God statue, meditating and praying. After letting Mentor Chris and the others into the Angel Holy Temple, the Douluo warrior respectfully stated that the people had been brought. Then he slowly exited the Angel Holy Temple and closed the door. You are Mentor Chris. I know you. You said that the Holy Light Angel enforcement team encountered a plot and betrayal by traitors within the hall, suffering heavy casualties. What exactly happened? After the Douluo warrior left and closed the door of the Angel Holy Temple, Xian Mu slowly opened his eyes, stood up, turned to face Mentor Chris and the others, with his hands behind his back, and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness and complexity flashed across Mentor Chris's face. The other surviving members of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team had eyes full of anger and hatred. Esteemed High Priest, it's like this. Mentor Chris took a deep breath and told Xian Mu the whole story. As Xian Mu listened to Mentor Chris's words, his face grew increasingly grim. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his inner fury practically erupting. Bibi Dong. How outrageous. Simply outrageous. Although he knew that Bibi Dong was no longer the simple and kind holy maiden of Spirit Hall she once was, but had become cold-blooded, ruthless, and vicious, he never imagined that Bibi Dong would actually use evil soul masters to plot and kill Ji Yu Ha. And at the cost of the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. But no matter what, Ji Yu Han is still your disciple. Is it just because of the 7 severing yang flowers that Ji Yu Han gave you, which caused at useless Yu Shaogang to completely lose his dignity as a man, that you want to kill Ji Yu Han? But when Ji Yu Han gave this immortal herb, he clearly said that this 7 severing yang flowers was for you, not for that good for nothing. More of the cause of all this is entirely your own fault. In Xian Mu's heart, he had 2 bottom lines regarding Bibi Dong. One was that Bibi Dong could not severely damage the interests of Spirit Hall. The other was that Bibi Dong could not lay a hand on Qian Runshui or Ji Yu Han, especially not to kill them. But now, Bibi Dong had broken both of these bottom lines. This made Xian Mu instantly unbearable. High Priest. Seeing the anger on Xian Mu's face, Mentor Chris's eyes also flashed with a hint of sorrow and confusion as he asked, High Priest, Supreme Pontiff. She is clearly our Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, and also Little Han's teacher. Why on earth would she rather use evil soul masters to kill Little Han? Clearly, Supreme Pontiff, she wasn't like this before. Quote. Originally, Xian Mu's heart was filled with rage, wishing he could immediately depose Bibi Dong from her position as Supreme Pontiff. But seeing Mentor Chris's reaction, a warning bell suddenly rang in Xian Mu's heart. He didn't expect that even with conclusive evidence, Mentor Chris, a victim of Bibi Dong's sinister plot, would still look so sorrowful and unwilling to believe it. Then, if the news of his intention to depose Bibi Dong from her Supreme Pontiff position were to spread, would more Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall, who were unaware of the truth in the situation, be even more unwilling to believe or accept it? This made Xian Mu frown deeply. He thought about how Bibi Dong, as Supreme Pontiff these years, had indeed done well, at least on the surface. She was very convincing within Spirit Hall and had many supporters. If he suddenly announced the removal of Bibi Dong from her Supreme Pontiff position, and the reason involved too many scandals that were difficult to disclose, it would definitely cause chaos in Spirit Hall. It might even lead to internal division within Spirit Hall. So Xian Mu hesitated for a moment and still temporarily suppressed the idea of immediately deposing Bibi Dong from her Supreme Pontiff position. After all, if Bibi Dong's Supreme Pontiff position were to be abolished, in Xian Mu's view, the most suitable successor would be Ji Yu Han. But unfortunately, Ji Yu Han, according to Mentor Chris's message, needed to leave for a year or half a year to an unknown place. Therefore, Xian Mu finally made a decision not to depose Bibi Dong from her Supreme Pontiff position for now. At the very least, he had to wait for Ji Yu Han to return first. However, to avoid causing widespread rejection and protest from many Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall if Bibi Dong's Supreme Pontiff position were suddenly abolished, he needed to start from now, step by step, to damage Bibi Dong's image and expose her true nature. In this way, the future removal of Bibi Dong from her Supreme Pontiff position would not cause too much impact and chaos to Spirit Hall. And it all starts with expelling that useless Yu Shaogang and his disciple from Spirit City. Xian Mu thought of a plan, his face turned cold, and he secretly thought to himself. Chapter 173. Becoming a Laughing Stock, Yu Dashi. Douluo Palace also has its own way of death. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Inside a resplendent hall, at a desk, Bibi Dong was originally writing furiously. Her mature, beautiful, elegant, and exquisite face showed composure and indifference, as she unhurriedly handled official duties. In her heart, she was still thinking. When would the Red Cardinals, sent out to kill Ji Yu Han with the help of Spirit Hall, return to Spirit City, to report good news to her? However, At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. This made Bibi Dong frown, and she got up and walked out of the hall, preparing to see what was happening. But after leaving the hall, when she saw the situation outside, Bibi Dong's expression immediately stiffened, and a surge of anger rose within her. Because outside the hall, subduing demon Douluo was actually leading a group of Douluo warriors from Douluo Hall, who had seized Yu Xiaoging and Tang San, intending to take them away. And in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, the Holy Emperor warriors naturally knew that Yu Xiaoging's relationship with Bibi Dong was extraordinary, so they quickly tried to stop them. This is the Supreme Pontiff Palace. What do you intend to do? In her anger, Bibi Dong's face immediately turned ugly, and she sternly rebuked them with unconcealed fury in her voice, walking over. So it's Supreme Pontiff. But seeing Bibi Dong, subduing demon Douluo said with a fake smile. We have something we want to discuss with you, Supreme Pontiff. Someone reported to us that there are spirit masters, not belonging to our spirit hall harbored in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and they are even enjoying our spirit hall's cultivation resources. I didn't expect that when I brought people to investigate today, I found it to be true. And this spirit master is actually Yu Xiaoging, the son of Yu Yuanjun, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whom I am very familiar with. He seems to be an old friend of yours, Supreme Pontiff, isn't he? Did you, Supreme Pontiff, bring him to our spirit hall, let him reside in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and provide him with cultivation resources? Subduing demon Douluo's words were completely undisguised, and in Bibi Dong's view, they were aggressive. This made Bibi Dong calm down instantly, her face looking somewhat unpleasant. No, very wrong. I brought Xiaoging and Little San to Spirit City and let them live in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. It's already been over 2 years. That old man Xian Daoliu show. LD have known about Xiaoging and Little San's existence long ago. But he probably didn't want to break ties with me. Plus, Xiaoging's Wuhan evolution wasn't going smoothly, which is why he had always turned a blind eye. But for 2 years, that old man Xian Daoliu hadn't made any moves. Why did he suddenly send this old fellow subduing demon to cause trouble today? And he even let this old fellow subduing demon speak so harshly. What does he want to do? Bibi Dong's face was somewhat uncertain, and she suddenly felt very uneasy in her heart. But regarding subduing demon Douluo's words, Bibi Dong had no choice but to answer. Xiaoging is an old friend of mine. I met him by chance and wanted to catch up with him. So I brought him and his disciple to our Supreme Pontiff Palace as guests. Is there a problem? Bibi Dong avoided the important points, speaking with a slightly cold tone. Oh tilde. But subduing demon Douluo sneered, saying mockingly. Met by chance, then invited to the Supreme Pontiff Palace as a guest. And stayed for over 2 years. During this time, you even gave him cultivation resources belonging to our spirit hall. Bibi Dong, do you know you violated the rules? Bibi Dong remained silent, not answering, because she had indeed violated the rules. But this was just a minor matter. If it were just these minor matters, Xian Daoliu couldn't do anything to her. If this matter spread, at most there would only be some discussions and rumors. As long as she handled it properly afterward, it wouldn't cause too much impact. However, upon hearing subduing demon Douluo's words, many Holy Emperor warriors couldn't help but look a bit strange, and their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Bibi Dong. As the guardians of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, they were very aware of the existence of Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. They also knew that Bibi Dong had done many things that violated the rules. But they dared not say anything to the Supreme Pontiff. But now, Douluo Hall, another major power institution of Spirit Hall, had sent an offering to expose this matter. This made them feel that this matter was probably going to be dealt with. And seeing that Bibi Dong dared not answer, subduing demon Douluo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Do you think you can escape by avoiding the answer? Dream on. In High Priest Xian Daoliu's plan. 2. Damage Bibi Dong's image and expose her true nature. High Priest Xian Daoliu intended to make good use of Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. He brought people to seize Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. This was just the beginning. Later, the fact that Bibi Dong had brought Yu Xiaoging to the Supreme Pontiff Palace for over 2 years. And during this time, had continuously provided Yu Xiaoging with cultivation resources in violation of the rules, would quickly spread throughout the entire Spirit City, letting the Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall know the true face of Bibi Dong, the Supreme Pontiff. However, Yu Xiaoging was a man. Being brought to Spirit City by Bibi Dong and staying in the Supreme Pontiff Palace would also attract many negative comments. So High Priest Xian Daoliu had another killing move. Since you, Supreme Pontiff, Have nothing to say, I will take this Yu Xiaoging and this Tang San away. And drive them out of Spirit City. Because Bibi Dong dared not answer, subduing demon Douluo said indifferently. He waved his hand, signaling the Douluo warriors to take Yu Xiaoging and Tang San out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Easter. But hearing this, Yu Xiaoging immediately became anxious. And quickly called out to Bibi Dong in his effeminate, sharp voice. Because Bibi Dong had already told him. She had formulated a deadly plan against Ji Yu Han. After Ji Yu Han died, Yi would attribute the Wuhan evolution method discovered by Ji Yu Han to him. Afterward, through the power of Spirit Hall, she would elevate him to a true Grand Master of Spirit Theory. Because his Spirit T had failed to evolve into a golden sacred dragon, only evolving into a ridiculous blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yu Xiaoging desperately needed the title of Grand Master of Spirit Theory. He didn't expect subduing demon Douluo to be so ruthless as to take Yu Xiaoging and Tang San away. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoging's anxious cry, Bibi Dong's expression changed, and she could no longer ignore it. Instead, her beautiful face turned cold. And without considering anything else, she immediately blocked the corridor. I will not allow you to take them away. Not allow. Subduing demon Douluo snorted coldly. I am acting according to the rules of Spirit Hall. Even if you are the Supreme Pontiff, you have no right to stop me. After saying that, subduing demon Douluo was about to force his way through. But Bibi Dong naturally would not yield. Thus, subduing demon Douluo and Bibi Dong immediately began to fight fiercely in the wide corridor. Soon, the two of them fought into a nearby courtyard. Everyone, attack! Get them back for me! At this moment, among the Holy Emperor warrior team, a Holy Emperor warrior squad leader's eyes flashed, and he roared, then commanded his subord. I nates to snatch Yu Xiaoging and Tang San back from the Douluo warriors. Naturally, the Douluo warriors would not tolerate this. And under the deliberate acting of those with ulterior motives on both sides. Amidst the chaotic battle, soon, a ball of flame instantly flew onto Yu Xiaoging's body. Immediately setting fire to the clothes on Yu Xiaoging, who had already become bald and hairless. This scared Yu Xiaoging so much that he lost his composure, and couldn't help but scream repeatedly. And because both the Holy Emperor warriors and the Douluo warriors had a minimum cultivation of Spirit Emperor. Therefore, the fire spirit ability they unleashed was naturally very powerful. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaoging's clothes were burned away. This revealed Yu Xiaoging's entire body. Especially that empty little Xiaoging part, which was instantly exposed without a doubt. Look, this guy named Yu Xiaoging is actually not a man. At this moment, a shocked and surprised shout suddenly came from the chaotic crowd. For a moment, the Holy Emperor warriors and Douluo warriors in the melee tacitly stopped fighting. They looked at Yu Xiaoging, who resembled a plucked chicken, air expressions becoming extremely strange. Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Various curious, mocking, and playful gazes were cast upon Yu Xiaoging. Never thought that this Yu Xiaoging was actually not a man. Heh. Supreme Pontiff's taste is truly unique. It's one thing to like a good-for-nothing. But this good-for-nothing is actually not a man. Is there something wrong with Supreme Pontiff's brain? After discovering Yu Xiaoging's true identity, many Holy Emperor warriors, who originally still held reverence for Bibi Dong, and were just somewhat indignant and puzzled by Yu Xiaoging's existence, couldn't help but immediately feel that Bibi Dong was simply a joke. It could be said that much of Bibi Dong's prestige in the hearts of many Holy Emperor warriors was instantly gone. Originally, due to the discovery of Yu Xiaoging's existence. In the hearts of the Holy Emperor warriors, the deceased Xian Zunji, Xian Douluo, and the Qian family were all looked down upon to some extent. Even the Qian family's prestige in their hearts was affected. But after discovering that Yu Xiaoging was not a man, this impact almost completely disappeared instantly. Instead, it all transferred to Bibi Dong. Making both Yu Xiaoging and Bibi Dong, it could be said, become laughingstocks. Some dirty things, once they get on you, even if they are fake, prestige and reputation will be greatly affected. Let alone if they are real. And upon discovering his true identity, to be exposed in front of his disciple Tang San and so many people, Yu Xiaoging immediately felt so ashamed and indignant that he was on the verge of collapse, his heart filled with rage, and he couldn't help but feel his vision go black, as if the world was spinning. The next moment, in grief and indignation, he fainted. Teacher. At this moment, Tang San also recovered from his shock and quickly helped Yu Xiaoging up. And from his spirit tool, 24 moonlit bridges, he too out a piece of clothing to drape over teacher Yu Xiaoging. Xiaoging. Discovering that Xiaoging's identity was exposed, and he had fainted in shame and sorrow. Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a despairing cry. Like the mournful cry of a cuckoo. In her anger, Bibi Dong immediately summoned her Death Spider Emperor, appearing ready to unleash her full power. Bibi Dong, what do you intend to do? At this moment, Xian Douluo suddenly tore through space, bringing a group of offerings directly to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. He stared at Bibi Dong with cold eyes, and said coldly. And, seeing Xian Douluo appear with so many offerings, Bibi Dong also felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head, and she calmed down. Although she was still incredibly angry, Bibi Dong knew. Facing Xian Douluo, who had broken ties and wanted to drive her beloved Xiaoging away, she had no choice. She could only endure. Bibi Dong, you have violated the rules of our spirit hall. And you have disgraced the identity of the Supreme Pontiff. You actually brought outsiders to reside in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and stayed for over 2 years. Now that you've been discovered, do you still want to continue making mistakes? Looking at Bibi Dong, Xian Douluo said coldly. High Priest, I was wrong. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth inwardly, but she still forced a smile on her face, admitting her mistake. Please take Xiaoging and Little San out of Spirit City. I will conduct a thorough self-criticism regarding this matter. Realizing that things had come to this, Bibi Dong could only choose to admit her mistake. Letting subduing demon Douluo take Yu Xiaoging and Tang San away, and drive them out of Spirit City. Just like that, subduing demon Douluo directly led a team of Douluo warriors. Took Yu Xiaoging and Tang San out of Spirit City, and threw them out. Take your teacher, and stay far away from our Spirit City. After coldly speaking to Tang San, subbed. Uing demon Douluo turned and left with the Douluo warriors. Leaving Tang San alone, clenching his fists, his heart filled with furious rage. Douluo Hall. What a Douluo Hall. Teacher and I were just guests at Aunt Bibi Dong's place in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Although the period of being guests was a bit long, and we used some of your Spirit Hall's resources. But these resources belong to Aunt Bibi Dong. Shouldn't Aunt Bibi Dong be able to decide how to use them herself? Why are you so overbearing, and why do you humiliate us like this by driving us away? How dare you treat our master and disciple like this? You, Douluo Hall, have truly sought your own demise. Chapter 174 Tang San is destined to become the third brother, where is his third sister-in-law? Outside Spirit City. Originally, everything was fine. Unexpectedly, they were suddenly expelled from Spirit City by the Douluo Hall. While Tang San was filled with anger and hatred, his heart was also filled with disappointment and regret. Although with the help of the cultivation resources provided by Aunt Bibi Dong, he was only 10 years old, and his cultivation had already broken through to the Spirit Elder realm. This was already quite good. But people are never satisfied. Tang San had originally thought that he could continue to freeload off Spirit Hall's cultivation resources through Aunt Bibi Dong until he became a legendary titled Douluo. But now, his beautiful dream was shattered. For a moment, Tang San didn't know what to do. Were they going back to Nodding Academy with his teacher again? Teacher, where should we go next? After getting up from the ground, Tang San helped Yu Xiaoging up and sighed, asking. We're going to Soto City next. Yu Xiaoging thought for a moment, then said in a soft and sharp voice. His disciple Tang San was now 10 years old, nearing the age of graduation from a junior Spirit Master Academy. He had been in Spirit City for several years. He found that besides losing his dignity as a man, nothing else had happened. Yu Xiaoging was even preparing to have Bibi Dong arrange for Tang San to study at a Spirit City Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. But he didn't expect that old man Xian Douluo still couldn't tolerate him. HMPH. But it's fine. Yu Xiaoging snorted coldly in his heart. Yu Xiaoging, still have a backup plan. Because he was driven out of Spirit City, Yu Xiaoging decided to take his disciple Tang San to Soto City to seek refuge with his old brother Flender. He would take his disciple Tang San to join his old brother Flender's Shrek Academy. The wheels of fate began to turn once more. And after Yu Xiaoging took Tang San some distance away from Spirit City, in a forest, Bibi Dong, clad in a black robe, had already been waiting there. Xiaoging, I'm sorry. Today, I let you suffer such humiliation and grievance. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoging, Bibi Dong's mature and beautiful face was filled with guilt and apology. Her beautiful eyes were red, and her voice choked with apology. However, regarding what happened today, the self-abased and sensitive Yu Xiaoging took it particularly to heart and found it hard to let go. In his heart, he even harbored some resentment towards Bibi Dong. Resentment that Bibi Dong hadn't protected him well. But Yu Xiaoging knew that these words could not be said. If he said them, it would surely hurt Bibi Dong's heart greatly. Although their master and disciple pair were now driven out of Spirit City, Bibi Dong was, after all, still the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. She had value for both him and his disciple Tang San. Therefore, Yu Shaogang forced a self-deprecating smile on his rigid face and said, Donger, it's nothing. I'm already used to such things. Today's matter is not your fault. Don't take it to heart. Little San and I were never people of your Spirit Hall. We shouldn't have stayed in Spirit City in the first place. It's good that we're out now. However, for the past 2 or 3 years, I've troubled you, Donger, for doing so much for us, master and disciple. If it weren't for you giving us, master and disciple, too many cultivation resources, the Douluo Hall probably wouldn't have had a reason to make things difficult for you. This is all our fault. As he spoke, Yu Shaogang couldn't help but show a look of extreme guilt and sighed deeply. Shaogang, Bibi Dong's beautiful face, with red eyes, was very moved, and she couldn't help but clench her delicate hands. She had done so much for her beloved Shaogang. To receive the gratitude and understanding of her beloved Shaogang, her efforts were all worth it. And seeing Bibi Dong's deeply moved expression, Yu Shaogang maintained a facade of guilt. Inside, he was immensely pleased. Little Bibi Dong, easily manipulated. And in the forest, Bibi Dong, Yu Shaogang, and Tang San, master and disciple, did not converse for too long. Because this time, it was a temporary break. Bibi Dong couldn't be out for too long. She had just had a falling out with the various venerables of the Douluo Hall, led by Xian Mu. She felt that Xian Mu's move this time was certainly not as simple as just expelling her beloved Shaogang and Little San from Spirit City. There would definitely be other actions later. She had to quickly return to Spirit City, think of ways to cope, and respond to every move. But unfortunately, some things cannot be countered. Because this time, Xian Mu led many venerables of the Douluo Hall and had a falling out with Bibi Dong. They forcibly expelled Yu Shaogang and Tang San from Spirit City. At that time, there were many Douluo warriors and Holy Emperor warriors watching. Under Xian Mu's arrangement, after this conflict ended, many Douluo warriors and Holy Emperor warriors spread the word that Bibi Dong, as the Supreme Pontiff, had violated Spirit Hall's rules. She had brought a master and disciple pair who were not from Spirit Hall into the Supreme Pontiff Palace for 2 or 3 years. And she had given many cultivation resources that belonged to their Spirit Hall to this master and disciple pair. Of course, the most explosive news among them could not be left out. While saying these things, they also had a look of, I'm telling you a secret, don't tell anyone else. They revealed that Yu Shaogang was a eunuch who had lost his dignity as a man. Learning that the man of similar age, suspected of being her former lover, whom Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong had brought into the Supreme Pontiff Palace, was actually a eunuch. This kind of news was incredibly explosive. It is well known that once a secret is known by a third person, its spread is absolutely more intense than a rumor. Not to mention, this also involved someone of the incredibly revered identity and status of Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Soon, this matter spread to everyone in Spirit City. This directly caused Bibi Dong's authority to be largely swept away. Many Spirit Hall spirit masters who had originally greatly admired and respected Bibi Dong also became very disgusted with Bibi Dong because of this. At least, they no longer had the same respect and admiration as before. At this time, Yu Shaogang also brought Tang San to join Shrek Academy. Thus, 2 years earlier, Tang San met Dai Mubai and Oscar. And although Ma Hongjun was intercepted by Ji Yu Han, due to age, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar still ranked by age. And he still followed the trajectory of fate, becoming third brother. Third brother is here. Where should third sister-in-law be? Meanwhile, on the other side, after setting off for Slaughter City, Ji Yu Han unfolded his external soul bone, Void Sacred Dragon W. Ings and rushed towards Slaughter City with all his might. After 1.5 days, Ji Yu Han finally arrived at Slaughter City. More precisely, he arrived above the ground of Slaughter City. Above the Slaughter Town. From high up in the sky, Ji Yu Han looked down at the town below, surrounded by an endless boreal coniferous forest. The town looked empty, with hardly any people on the streets. Only the biting cold wind howled through it. After observing for a while and identifying a building that seemed to be a tavern, Ji Yu Han immediately folded his external soul bone, Void Sacred Dragon wings, which were spread on his back. He descended towards the tavern. Chapter 175 Anyone who dares to offend the majesty of the city of Slaughter will die. After landing in front of the tavern, Ji Yu Han retracted his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings and directly kicked open the tavern's door. Bang! Amidst a dull thud, as the door opened, the biting cold wind Ns Tantley howled into the tavern from outside. After kicking open the tavern's door, Ji Yu Han immediately saw the situation inside the tavern. The tavern was very dim. At the very back was a bar counter, with a waiter in a black uniform standing behind it. Several other waiters were moving back and forth within the tavern, using trays to deliver cups of strange, crimson liquid to the guests seated around wooden tables. Ji Yu Han only took one glance at these guests. From their appearance and the mental force he sensed, he could instantly determine that these guests in the tavern were definitely not good people. They were either fallen soul masters or evil soul masters. When Ji Yu Han kicked the door open, allowing the biting cold wind to rage into the tavern, it instantly made the tavern very cold. Hey, kid, quickly close the door for me, I'm freezing to death. Feeling the cold wind, a fallen soul master immediately frowned and began to curse. Me, who are you calling? Me. Ji Yu Han's purpose in coming to Slaughter City was for slaughter, to acquire the martial soul essence of these deserving fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who came to Slaughter City, in order to stab, allies and enhance the quality of his second spirit. Therefore, upon hearing the fallen soul master's words, Ji Yu Han's expression turned cold as he walked towards him. He intended to start with him and turn all the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters in the tavern into nourishment for his second spirit. What, kid, you still want to hit someone? You're rebelling against heaven. If a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sick cat? You're just a kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I don't think you even know where this is. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han actually intended to make a move. The fallen soul master was so angry he laughed, then stood up with a sinister grin, ready to teach Ji Yu Han a lesson. But before the fallen soul master could make a move, Ji Yu Han's figure flickered, appearing like Gui Mei instantly in front of him. He had already taken out his Yaori sword and, with a single swing, directly decapitated him. Before dying, the fallen soul master hadn't even reacted. The sinister grin on his face hadn't faded. Even as his head flew up, his eyes held a sense of bewilderment. What's going on? Why am I suddenly flying? That down there seems to be my body. What? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han dared to kill someone in the tavern, and at a Gui Mei-like speed, instantly killing that fallen soul master. The other fallen soul masters and ill soul masters seated in the tavern couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically, filled with shock. Guest, no killing is allowed in the tavern. Seeing Ji Yu Han kill someone in the tavern, a waiter immediately frowned and walked up, preparing to stop Ji Yu Han. It was just like Slaughter City. Although Slaughter City advocated slaughter, there was still order. For example, in the outer city, arbitrary killing was not allowed. And above Slaughter City, it was the same. Outside this small town, fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who came to Slaughter City could kill freely. But after entering the small town, especially in this tavern, killing at will was not allowed. This place was equivalent to a neutral and resting zone. But unfortunately, Ji Yu Han completely ignored him, directly backhanding with a sword and also decapitating the waiter. He could sense the aura emanating from this waiter. It was the same as the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, Nt. Ho's fallen soul masters and evil soul masters from Spirit Hall. This waiter must have also been a fallen soul master and evil soul master before. It was just that he had gone ashore, in Slaughter City and become a waiter in this tavern. Towards these people who had committed countless killings and deserved their fate, he showed no mercy. Damn it. This kid probably wants to kill us all, let's go together. In the tavern, a voice couldn't help but say furiously. Upon hearing this voice, many fallen soul masters and evil soul masters in the tavern also summoned their spirits or entered martial soul avatar, loudly roaring as they charged towards Ji Yu Han, wanting to work together to kill him. But unfortunately, this was clearly futile. Ji Yu Han unleashed his movement technique, Cloud Dragon 9 Illusions. These people couldn't even touch the hem of Ji Yu Han's clothes. Soon, they were all slain by Ji Yu Han with his Yaori sword. In an instant, the tavern was filled with scattered corpses and rivers of blood. After walking past the bodies of fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, and devouring all their martial soul essence with his second spirit, Ji Yu Han walked towards the tavern's bar counter. According to his memory, the passage to Slaughter City seemed to be beneath this bar counter. And because he didn't know where the mechanism to open the passage to Slaughter City was, or what it looked like, Ji Yu Han simply used brute force to break all methods. He unleashed Radiant Sun swordplay, swinging his sword and unleashing a massive golden sword chi, instantly splitting the bar counter in two. This revealed the dark, seemingly bottomless passage in the middle of the bar counter. Found it. After finding the passage to Slaughter City, Ji Yuhan put away his Yaori sword, smiled faintly, and directly leapt down. Through this passage, Ji Yuhan successfully entered Slaughter City. Stepping out of the passage, his vision suddenly cleared. What greeted his eyes first was a crimson blood moon hanging high in the sky. Under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, before him lay a strange forest filled with incredibly withered trees whose branches twisted like ghosts. And at the end of his sight was a black city filled with towering buildings. Clearly, this city was Slaughter City. However, just as Ji Yuhan was about to walk towards Slaughter City, a series of hooves suddenly sounded from the nearby forest. Amidst the faint mist, a cavalry regiment of about 101 riders, both men and horses clad in black heavy armor, slowly approached. Among them, the leading cavalry captain held a slender and sharp lance. Behind him, 100 ordinary knights each held a broad, heavy sword. Upon arriving in front of Ji Yuhan, the black-armored cavalry regiment slowly stopped. From beneath the full-coverage helmet of the leading cavalry captain, who was clad in black heavy armor, a cold, deep voice filled with killing intent emerged. You have violated the rules. You dare to kill someone representing our Slaughter City, how audacious of you. You dare to offend the dignity of Slaughter City. I, Terror Knight Scott, on behalf of Slaughter City, will bestow upon you death. With that, Terror Knight Scott raised the sharp lance in his hand, pointing it diagonally at Ji Yuhan, his tone filled with a cold declaration of Ji Yuhan's death sentence. Although Hell Town did not allow killing, if Ji Yuhan had only killed the tavern's guests, he would only need to be defeated to enter Slaughter City. But Ji Yuhan dared to kill the tavern's waiters as well. This clearly offended the dignity of Slaughter City. For this, Ji Yuhan's fate would be only one: death. Chapter 176. Let the Dragon Knight gallop through the city of slaughter. Grant me death. Facing him, the Terror Knight Steck raised his lance and pointed it diagonally. A cold declaration emanated from beneath his heavy black helmet. Ji Yuhan found it somewhat amusing. He knew this black-armored knight. This should be the Terror Knight Steck, who also blocked Tang San in the novel. The title sounded quite intimidating. But even Tang San was no match for him. In his hands, he would only die a more miserable death. You, grant me death. You've got it backward. Grant me death. Then let me see if you have the strength. Ji Yuhan sneered disdainfully, not wanting to waste any more words. Simply took out his Yaori sword, held it in his hand, and said indifferently. Then, he suddenly unleashed the Cloud Dragon 9 Illusions movement technique. He soared forward like a ghost, instantly appearing before the Terror Knight Steck. He executed the Radiant Sun swordplay. With his Yaori sword in hand, he swung a single strike. So fast. When he saw Ji Yuhan appear before him in an instant, the Terror Knight Steck's eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, couldn't help but constrict, filled with shock. He had never expected it. Ji Yuhan, who looked so young, would actually possess such terrifying strength. And facing Ji Yuhan, who directly brought down his Yaori sword, radiating endless sharpness and brilliant golden light, in a single strike. The Terror Knight Steck couldn't dodge at all, and could only roar furiously, activating his spirit ability, his aura surging. He thrust his sharp lance, radiating sharpness and bone-chilling cold, fiercely towards Ji Yuhan. But unfortunately, with Ji Yuhan's powerful mental force and the aid of his pupil technique, Fiery Sun Golden Pupil, the Terror Knight Steck's attack, in Ji Yuhan's eyes, it was simply too obvious, too slow, and too easy to dodge. With just a slight shift of his body, Ji Yuhan perfectly evaded the Terror Knight Steck's lance thrust. He slashed out with his Yaori sword, directly cutting. Ji opened the helmet on the Terror Knight Steck's head, killing him. Heh, grant me death. You're thinking too much. After killing the Terror Knight Steck, Ji Yuhan sneered disdainfully. After King the Terror Knight Steck's corpse off his horse. Standing on the horse's back, Ji Yuhan once again soared forward, directly charging towards the black-armored Knight Order with his sword. The slaughter had just begun. After the Terror Knight Steck was instantly killed by Ji Yuhan's sword, these black-armored knights were even less of a match for Ji Yuhan. They were completely massacred by Ji Yuhan in a one-sided battle. However, in the chaotic battle, one black-armored knight, after being severely wounded and falling to the ground, struggled in fear to crawl to the Terror Knight Steck's side. He took out a flare from his embrace. Then he launched it into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! After the flare ascended and exploded. Seeing the fireworks light up the sky, the punishment enforcement team, who were patrolling in Slaughter City, all noticed the flare in the sky, and their expressions changed. It's a distress signal from the Slaughter Night Order. Could there be an enemy in Laughter City that the Slaughter Night Order cannot handle? The Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team, whose average cultivation was above Spirit Saint and who were the strongest fighting force in Slaughter City, found it hard to believe. One must know, as veterans living in Slaughter City, they were very aware of the power of Slaughter City's anti-magic domain. No matter who it was, even a powerful titled Douluo, after entering Slaughter City, they would lose the ability to use spirit abilities. And being unable to use spirit abilities, for a Spirit Master, their strength dropped by more than just one level. With the Terror Knight's deck Spirit Saint level strength, unless a titled Douluo level expert entered. Otherwise, he would absolutely not be a match for the Terror Knight's deck, who led the Slaughter Knight Order. But even a titled Douluo, without the ability to use spirit abilities, should not be enough to force the Terror Knight's deck, who led the Slaughter Knight Order, into a desperate situation. According to the Punishment Enforcement Team's understanding of the Terror Knight's deck, that guy, Scott, was very arrogant and proud. Unless there was truly no other way. Otherwise, if he could handle it himself, he would absolutely not send a distress signal to them for help. However, no matter how puzzled they were, upon seeing the distress signal, the Punishment Enforcement Team immediately set off, heading towards the city outskirts, to the location from which the distress signal was launched. On the other side, after easily dealing with the Terror Knight's deck and the entire Slaughter Knight Order, Ji Han unhurriedly walked past the corpses, using his second spirit to absorb the martial soul essence of these Slaughter Knights. And after using his second spirit to absorb the martial soul essence of hundreds of fallen soul masters and evil soul masters, whose cultivation was at least at the spirit elder level, Ji Han could clearly feel it. His originally unstable second spirit, its state had become much more stable. And the quality of his spirit had also improved significantly. However, just as Ji Han was about to finish absorbing the martial soul essence of the Terror Knight's deck and the other 100 knights of the Slaughter Knight Order with his second spirit, not far away, a commotion came from the forest. Over 20 spirit masters, clad in black robes with bloody bat patterns, were seen soaring through the air, quickly rushing over. When they saw the wide open space around Ji Han, where the corpses of Slaughter Knights, including the Terror Knight's deck, lay scattered everywhere. Blood flowed from the corpses, dyeing the ground crimson. This made the Punishment Enforcement Team's expressions turn exceptionally grim. And they felt great anger in their hearts. The Slaughter Knight Order was actually annihilated. Damn it. What on earth happened? How are we going to explain this to the great Slaughter King? In Slaughter City, it was not easy to select some powerful individuals from the violent, extremist, and lawless fallen soul masters and evil soul masters who came to Slaughter City, and who were willing to obey the orders of Slaughter City. The great Slaughter King had spent many years to cultivate these enforcers of Slaughter City. Now that the Slaughter Knight Order was annihilated, if the Slaughter King learned of this news, he would definitely vent his anger on them. Thinking of the Slaughter King's punishment, the Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team were filled with fear. At the same time, they were also filled with anger towards Ji Han, and boundless killing intent surged within them. Because in this open space, Ji Han was the only living person. Obviously, the culprit who killed the Terror Knight's deck and annihilated the Slaughter Knight Order was Ji Han. But even though they knew that Ji Han had single-handedly killed the Terror Knight's deck and annihilated the Slaughter Knight Order, his strength was probably quite extraordinary. However, the Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team did not believe that Ji Han was a titled Douluo-level Spirit Master. They only thought that perhaps Scott had been careless. Or perhaps Ji Han was lucky, and his spirit happened to counter Scott's, which allowed him to kill the Terror Knight's deck and annihilate the Slaughter Knight Order. But even a titled Douluo, as long as they entered Slaughter City, they would be filled with fear and trembling before their Punishment Enforcement Team. Not to mention a mere young man like Ji Han, who looked at most 20 years old. Young man, how dare you kill the enforcers of our Slaughter City, you're courting death. The Captai N of the Punishment Enforcement Team was the first to let out a cold, furious roar, then summoned a blood-red saber spirit. Beneath his feet, 8 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose in succession. Encircling his body, a powerful spirit power fluctuation suddenly erupted from within him. And at the same time, the other members of the Punishment Enforcement Team also followed suit, summoning their spirits one after another. It turned out that there were actually 3 spirit Douluo among this Punishment Enforcement Team. The remaining dozen or so were all spirit saints. Such strength probably already surpassed the lower four sects. However, Slaughter City was the Asura god's chosen land. Aside from the Slaughter King, who occupied Tang Chen's body, there wasn't even a single titled Douluo. It was actually already quite weak. 4 spirit Douluo, 21 spirit saints. Upon discovering the strength of the punishment enforcement team, Ji Yuhan's eyes narrowed slightly. And he also felt a bit of pressure. But it didn't matter. He was never alone. Behind him, there was still the martial soul sacred dragon. Although he couldn't use spirit abilities in Slaughter City. But the martial soul sacred dragon, with its massive size, innate domain, and instinctive control over light, ice, and fire elements, was equivalent to a spirit Douluo, or even a titled Douluo level spirit master. Today, let the Dragon Knight reappear and gallop through Slaughter City. Chapter 177. The power of the Dragon Knight is invincible. Outside Slaughter City, in a clearing surrounded by a dark forest. When the spirit masters sent as reinforcements from Slaughter City saw Ji Yuhan, they all summoned their spirits. There were actually 4 Spirit Douluo and 21 spirit saints. Ji Yuhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart stirred as he summoned his martial soul sacred dragon. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Ji Yuhan's body. Within the golden light, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a golden dragon over 70 meters long and 10 meters tall, covered in brilliant golden scales, appeared behind Ji Yuhan. Its body was massive, and its golden dragon wings seemed to cover the sky. On its long neck was a sacred, majestic, and domineering dragon head. A pair of golden dragon horns proudly rose from it, and the giant golden dragon let out a roar towards the sky. Then, it turned its golden vertical pupils, larger than millstones, coldly towards the spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team. What? They hadn't expected Ji Yuhan's summoned spirit to be a materialized dragon spirit. Moreover, its size was so immense. The dragon's might it exuded was truly terrifying. This caused the spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team to change their expressions drastically, feeling their scalps tingle. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? After summoning the martial soul sacred dragon, Ji Yuhan had already retrieved a golden spear, over 3 meters long and incredibly sharp, from his Shuming ring, and leapt directly onto the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Under Ji Yuhan's urging, the martial soul sacred dragon immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Amidst a howling gale, it let out bursts of dragon roars. It flew to the high altitude of less than 1,000 meters above Slaughter City and began to circle. The spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team were somewhat dumbfounded that Ji Yuhan had summoned the martial soul sacred dragon, and had even climbed onto the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Transforming into a dragon knight, he controlled the martial soul sacred dragon to fly. Damn it! The spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team were furious and dismayed, their faces very grim. Looking at Ji Yuhan, who was riding on the back of the martial soul sacred dragon in the sky, they had no idea what to do. They had been enforcers in Slaughter City for decades. But they had never encountered an enforcement target that could fly. Because in Slaughter City, the use of spirit abilities was prohibited. And the flying ability of most flying-type spirit masters was entirely dependent on activating spirit abilities. Without the use of spirit abilities, these flying-type spirit masters also couldn't fly. But Ji Yuhan had achieved flight by riding the martial soul sacred dragon. This was unprecedented. However, among their more than 20 spirit masters, it wasn't that there were no spirit masters with flying spirit abilities and the ability to fly. But the problem was, these two were only spirit saints. One spirit was a blood bat, and the other was a bloodthirsty demon vulture. Even if they entered their martial soul true body, their size would not be much larger than the martial soul sacred dragon's claws. If they flew up, wouldn't they be crushed one by a single claw? But very quickly, the punishment enforcement team no longer had to think about these things. Because under Ji Yuhan's direction, the martial soul sacred dragon had already begun its attack. First, it unleashed the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. Through the domain, the strength of all punishment enforcement team members was suppressed by 50%. Immediately following, the Ice domain was also unleashed. The Ice Seal Halo Spirit ability was activated, and extreme cold instantly surged and raged. It corroded the bodies of these spirit masters from the punishment enforcement team and attempted to freeze them. At the same time, under Ji Yuhan's command, the martial soul sacred dragon roared and swooped down from the sky, directly striking the punishment enforcement team with its enormous claws. Targeting the spirit masters who had activated their Tool Spirit True Body and Beast Spirit True Body. under the suppression of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. Su pled with the extreme cold released by the Ice Seal Halo Spirit ability of the Ice domain, which added negative statuses like stiffening, freezing, and ice sealing. The Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team found it difficult to move and were unable to dodge for a time. They could only choose to work together. A group of Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo in their Beast Spirit true body state, skilled in strength, activated all their spirit abilities, their aura soaring, and roared as they charged forward together. They wanted to intercept the claw strike from the martial soul sacred dragon. Meanwhile, the Blood Bat Spirit Saint and the Bloodthirsty Demon Vulture Spirit Saint entered their martial soul true body state, flapped their wings fiercely, and flew towards the martial soul sacred dragon. They prepared to attack Ji Yuhan, who stood on the sacred dragon's back. Bang! With a loud crash, the martial soul sacred dragon's claw, with an unstoppable force, slammed into the leading few Spirit Douluo, who were in their martial soul true body state and specialized in defense and strength. But with the support of a group of Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo, who had also entered their martial soul true body, behind these Spirit Douluo. These few Spirit Douluo actually managed to jointly withstand the martial soul sacred dragon's claw. But unfortunately, the next moment, with Ji Yuhan's synchronized will, the martial soul sacred dragon's long tail instantly swept across, directly sending all the Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo in their Beast Spirit true body state flying. And seeing Ji Yuhan, who was controlling the sacred dragon, finally land from the air. A group of Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo from the Punishment Enforcement Team, whose spirits were Tool Spirits, also roared in anger, holding their Tool Spirit true body. Some launched control spirit abilities at Ji Yuhan and the martial soul sacred dragon, while others directly yielded their Tool Spirit true body and charged forward, seeking death. But in response, Ji Yuhan sneered, still on the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Waving the golden dragon spear in his hand, he fiercely unleashed the seventh form of the Saint Dragon Spear technique, dragon emerging from the underworld. In an instant, Ji Yuhan thrust his spear, instantly unleashing a sky full of golden spear light. It transformed into a lifelike golden dragon in the air, like a true dragon breaking free from its golden chains. With a tearing might, it roared and charged directly towards the group of Punishment Enforcement Team Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo who were holding their Tool Spirit true body and charging angrily, facing the seventh form of the Saint Dragon Spear technique unleashed by Ji Yuhan, dragon emerging from the underworld. These Punishment Enforcement Team Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo, holding their Tool Spirit true body and charging angrily, simply couldn't resist. They were directly sent flying by the golden divine dragon formed by the golden spear light. In an instant, countless golden spear lights pierced into the bodies of these Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo, piercing their internal organs and causing severe internal injuries. After spitting blood and flying backward, they heavily crashed to the ground, bleeding profusely. And after unleashing the seventh form of the Saint Dragon Spear technique, dragon emerging from the underworld, facing the attacking Blood Bat Spirit Saint and Bloodthirsty Demon Vulture Spirit Saint, Ji Yuhan also wielded the Golden Dragon Spear, employing the Cloud Dragon 9 Illusions movement technique, in conjunction with the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon. He quickly killed the Blood Bat Spirit Saint and the Bloodthirsty Demon Vulture Spirit Saint. And after that, under Ji Yuhan's control, the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon repeatedly soared into the sky. Utilizing aerial superiority, it continuously launched extreme light attribute attacks from above, striking from a high vantage point. Using the suppression ability of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, as well as the suppression of the Ice domain and the Ice Seal Halo Spirit ability, making it impossible for the Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team, who were Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo level, to dodge. Facing the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon, which was simultaneously launching light attribute attacks, constantly descending from the sky to deliver claw strikes and tail sweeps, and occasionally spitting out dragon flame attacks of extreme fire. And also facing the attacks from Ji Yuhan, who stood on the dragon's back and whose attacks were equally irresistible. The more than 20 Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo level Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team, in just a few minutes, suffered heavy casualties under the combined attacks of Ji Yuhan, who had transformed into a Dragon Knight, and the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon. Finally, the 2 Spirit Douluo and 1 Defense-type Spirit Saint who miraculously survived, albeit severely injured, looked at Ji Yuhan and the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon, who had once again soared into the sky. Their eyes filled with utter despair. Damn it, it's starting again. This time, we're probably dead. But just then, due to the enormous size of the Martial Soul Sacred Dragon, Commotion generated during its battle with the Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team was also extremely huge. Therefore, during the battle, it also attracted the fear and attention of the other enforcers in Slaughter City. And they reported it to the Slaughter King. Just as Ji Yuhan was about to kill all the Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team, the Slaughter King finally arrived. Chapter 178. The King of Slaughter is coming, and the King of Slaughter is kneeling. Die. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Slaughter City? When he arrived at the battlefield outside Slaughter City, he saw the devastated dark forest. Amidst the large number of fallen dry trees, there were corpses of black armored knights and horses from the Slaughter Knight Order everywhere. There were also corpses of Spirit Masters from the Punishment Enforcement Team. The continuously flowing blood dyed the ground red. Puddles of blood accumulated on the ground. This caused the Slaughter King, who had come with a team of Spirit Masters, to instantly turn red, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. His eyes were about to split open, and his rage soared to the heavens. In Slaughter City, it was not easy to cultivate a qualified subordinate. And now, this damned unknown strong individual had actually annihilated his carefully trained Slaughter Knight Order. Even the Punishment Enforcement Team had only a few left. How could this not enrage the Slaughter King? He wished he could tear Ji Yuhan into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ji Yuhan was riding his martial soul sacred dragon, flying with outstretched wings in the not-so-high sky above Slaughter City. When he saw the tall and robust figure on the ground, clad in blood-colored armor, with long silver hair, and strange blood-colored patterns all over his face and body, exuding a sinister and evil aura, the Slaughter King. Although he didn't recognize him, through his aura and appearance, Ji Yuhan instantly deduced that this should be the Slaughter King. However, facing the Slaughter King, Ji Yuhan stood on the back of the martial soul sacred dragon, holding the golden dragon spear. Without the slightest fear in his heart, he knew that the Slaughter King's true identity was Tang Chen, whose body had been taken over by the soul of the 100,000-year spirit beast, the 9-headed blood-colored Bat King. And Tang Chen was a level 99 limit Douluo. However, Tang Chen was a level 99 limit Douluo with terrifying strength. In ground combat, even the old Xian Mu was not Tang Chen's opponent. But Tang Chen was Tang Chen, and the Slaughter King was the Slaughter King. The two could not be confused. The Slaughter King, who merely occupied Tang Chen's body, could neither perfectly use Tang Chen's clear sky hammer spirit nor activate Tang Chen's spirit abilities. He belonged to a mental type spirit beast, and mental force attacks were actually his strongest method. However, precisely because his mental force needed to be used to suppress Tang Chen's soul, so as to slowly devour and replace Tang Chen, the Slaughter King was unable to unleash mental attacks. His combat power was entirely supported by the Asura God Sword, the Slaughter God Domain, and Tang Chen's limit Douluo level body and spirit power cultivation. Although in Slaughter City, the use of spirit abilities was forbidden, which greatly reduced the gap between the Slaughter King and other titled Douluo, allowing the Slaughter King, with the Asura God Sword, Slaughter God Domain, and Tang Chen's limit Douluo level body and spirit power cultivation, to fear no titled Douluo who entered Slaughter City. However, if the Slaughter King wanted to rely on these to take him, Ji Yuhan, down, Ji Yuhan could only say, he was thinking too much. You have the Slaughter God Domain. I have the Saint Light Dragon Emperor Domain and the Ice and Fire Domain, 2 domains. You have a Limi T Douluo level body and spirit power cultivation. My powerful physical quality, brought about by cultivating the Star Saint Dragon Body Refining Grand Method, is not much worse than yours. Although, the Slaughter King's Asura God Sword indeed made Ji Yuhan somewhat wary. As long as the sword didn't hit him, it would be fine. This was not difficult for Ji Yuhan to solve. Anyway, in terms of raw strength, Ji Yuhan was not afraid of the Slaughter King at all. And besides that, Ji Yuhan actually had another, better way to deal with the Slaughter King. Daring to act wildly in my Slaughter City, you seek death. On the ground, in immense fury, the Slaughter King's crimson eyes gleamed with killing intent and chilling cold light. After he finished speaking with a cold shout, he reached out and de-summoned a crimson and evil Asura demon sword. A terrifying spirit power fluctuation and pressure erupted from his entire body, stirring up surging air currents that rapidly whistled in all directions. The surging, powerful air currents stirred up the surrounding dust and even made the trees sway continuously. At the same time, a chilling white light instantly radiated from his body. It rapidly spread in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield. It was precisely the Slaughter God Domain. The great Slaughter King is about to make his move. When they saw the Slaughter King summon his Asura demon sword, preparing to display his strength and eradicate the foreign enemy, the team of spirit masters who came with the Slaughter King couldn't help but be filled with excitement and exhilaration. In their hearts, the Slaughter King was an invincible existence. They heard that even titled Douluo were no match for the great Slaughter King. As for Ji Yuhan, there was even less to say. Although the martial soul sacred dragon beneath Ji Yuhan was incredibly massive, it was probably comparable to a tens of thousands year cultivation dragon spirit beast. However, a tens of though. Yu San's year cultivation dragon spirit beast would obviously not be a match for the Slaughter King. Having unleashed his slaughter god domain and holding the Asura demon sword, the Slaughter King suddenly soared into the air, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent as he charged towards Ji Yuhan and the martial soul sacred dragon. Facing the Slaughter King's assault, Ji Yuhan's lips curved slightly. He neither made a move himself nor had the martial soul sacred dragon swing its claws or breathe out dragon flame exceeding extreme fire to intercept the Slaughter King. Is this kid giving up resistance? Consider yourself sensible, kid, then this king shall grant you a quick death. Discovering that Ji Yuhan had not made a move, allowing him to approach, the Slaughter King couldn't help but grin, holding the Asura demon sword, raising it, and preparing to swing it at Ji Yuhan. As expected of the great king. On the ground, upon seeing the Slaughter King appear, Ji Yuhan actually gave up even resisting. Whether this was Ji Yuhan voluntarily giving up resistance, or if the Slaughter King used some method, this was enough to prove the Slaughter King's power. This made the surviving Spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team excited and exhilarated. At the same time, a sense of vengeful satisfaction rose from their hearts. This kid killed so many people from our punishment enforcement team. Now he's finally going to die by the great Slaughter King's sword. However, just as the surviving spirit masters of the punishment enforcement team and the spirit masters brought why the Slaughter King on the ground were all excited and exhilarated, preparing to watch the Slaughter King personally slay Ji Yuhan, this outsider. Ji Yuhan's face revealed a peculiar smile when he saw the Slaughter King finally approaching. The next moment, a terrifying mental force of the Yang God level instantly surged out, attacking the Slaughter King. After being subjected to Ji Yuhan's mental attack, the Slaughter King's expression immediately changed drastically. His body instantly seemed to lose control, plummeting from the air. His previous sinister grin instantly turned into a struggle. And after falling onto the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Coincidentally, the Slaughter King's landing posture just happened to be facing Ji Yuhan, as if kneeling. Seeing the Slaughter King in front of him, after landing, actually in a kneeling posture towards him, Ji Yuhan also smiled. He couldn't help but show a surprised expression and said, "What's going on? Weren't you going to kill me? Why suddenly are you showing me such a great courtesy? You're too polite." Polite. These words instantly made the Slaughter King feel incredibly harsh and humiliated, making him furious to the point of madness. If he could, he wished he could chop Ji Yuhan into meat paste with the Asura demon sword. However, after Ji Yuhan used his mental force to attack the soul of the nine-headed blood-colored Bat King, the Slaughter King's true body, the soul of the nine-headed blood-colored Bat King was injured. Tang Chen's soul was also stimulated. He began to compete with the soul of the nine-headed blood-colored Bat King, the Slaughter King's true body, for control of the body. This made it impossible for the Slaughter King to control his body for a time. He could only say to suppress Tang Chen's soul back first. And this was what Ji Yuhan had thought of. Another, better way to deal with the Slaughter King. Chapter 179. Bold. This is the Vice King of our Slaughter City. Compared to a direct battle with the Slaughter King, although Ji Yuhan was not afraid, there was no need. He came only to acquire the martial soul essence of the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters here in Slaughter City. To stabilize and evolve the second spirit he unexpectedly obtained. Because the Slaughter King's body was currently occupied by Tang Chen, the chosen successor of the Asura god. If he were to kill the Slaughter King, Ji Yuhan felt that this might attract the attention of the Asura god. This was something Ji Yuhan did not want to see at the moment. And by exploiting the fact that the Slaughter King needed to suppress Tang Chen's soul, using a mental attack to easily subdue the Slaughter King was undoubtedly a clever tactic, and the most reliable one for Ji Yuhan. What? You're not convinced? Seeing the Slaughter King kneeling before him, eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily in a furious manner, as if still unconvinced, Ji Yuhan's expression turned cold, and he sneered. He tapped the Slaughter King's face with the golden dragon spear in his hand and said, "Haven't you realized the problem yet? You thought that in Slaughter City, you had me cornered. But is there a possibility? I'm just saying a possibility, that in fact, I have you cornered. Ji Yu Han leaned down slightly and whispered with a cold sneer into the Slaughter King's ear, did you think I didn't notice? Inside your body, there are actually two souls. The soul you're suppressing should be the original owner of this body. And your true soul, it shouldn't be human, should it? These words caused the Slaughter King's pupils to constrict instantly, his heart filled with shock and fear. How did this brat know my true identity? So you'd best be honest with me. Ji Yu Han's expression was cold, his tone full of menace. Because coincidentally, I also have considerable achievements in mental aspects. If you're not honest with me, I can easily make you like this again. And in this state, your life is in my hands. Originally, I could have killed you at any time. But now I need to enter Slaughter City to handle some matters, and I still need your help. And I don't want to expend too much effort, so I'll spare your life for now. But the premise is, you must be honest with me, and whatever I need, you must do immediately. Otherwise, Ji Yu Han sneered, placing the sharp tip of the golden dragon spear against the Slaughter King's neck. Although he didn't explicitly say it, the meaning was clear. If he dared to disobey, he would surely die. Facing Ji Yu Han's threat, the Slaughter King felt an immense sense of grievance and raging indignation. Ever since he had replaced Tang Chen and become the Slaughter King of Slaughter City, he had never experienced such humiliation. However, thinking that Ji Yu Han possessed the ability to launch mental attacks, and mental attacks that could even shake his own 10,000-year spirit beast mental attack ability, he realized that compared to the subordinates killed by Ji Yu Han, suppressing Tang Chen's soul and grinding it away to replace his identity was clearly more important. So his heart fluctuated for a while. But after suppressing Tang Chen's restless soul, the Slaughter King still made the decision that a wise man submits to circumstances. After getting his somewhat numb body to stand up, the Slaughter King suppressed the anger in his heart, retracted the Asura demon sword, and forced a stiff, fawning, and ingratiating smile onto his sinister and strange face, saying, "You are right, Senior. From now on, in Slaughter City, whatever you need, please feel free to command. As long as it can be done, I will do my best." Meanwhile, on the ground, the excitement and thrill on the faces of the surviving Spirit Masters of the Punishment Enforcement Team and the Spirit Masters brought by the Slaughter King all froze. Waves of shock surged in their hearts, filled with disbelief. What did they see? Their great Slaughter King was about to act and kill this invading enemy, but how did he suddenly kneel before this enemy? And later, this enemy even used that golden spear to tap the great Slaughter King's face. The great Slaughter King even stood up afterwards with a fawning expression. Were they hallucinating? Very good. You are teachable. Seeing that the Slaughter King had finally caved, Ji Yu Han nodded in satisfaction and patted the Slaughter King's shoulder. It seems you understand the principle of a wise man submitting to circumstances. Now, take me into Slaughter City. As for these Spirit Masters you brought, consider them compensation for offending me just now. Unexpectedly, from Ji Yu Han's words, he even wanted to kill all the Spirit Masters in the team he had just brought. The Slaughter King's heart immediately sank. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his expression somewhat ugly and annoyed. Damn brat, who exactly is the fallen soul master? Your spirit is a light attributed dragon spirit. Shouldn't you be magnanimous and broad-minded? How is it that your killing intent is even greater than that of our fallen soul masters in Slaughter City? However, despite his extreme reluctance, and even though he gnashed his teeth in hatred inwardly, the Slaughter King forced a smile onto his face and dared not refuse forcefully. Senior, that really won't do. It's not easy for me to select subordinates from the fallen soul masters of Slaughter City. If you kill all my subordinates, I'll be left alone. And then I won't be able to help you solve problems. Hearing this, Ji Yu Han felt that it seemed to be the case. However, he could let go of the team of Spirit Masters with slightly lower CU elevation levels that the Slaughter King had just brought. But he had no intention of letting go of the three surviving Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint from the Punishment Enforcement Team. And because he had just refused Ji Yu Han, the Slaughter King was afraid that if he didn't give enough face, Ji Yu Han would turn hostile. Therefore, he agreed to Ji Yu Han's compromise. Afterward, Ji Yu Han retracted his martial soul sacred dragon and unfurled his external spirit bone, void sacred dragon wings, descending from the sky with the Slaughter King. Upon seeing the void saint dragon wings behind Ji Yu Han, the Slaughter King's heart couldn't help but grow even more wary. This brat actually has an external spirit bone. Great Slaughter King, how could you, with this brat? When they saw the Slog King descending from the sky with Ji Yu Han, acting in a fawning manner, the three surviving Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint of the Punishment Enforcement Team were utterly flustered. Among them, a Spirit Douluo said, full of unwillingness and agitation, "How dare you?" But hearing that someone among the three Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint of the Punishment Enforcement Team dared to call Ji Yu Han a brat, the Slaughter King's expression immediately turned cold. He slapped the Spirit Douluo who had spoken across the face and sternly reprimanded him. "What brat? This senior will be the Vice King of our Slaughter City from now on. From now on, when you see the Vice King, you must show the same respect as when you see me. In Slaughter City, besides me, you must also obey the Vice King's commands. Do you understand?" Yes. At this moment, the team of Spirit Masters brought by the Slaughter King felt their hearts tighten and quickly responded loudly. Initially, when the Slough Gchter King had rushed in front of Ji Yu Han and then suddenly knelt without attacking, their hearts were full of shock and confusion. Now, they understood. Either Ji Yu Han's identity was terrifying, Maki Ing the great Slaughter King not dare to offend him and only able to kneel and beg for mercy, or Ji Yu Han's strength was so powerful that he used methods unknown to them to make their invincible Slaughter King kneel and beg for mercy. In any case, their great Slaughter King seemed to have chickened out. So, as his subordinates, they naturally had to quickly change their attitude as well. "Senior, those three actually dared to disrespect you. However you want to deal with them, that's how you deal with them." And because someone among the three surviving Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint of The Punishment Enforcement Team had dared to call Ji Yu Han a brat, the Slaughter King used this as an excuse to hand the three over to Ji Yu Han for disposal. No. Hearing the Slaughter King's words, the her two Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team who had not spoken immediately became anxious. They hadn't said anything, but unfortunately, the Slaughter King clearly wouldn't reason with them. Because a deal had already been made with the Slaughter King, Ji Yu Han also turned around and dealt with the three surviving Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team. Since the three had already suffered severe injuries in the previous battle, Ji Yu Han easily dealt with them without even needing to summon his martial soul Sacred Dragon. Afterward, Yusi Ing his second spirit to absorb all the martial soul essence from the bodies of these three Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo, Ji Yu Han continued to walk unhurriedly across the battlefield, using his second spirit to absorb all the martial soul essence from the bodies that had not yet been fully absorbed. Then, he prepared to enter Slaughter City with the Slaughter King. Chapter 180. The Bug in the City of Slaughter. Who is the fallen soul master? In the dim underground world, a crimson full moon hung high in the sky. Ji Yu Han followed the Slaughter King, accompanied by the team of Spirit Masters the Slaughter King had brought. Together, they walked towards the towering Slaughter City. This team of Spirit Masters had witnessed Ji Yu Han kill three Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo from the Punishment Enforcement Team. Then use his second spirit to absorb the martial soul essence from their corpses. Now, they were trembling with fear and treading carefully, lest they anger Ji Yu Han and suffer the same fate as the surviving three Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team. The Slaughter King didn't even dare to protect the three Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo of the Punishment Enforcement Team. So he would surely treat them the same. Greetings, Great Slaughter King. Upon arriving at the entrance of Slaughter City, the team of veiled women responsible for guiding the incoming fallen soul masters, along with the guards at the city gate, immediately bowed to the Slaughter King. The Slaughter King nodded faintly in response, then introduced Ji Yu Han beside him, stating, "From now on, this is our Slaughter City's Vice King. In Slaughter City, seeing him is like seeing me. If the Vice King has any commands, you must also wholeheartedly carry them out. Do you understand?" This left the veiled women and guards greatly shocked and incredulous, as the Slaughter King in their impression would never do such a thing. Could it be that this Vice King's background is so formidable that even the great Slaughter King can only choose to curry favor? After entering Slaughter City, the Slaughter King did not introduce Ji Yu Han to any of the rules within Slaughter City. Rules are for the weak. The strong always make their own rules. He was like that, and Ji Yu Han was naturally the same. Upon entering the outer district of Slaughter City, they walked towards the inner district. Along the way, Ji Yu Han could see rows of tattered, emaciated, pale, and extremely weak fallen soul masters sitting at the base of the houses on both sides of the street. These were people who had given up participating in life and death spirit duels in the Hell Slaughter arena, choosing instead to offer a cup of fresh blood each month to survive. Ji Yu Han did not spare them a second glance. Although these fallen soul masters also had martial soul essence within them, according to the Heavenly Evolution System's analysis, his second spirit's absorption of martial s. Soul essence was best when the quality was higher. These fallen soul masters were the weakest in Slaughter City. The powerful fallen soul masters were all in the Hell Slaughter Arena. It was definitely better to go to the Hell Slaughter Arena to participate in life and death spirit duels to obtain martial soul essence. Additionally, after achieving 100 consecutive victories, one could enter the Hell Road and obtain the inner core of the 10-headed fierce Yang serpent found there. Upon entering the inner district of Slaughter City, it was a completely different world compared to the outer district. If the outer district was filled with silence and numbness, the inner district was exceptionally restless and chaotic. Walking on the streets, sounds of excited laughter and painful cries constantly emanated from the surrounding alleys. Right on the streets, one could witness slaughter and lust. There were even some who, driven mad by killing, rushed towards Ji Yu Han with sinister grins. The result, naturally, was that the Slaughter King crushed their hearts with a single claw. Seeking death. The Slaughter King sneered, feeling rather displeased. This is the Hell Slaughter Arena. Finally, the Slaughter King led Ji Yu Han to the Hell Slaughter Arena. From the outside, the Hell Slaughter Arena did not resemble a Great Spirit Arena at all. Instead, it somewhat resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum from Ji Yu Han's previous life. Its exterior decoration was a gloomy black-gray intertwined with blood red, giving it an unpleasant feeling. Greetings, Slaughter King. Ji Yu Han followed the Slaughter King into the Hell Slaughter Arena. The staff within the Hell Slaughter Arena also immediately bowed to the Slaughter King upon seeing him. In response, the Slaughter King, just as he had at the city gate, nodded faintly and then introduced Ji Yu Han, stating that Ji Yu Han would be the Vice King of Slaughter City from now on, and seeing Ji Yu Han was like seeing him. This left the staff within the Hell Slaughter Arena greatly astonished. After he finished speaking, the Slaughter King had also told Ji Yu Han on the way that Slaughter City was born from the hands of a gods. And that after achieving 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena and passing through the Hell Road, one could obtain the Slaughter God domain. Sir, when do you plan to participate in the life and death spirit duels of the Hell Slaughter Arena? The Slaughter King respectfully asked Ji Yu Han after introducing his identity. Right now, Ji Yu Han smiled faintly. I'm already eager to experience what it's like to participate in spirit duels in your Slaughter City. Since the purpose of coming to Slaughter City was to absorb martial soul essence through slaughter to stabilize and evolve his second spirit. Participating in the life and death spirit duels of the Hell Slaughter Arena was definitely better sooner than later. Upon learning that Ji Yu Han wanted to participate immediately, the Slaughter King initially wanted to arrange it for Ji Yu Han at once. But suddenly, the Slaughter King recalled the terrifying murderous intent Ji Yu Han had displayed upon entering Slaughter City, as well as his use of what seemed like evil soul master methods to absorb the souls or something of the spirit masters he killed. The Slaughter King's heart tightened, and he quickly said to Ji Yu Han, that, sir, if you participate in the spirit duels of the Hell Slaughter Arena, please don't kill everyone. However, this made Ji Yu Han frown. Isn't the rule for participating in life and death spirit duels in the Hell Slaughter Arena that only one person can survive? He remembered that the rules of the Hell Slaughter Arena described in the original novel were like this. How is that possible? The Slaughter King said with a helpless bitter smile. Sir, in our Slaughter City, the number of fallen soul masters is not large, only a few tens of thousands. If life and death spirit duels are held in the Hell Slaughter Arena, with 10 people per match, and only one can survive, then the rate of fallen soul master deaths in our Slaughter City would far outpace the rate at which fallen soul masters from outside come to Slaughter City and join. Our Slaughter City would probably have become a dead city long ago. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han was momentarily stunned. After thinking carefully, he realized that it did seem to be the case. When reading the novel, he hadn't noticed this problem. But if the life and death spirit duels in the Hell Slaughter Arena truly meant that only 1 out of 10 people could survive, then even if the Hell Slaughter Arena only held 10 life and death spirit duels per day, 90 people would die. That would be over 30,000 deaths a year. But were there that many fallen soul masters coming to Slaughter City in a year? Clearly impossible. It seems this is the real Douluo continent, which has fixed the bugs in the novel. Ji Yu Han thought to himself. However, his purpose in coming to Slaughter City was for slaughter, to obtain the martial soul essence of the deserving fallen soul masters here to stabilize and sublimate his as yet undefined second spirit. How Slaughter City fared had nothing to do with him. However, Slaughter City was, after all, the Asura god's chosen land. If he engaged in widespread slaughter and affected the operation of Slaughter City, it might attract the attention of the Asura god. So Ji Yu Han thought for a moment and said faintly, "Don't worry. I won't kill everyone. Each time, I'll just kill 1 to 3. Upon hearing this, the Slaughter King breathed a sigh of relief. Although the rules of the Hell Slaughter Arena were that only one person needed to die in each life and death spirit duel, Ji Yu Han had already changed from killing everyone to killing only 1 to 3. He could only compromise. After all, he was the one playing the subservient role now. Chapter 181. Dragon King's son-in-law Shira Dragon King, the second martial spirit that finally evolved. After entering Slaughter City, Ji Yu Han began participating in life and death soul duels in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Originally, before coming to Slaughter City, Ji Yu Han's understanding of it came from novels he had read in his previous life. Ji Yu Han had thought that he could come to the Hell Slaughter Arena every day to participate in life and death soul duels, and each time he could kill all his opponents. However, it now seemed that this was not possible. After all, human heads were not leeks in the ground that could grow back after being cut. After he started participating in the life and death soul duels in the Hell Slaughter Arena, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Ji Yu Han came to the Hell Slaughter Arena every day to participate in life and death soul duels. At first, some fallen soul masters who had never seen Ji Yu Han and didn't know him, seeing his youth, grinned maliciously, wanting to team up and kill him. They wanted to end the monthly life and death soul duel that was required for those living in the inner city of Slaughter City. But unfortunately, Ji Yu Han merely held his Yaori sword and unleashed a single strike. A sharp and scorching golden sword chi instantly burst forth, killing 3 of the fallen soul masters. This immediately scared the other 7 fallen soul masters shitless. However, considering the sustainability of overfishing, Ji Yu Han only killed 3 fallen soul masters, absorbing their martial soul essence with his second spirit. Then, he left. However, it might have been that the strength Ji Yu Han displayed was not enough. Afterward, in the Hell Slaughter Arena, there were still fallen soul masters who wanted to team up and kill Ji Yu Han to end the life and death soul duels. But after Ji Yu Han repeatedly displayed overwhelming strength, such people finally disappeared. They were replaced by fallen soul masters who were utterly terrified of Ji Yu Han. And because in the Spirit Master's world, the strong are respected. The strong are always admired and revered. Especially in a pathological place like Slaughter City. Since Ji Yu Han did not kill all the fallen soul masters he encountered, but at most only 3, everyone hoped that they would not be among the 3 killed, but rather among the 7 survivors. Therefore, upon realizing that they were no match for Ji Yu Han and had no way to deal with him, many fallen soul masters became his fervent admirers and followers. They hoped that by doing so, they could become one of the 7 who survived when they encountered Ji Yu Han. And under their admiration and pursuit, because Ji Yu Han had once summoned his martial soul sacred dragon to possess him and he encountered a spirit Douluo level evil soul master in the Hell Slaughter Arena, coupled with Ji Yu Han's formidable strength and terrifying bloodlust, these fallen soul masters who followed and admired Ji Yu Han gave him a codename. It was Shira Dragon King. Upon learning that he had actually received a codename called Shira Dragon King, Ji Yu Han's mouth twitched. Because whether it was Asura or Dragon King, if he remembered correctly, in his previous life, these were common codenames for protagonists in web novel short dramas he watched on short video platforms. And they were the kind of exceptionally melodramatic web novel short dramas. Like The King of Mercenaries, or The God of War Returns, only to find his daughter living in a dog kennel. Or the ancient martial Dragon King, who, because of a childhood kindness, insisted on becoming a live-in son-in-law for someone's granddaughter. Despite his heaven-defying identity, he stubbornly refused to reveal it. He secretly helped the female lead's family, always pretending to be useless, being ordered around like a dog by his wife and mother-in-law, enduring beatings and scoldings. It really made one want to complain. However, thinking about the agreement he made with Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina in this life, he seemed to be a Dragon King's son-in-law. Now, in Slaughter City, the god of Asura's chosen land, he was also engaging in frantic slaughter. Calling himself Asura was also not wrong. Putting it all together, wasn't it Shira Dragon King? Alright then. No problem. However, because the strength Ji Yu Han displayed was truly terrifying, originally. Before coming to Slaughter City, Ji Yu Han thought that he only needed to participate in 10 life and death soul duels in the Hell Slaughter Arena every day, and kill all his opponents. In 1 year, he could kill over 30,000 fallen soul masters and absorb their martial soul essence with his second spirit. And those who became fallen soul masters and LD escape to Slaughter City should at least be at the Spirit Elder level. The martial soul essence of 30,000 such fallen soul masters should be enough for him to completely stabilize his OND spirit and raise its quality to the extreme. But after arriving in Slaughter City, Ji Yuhan realized that he had completely overthought it. He estimated that the entire Slaughter City didn't even have 30,000 fallen soul masters. But that was also true. With the current situation on the Douluo continent where Spirit Hall, Heaven Do Empire, and Star Luo Empire stood in a tripartite balance. The continent was still in a relatively peaceful environment. And with Spirit Hall responsible for maintaining order in the Spirit Master's world, there was simply no soil for the birth of fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. On the Douluo continent, there should be 200 to 300 million people. But among them, Spirit Masters were definitely 1 in 100, or even less. There should be at most 2 to 3 million. Among 2 to 3 million Spirit Masters, the probability of fallen soul masters appearing was probably 1 in 100. And they also had to be able to escape to Slaughter City. So, it was normal for there to be only around 30,000 fallen soul masters in Slaughter City. However, with such a small number of fallen soul masters, and because the normal operation of Slaughter City could not be affected, Ji Yuhan could not kill all his opponents in the life and death soul duels in the Hell Slaughter arena. Moreover, after Ji Yuhan displayed his terrifying strength, many fallen soul masters, out of fear, no longer came to participate in life and death soul duels every month, sometimes choosing to donate blood and barely survive. This times made it so that Ji Yuhan couldn't even encounter any fallen soul masters participating in life and death soul duels in the Hell Slaughter arena for an entire day. Therefore, merely a year or a year and a half was not enough for Ji Yuhan to absorb enough martial soul essence to completely stabilize his second spirit and evolve it to the extreme. Anyway, in the Hell Slaughter arena, Ji Yuhan spent more than 2 years in total. He participated in over 500 soul duels in the Hell Slaughter arena, killing over 1,000 fallen soul masters. And when wandering in the inner city, if he encountered any troublesome fallen soul masters, he would kill them and absorb their martial soul essence. This made the public order in the inner city suddenly much better. Coupled with often being able to absorb the martial soul essence of fallen souls who survived by donating blood in the outer city but died because their bodies couldn't withstand it, after absorbing the martial soul essence. Of over 5,000 fallen soul masters in total, Ji Yuhan finally completely stabilized his second spirit and evolved it to a level comparable to a god-bestowed spirit. However, in his heart, Ji Yuhan still felt a bit of regret. Because he had originally thought that he would be able to evolve this second spirit in Slaughter City to surpass a god-bestowed spirit, comparable to the current quality and strength of the martial soul sacred dragon. But after analysis by the heavenly evolution system, for the second spirit to reach the level of the martial soul sacred dragon after evolving to its current strength comparable to a god-bestowed spirit, it would need to absorb the martial soul essence of over 10,000 more fallen soul masters. But in that case, 80% of the people in Slaughter City would be gone. This would definitely affect the normal operation of Slaughter City and most likely attract the attention of the Asura god. After thinking about it, Ji Yuhan decided to quit while he was ahead. He would leave Slaughter City first. Although he didn't perfectly achieve his goal in Slaughter City, by killing so many fallen soul masters there, even if these fallen masters were just the dregs of this world, and according to the original plot, would have all been wiped out by Tang San using the Snowy Swan Kiss in the future, Ji Yuhan still obtained 12 Tian Yan Po ints by killing these 5,000 fallen soul masters in advance. These were enough for Ji Yuhan to evolve his second spirit to a quality and strength comparable to the martial soul sacred dragon after determining its form. Chapter 182 The Problem of Domain Overlap, Steady Ji Yuhan. Slaughter City. Hell Slaughter Arena. At this moment, the entire Hell Slaughter Arena was filled to the brim. Surrounding spectator stands were packed with people. All the fallen soul masters who came here were filled with excitement and exhilaration. They were preparing to witness a grand event that only occurred once every few decades. Or even a century, in Slaughter City. That was, someone had successfully achieved 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, earning the qualification to challenge the Hell Road. They were about to head to the legendary Hell Road. On the life and death arena of the Hell Slaughter Arena, Ji Yuhan stood on the stage. Beside him stood the tall and burly Slaughter King. Clad in blood-red armor, with a head of silver hair, eerie blood-red patterns on his face and body, and a sinister and wicked demeanor. At this moment, the Slaughter King was in a good mood. Because he was about to send away Ji Yuhan, this ancestor, plague god, and harbinger of death. One must know that in the 2 years Ji Yu Han had been in Slaughter City, the number of Fal Len Soul Masters who had died in their Slaughter City was almost equal to the number of deaths in the previous decade. The Slaughter King was drenched in sweat because of this. He was afraid that Ji Yu Han would go on a killing spree and completely empty Slaughter City. If that happened, the Asura god would definitely notice and come to investigate. But Ji Yu Han didn't want to see the Asura god. The Slaughter King felt the same way. Now, he could finally be free. Standing on the stage, he noticed that almost everyone who should be in the surrounding spectator stands had arrived. The Slaughter King slowly raised his hand, suddenly releasing a powerful spirit power pressure from his body, which seemed to solidify the air and rapidly spread in all directions. In an instant, the Hell Slaughter arena fell silent. Today, this king is very happy. On the Slaughter King's sinister and wicked face, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly swept across the surroundings, and he uttered a cold and sonant voice that echoed throughout the entire Hell Slaughter arena. Because in our Slaughter City, after several decades, another strong individual has finally emerged with 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. He will gain the qualification to challenge the Hell Road and become a slaughter god. His name is Shira Dragon King. My people, please cheer to your heart's content. Following the Slaughter King's voice, the entire Hell Slaughter arena instantly erupted with excited and fervent cheers and shouts, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami raging. Shira Dragon King! Shira Dragon King! Shira Dragon King! Listening to the surrounding fallen soul masters shouting his title, Shira Dragon King, which he had earned in the Hell Slaughter arena, with extreme fervor. Although this title was quite domineering and exuded a sense of being incredibly cool and awesome, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He felt as if his toes could dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the ground. Nothing more. As a transmigrator, if he were a child, he would have thought this title was very domineering. But after growing up, at least before Ji Yu Han transmigrated, both the titles of Asura and Dragon King were already commonplace. Now, hearing this title again, Ji Yu Han only felt it was unbearably vulgar and melodramatic. NCE, you were all so excited and thrilled about today's grand event. Then I presume you would also be very willing to offer your lives for your Shira Dragon King. He wanted to open the passage to the Hell Road and also offer sacrifices. Therefore, after a cold and sinister smile, the Slaughter King instantly released a large amount of scarlet blood mist, which rapidly spread outwards, enveloping all the spectator stands. After being enveloped by the blood mist, the many fallen soul masters in the surrounding spectator stands were initially in a panic. But soon, their minds were confused. Their eyes turned scarlet, and the smiles on their faces became vacant. Then, they began to act insane, screaming wildly and scratching their own bodies. Soon, they scratched themselves into bloodied figures. An endless stream of fresh blood flowed out, passing through the pipes beneath the spectator stands, flowing towards the central area where the life and death arena was located. On an open space, a blood-red bat pattern was formed. And seeing the fallen soul masters around him dying, Ji Yu Han also hated waste the most. With a thought, he released his second spirit, which had grown strong enough to be released outside his body to absorb martial soul essence. It transformed into a dark energy mist, spreading outwards, absorbing all the martial soul essence of the fallen soul masters who died there. My lord, the teleportation array is ready. As long as you stand in this pattern, you can be teleported to the Hell Road. I wish you success in passing through the Hell Road and becoming a noble slaughter god. After seeing Ji Yu Han use his second spirit to absorb the martial soul essence of the deceased fallen soul masters, the Slaughter King immediately walked over, his face full of respectful smiles, and bowed slightly, saying, seeing the Slaughter King so respectful, Ji Yu Han smiled inwardly. He knew very well that the Slaughter King probably wished he would die, let alone hoping he would pass through the Hell Road or anything of the sort. But he didn't expose him. He just stepped forward and entered the blood-red bat teleportation array. Then, as if thinking of something, he smiled slightly at the Slaughter King. I accept your good wishes. I believe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. A meaningful smile flashed in Ji Yu Han's eyes as he spoke. Meet again. The Slaughter King's face darkened, but he gave a dry laugh and quickly activated the blood-red bat teleportation array. In an instant, dazzling blood-red light erupted from the blood-red bat teleportation array. It transformed into a blood-red light pillar that shot straight up into the sky. The next moment, Ji Yu Han's figure vanished without a trace. Meet again. This king doesn't want to see you again. You ancestor and harbinger of death. After Ji Yu Han left, the Slaughter King finally didn't have to pretend anymore. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, his face dark. On the other side, in the deeper underground space of Slaughter City, this was the Hell Road. After a visual disorientation caused by spatial teleportation, when his vision became clear again, Ji Yu Han found himself in a pitch-black space. At this moment, he was on a circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters. Before him was only a narrow path, wide enough for one person to pass through. On both sides were bottomless cliffs. And in the abyss-like underground, a vast blood river, emitting intense heat and a strong bloody aura, surged and flowed, encircling the entire Hell Road space. As this the Hell Road space. Although the surroundings were dark, Ji Yu Han simply activated his fiery sun golden pupil. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, dazzling like two scorching suns. Looking around, the uneven cliffs on all sides and above came into view. Ji Yu Han chuckled softly at this and prepared to begin challenging the Hell Road. However, even though he had arrived in the Hell Road space, Ji Yu Han did not intend to truly complete the Hell Road. Because completing the Hell Road was merely to obtain the Slaughter God domain as a reward. But Ji Yu Han was not lacking in domains. His martial soul Sacred Dragon inherently possessed a talent domain, Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. And after obtaining the Ice Fire Dragon King's Ice Fire Dragon King life essence, he also gained the Ice and Fire domain. Now, Ji Yu Han already had 3 domains. And when it came to domains, more was not necessarily better. Some domains could not be used simultaneously. For example, the Ice and Fire domain. If the 2 great domains were simultaneously activated and overlapped, then the 2 domains themselves would conflict. At most, they could alternate between Ice and Fire for alternating attacks, producing an effect greater than 1+1. And Ji Yu Han also found some problems when combining the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain and the Ice and Fire domain. For example, both the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain and the Ice and Fire domain possessed spirit abilities that could suppress enemy strength. The might of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor and the Ice Fire Kingdom. The former's effect was to suppress enemy strength by 30%, with attribute suppression doubling to 50%. The latter, on the other hand, suppressed by 20%, with identical attributes doubling to 40%. However, when the 2 great domains were used in conjunction and overlapped, they could not fully exert their suppression abilities in a perfectly additive manner. For instance, earlier, when Ji Yu Han was rescuing class teacher Chris and the Holy Light Angel enforcement team, and confronting the evil soul masters of the Spirit Hall, he had simultaneously used the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain and the Ice domain. But even with attribute suppression, where the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain's suppression effect doubled, using both the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain and the Ice domain simultaneously only suppressed the enemy's strength by 60%. In other words, under the suppression effect of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, the suppression effect of the Ice domain was greatly weakened. However, this was also normal. Otherwise, if he used multiple domains simultaneously, wouldn't he be able to suppress the enemy's strength to 0? But this was clearly impossible. And relative to the Ice domain, the attributes of the Slaughter God domain were even more conflicting with the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. Furthermore, Ji Yu Han felt that since the Slaughter God domain originated from the Asura God, if he accepted the Slaughter God domain, who could guarantee that there were no hidden tricks left by the Asura God within it? Therefore, even though Ji Yu Han entered the Hell Road, he had no intention of completing the Hell Road to obtain the Slaughter God domain. Anyway, it wasn't as if he had to obtai end the Slaughter God domain just because he came to the Hell Road. He simply needed to exit through that specific exit to leave this space. But for Ji Yu Han, leaving was very simple. He didn't need to go through that exit at all. Chapter 183 Eat it all and run away. Let's begin. Inside the Hell Road space. After surveying his surroundings, a smile appeared on Ji Yu Han's handsome face, and he prepared to begin his journey through the Hell Road. Oh no, it couldn't really be called journeying through the Hell Road. It was more like extracting all the benefits from the Hell Road and then making a swift escape. As for the Slaughter God domain, not even a dog would want it. I remember that besides the 10-headed fierce young serpent, there also seems to be a dark golden 3-headed bat king in this Hell Road. I wonder if this dark golden 3-headed bat king is also considered a unique beast, like the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Or is it just an ordinary rare spirit beast? Ji Yu Han thought to himself, not planning to run through the Hell Road. Instead, he directly unfurled his external spirit bone, void sacred dragon wings and flapped them, soaring into the air and flying towards the front of the Hell Road. Because he had already stayed in Slaughter City for over 2 years, if his estimation was correct. Now, the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament was about to begin. During these 2 years in Slaughter City, relying on his innate body, Sacred Dragon Golden Light Art, and the elixirs he brought, Ji Yu Han successfully broke through from rank 72 to rank 80. Therefore, after leaving Slaughter City, he planned to first go to the Stardow Great Forest to acquire his 8th Spirit Ring and also meet ZG again. After that, he would bring ZG back to Heavendoe Imperial City. Over 2 years, Ji Yu Han had stayed in the morbidly twisted place that was Slaughter City for over 2 years. Almost every day was spent in Slaughter City. Although he cultivated the 9-headed golden dragon spirit refining method, this made Ji Yu Han's mental force extremely powerful and his will exceptionally firm. And the sacred dragon Ji Golden Light Art also possessed a certain degree of ability to suppress negative emotions. Therefore, even though Ji Yu Han spent 2 years amidst mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and slaughter in SL Otter City to stabilize and evolve his second spirit, Ji Yu Han could still perfectly control the killing intent generated on his body during these 2 years due to the slaughter. He was not like Tang San in the original work, who needed to cultivate his mind and temper himself after first leaving Slaughter City. But even so, Ji Yu Han felt very mentally fatigued. This made him miss Shui Jia, whom he hadn't seen in over 2 years. Of course, there were also ZG and Dugu Yan. Moreover, the reason Ji Yu Han chose to return to Heavendoe Imperial City first, besides missing Qian Runshui, it as also because he planned to fall out with Bibi Dong, and Ji Yu Han felt that he needed to discuss this with Qian Runshui. He also didn't know if the old man Qian Douluo had told Qian Runshui about Bibi Dong using evil soul masters and even sacrificing the Holy Light Angel enforcement team to try and kill him for Yu Shaogang. Ji Yu Han felt that Qian Douluo might tell her about this. But he might also not. After all, Qian Douluo could even tolerate the fact that his son, Qian Zunji, was poisoned to death by Bibi Dong. For such a gentleman and a good-natured person, who knew if he would worry out hurting his granddaughter's feelings and choose to conceal it? Unfurling his external spirit bone, void sacred dragon wings, he flew rapidly along the Hell Road. With the flying speed of the void saint dragon wings, in just a few minutes, Ji Yu Han, through his fiery sun golden pupil, saw many blood-colored bats hanging upside down from the top of a distant cave, a dense mass of them. Among them, a gigantic bat, entirely dark golden in color and with 3 hideous heads, was particularly conspicuous. This was clearly the dark golden 3-headed bat king that appeared in the original work. And upon seeing the blood-colored bat swarm and the dark golden 3-headed bat king, discovering that the distance was already completely sufficient, Ji Yu Han immediately unleashed his ice domain. In an instant, a frosty blue light burst forth from his body, abruptly enveloping an area of several thousand meters. Immediately following, the Ice Seal Halo Spirit ability was activated. Within the frosty blue ice domain, a biting cold air, surpassing the ultimate ice, instantly condensed, transforming into a howling blizzard in the air, surging towards the blood-colored bat swarm and the dark golden 3-headed bat king. Naturally, there was no need to mention the blood-colored bat swarm, they were instantly killed. They turned into bat ice sculptures, falling one after another, plunging into the blood river below. And even the dark golden 3-headed bat king was utterly unable to resist. Ji Yu Han, whose cultivation had already reached rank 80, used the Ice Seal Halo Spirit ability of his ice domain to unleash a cold air that surpassed the ultimate ice. It was directly frozen. However, regarding the dark golden 3-headed bat king within, Ji Yu Han did not let it fall into the blood river. Instead, he quickly flew over. He summoned his Yaori sword and unleashed a sharp golden sword chi several meters long with a single slash. It split the ice block encasing the dark golden 3-headed bat king into 2. Afterward, he scanned the dark golden 3-headed bat king's body with his mental force to see if there was anything like an inner core. Unfortunately, there wasn't. It seemed this dark golden 3-headed bat king was just an ordinary spirit beast. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Perhaps it was as said online in his previous life. This dark golden 3-headed bat king was a bat spirit beast similar to the 9-headed blood-colored bat king that possessed Tang Chen's body. It was just that, compared to the blood-colored 9-headed bat king, the Slaughter King, which was clearly of the same species as the blood-colored bat swarm's blood-colored bat spirit beasts. The dark golden 3-headed bat king should be a mutated species. After passing through the challenge of the blood-colored bat swarm and the dark golden 3-headed bat king, Ji Yu Han continued to unfurl his void saint dragon wings and hurried along the Hell Road. Soon, he saw the primeval exotic beast, the 10-headed fierce young serpent, coiled on the hell road. He saw that it was a strange dark red giant snake, over 10 meters long. On its head and back, there were 9 protrusions in total, each resembling a vibrant red mushroom, as if blood flowed within them, emitting a dark red light. At the same time, the snake's belly was extraordinarily large, and its pair of golden red eyes shone as brightly as lanterns. Wah! At this moment, the 10-headed fierce young serpent coiled in the hell road space also discovered Ji Yuhan. It couldn't help but raise its body, its pair of golden red, lantern-like eyes gleaming. It let out a cry like a baby's wail. Afterward, the 9 fleshy tumors on the 10-headed fierce young serpent's back suddenly erupted with dazzling golden red light. The next moment, as the 10-headed fierce young serpent opened its mouth, a dark red flame ray, carrying a strong fishy smell, was instantly ejected. It traced a dark red trajectory through the air, shooting towards Ji Yuhan. As for the 10-headed fierce young serpent, Ji Yuhan could have easily instantly killed it. But he remembered that the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner core could not simply be dug out from its body. Instead, it needed the 10-headed fierce young serpent to offer it up itself. This made Ji Yuhan abandon the idea of instantly killing the 10-headed fierce young serpent and instead entangled with it for a while. Finding that it couldn't defeat its opponent and seemed to be at a disadvantage, the 10-headed fierce young serpent immediately grew anxious. And amidst a series of wah wah cries, it finally chose to offer its inner core. In an instant, the 9 fleshy tumors on the 10-headed fierce young serpent's back simultaneously shattered. The golden red liquid within converged in the air, forming a fist-sized golden red sphere. It suddenly emitted dazzling light and then smashed towards Ji Yuhan. Ha ha! But seeing the 10-headed fierce young serpent finally offer its inner core, Ji Yuhan immediately burst into laughter. His figure flashed, and after dodging the inner core hurled by the 10-headed fierce young serpent, he countered with a sword, unleashing a golden sword chi that spanned the sky, instantly slaying the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Afterward, Ji Yuhan released his spirit power and effortlessly drew the unknown 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner core into his hand. Done. After obtaining the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner core, Ji Yuhan smiled contentedly and stored it in his storage spirit tool, the Shu Ming ring. And after taking all the benefits from the Hell Road, Ji Yuhan was ready to make a clean getaway. However, the Shu Ming ring in Ji Yuhan's hand was now completely different from before. Because he needed to enter Slaughter City and stay there for a long time, Ji Yuhan didn't want to eat unknown black sludge in Slaughter City. Therefore, he chose to spend a total of 40 yan points to upgrade an item for the first time. He upgraded his storage spirit tool, the Shu Ming ring, twice, transforming it into a true spatial ring. Its storage space was as large as a warehouse, exceeding 10,000 square meters. On the way to Slaughter City, he purchased enough daily necessities and put them into the Shu Ming ring. So in Slaughter City, Ji Yuhan never had to worry about food. And after preparing to leave the Hell Road, Ji Yuhan flew to the top of the Hell Road with his external spirit bone, void sacred dragon wings. Looking at the thick layer of earth in front of him, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile, and instantly activated the void evasion spirit ability of his void saint dragon wings. He fiercely charged into the earth, escaping into the void. In Slaughter City, although the use of spirit ring spirit abilities was prohibited, the spirit abilities of spirit bones were not forbidden. And coincidentally, Ji Yuhan's void evasion SP irritability of his external spirit bone, void sacred dragon wings could perfectly pass through any obstacle. Even if there was a barrier in the Hell Road space, Ji Yuhan could still easily leave using the void evasion spirit ability. Benefits taken. Time to leave. Chapter 184 Returning to the Great Xingdu Forest, the resentful Ziji. He activated the void evasion spirit ability of his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings. Ji Yuhan plunged into the Hell Road space, into the layer of soil at the top of the underground cavern. He quickly ascended towards the surface. Although he as traveling through thousands of meters of thick soil. In reality, Ji Yuhan was in the void dimension, independent of the real world. Under the effect of the void evasion spirit ability, Ji Yuhan could still see the condition of the soil layer he was passing through. After ascending approximately 2,000 meters in one go from the deep underground cavern where the Hell Road space was located, Ji Yuhan clearly saw a layer of blood-red energy wall, horizontally separating the soil. This should be the Hell Road's barrier. However, with the power of the gods of the Douluo continent world, His barrier was merely an energy barrier and could not stop Ji Yuhan's void traversal. With the help of the void evasion spirit ability, Ji Yuhan easily passed through the barrier. He soon arrived on the surface. Finally, I see it again. A vibrant green world. After reaching the surface, Ji Yuhan deactivated the void evasion spirit ability, which consumed a vast amount of spirit power. He looked at the endless verdant forest around him. The undulating distant mountains, everywhere filled with vigorous vitality and radiating the aura of life. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but take a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face as he muttered to himself. Having lived for a long time in the dark slaughter city, located in the underground world, there was no green anywhere around him. He was only exposed to slaughter and death. Now, seeing the sunlight, the vibrant forest, and the magnificent mountains and rivers, Ji Yuhan truly felt a sense of relief in his heart. His mood instantly became cheerful and relaxed. However, he still needed to leave Slaughter City quickly. Ji Yuhan thought to himself. Based on his understanding of the Douluo continent from reading novels in his previous life, plus his knowledge in this life, in his opinion, the Asura god in the god realm definitely couldn't constantly monitor Slaughter City. The reason was simple. Because in the original work, the setting was that there was a time flow difference between the god realm and the Douluo continent. One day in the god realm was 1 year in the Douluo continent. In such a situation, if the Asura god was distracted for a moment, several years might have passed on the Douluo continent. How could he constantly monitor it? And even if there was a bug in the time flow between the Douluo continent and the god realm, just like the bug in the life and death spirit battles in the Hell Slaughter arena. But no matter what, the god realm was a small world independent of the Douluo universe. The time flow between the two must be different. And according to Ji Yuhan's understanding, the gods of the Douluo continent were simply unable to cross worlds and observe the Douluo continent at any time. They still needed to rely on the power of the god realm. For this reason alone, the Asura god could not constantly monitor the situation in Slaughter City. If he had successfully passed through the Hell Road, it might have attracted the Asura god's attention. But since he ran away midway, the Asura god certainly hadn't discovered him. Otherwise, it wasn't Ji Yuhan boasting. With his talent and strength, if the Asura god noticed him, he would definitely forcefully choose him as a divine chosen one. Even if he didn't pass through the Hell Road normally and escaped Slaughter City using the Void Evasion Spirit ability. Now, the Asura god was fully capable of forcefully imprinting a mark on him. That is, granting him the Slaughter God domain. But during his 2 years in Slaughter City, and even now, he had been on the surface for a while. The Asura god had never done so. Therefore, it was conceivable. The Asura god must not have noticed Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan's trick succeeded. However, confidence was one thing. Ji Yuhan was also very worried that the Asura god might suddenly have a whim, decide to check on Slaughter City, and discover him. So it was definitely better to get away quickly. With his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings unfolded, Ji Yuhan transformed into a streak of light, flying rapidly away from Slaughter City. He headed straight for the Stardo Great Forest. After 1 or 2 days of travel, Ji Yuhan finally arrived at the Stardo Great Forest. From afar, when he saw the endless, primeval forest, like a green ocean. Ancient towering trees rising from the ground, exuding a wild aura. Their dense canopies were like pavilions, layered and intertwined. On the thick trunks and branches, ancient vines were gnarled, and moss grew in clumps. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of emotion. He was finally back. This time returning to the Stardo Great Forest, Ji Yuhan had quite a few tasks on his hands. After releasing He aura of his martial soul sacred dragon, Ji Yuhan unfolded his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings and flew rapidly over the Stardo Great Forest. He arrived at the core area of the Stardo Great Forest unimpeded. It could be seen that in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, which was like a jade green silk scarf, the vast life lake was embedded like a flawless sapphire. Through his blazing sun eye, Ji Yuhan could clearly see. By the life lake, 2 tall wooden houses stood. One of them should obviously belong to Aru and Xiao Wu, the mother and daughter. The other one, perhaps, was Ziji's. Ji Yuhan thought. Ziji, I've come to pick you up. After arriving at the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, before even reaching the life lake, Ji Yuhan laughed loudly and shouted. At this moment, Ziji was sitting cross-legged on a bed in a wooden house, cultivating with her eyes closed. Because she had consumed the Shenglong pill gifted by Ji Yuhan. Ziji's bloodline was not only purified, evolving from an ordinary Hell Demon Dragon to a Hell Demon Dragon King. Her cultivation also instantly increased by more than 20,000 years. Her foundation also became deeper. This made Ziji eager to cultivate quickly and break through to 300,000 years. Knowing that Ji Yu Han had a way to help fierce beasts overcome their tribulations, Ziji trusted Ji Yu Han greatly. So she was not afraid of the 300,000-year fierce beast lightning tribulation. She only hoped to become stronger, to be able to help Ji Yu Han more in the future. However, after parting with Ji Yu Han, Ziji returned to the Stardo Great Forest, thinking that Ji Yu Han would come to pick her up in a few months at most. Therefore, at first, Ziji stayed in Aru's wooden house, sleeping with Aru. But unexpectedly, a year had passed in a flash. Ji Yu Han still hadn't come. This forced Ziji to build a wooden house by the life lake as well. She prepared to cultivate it there first while waiting for Ji Yu Han to return. And during her cultivation, suddenly hearing Ji Yu Han's voice, Ziji's cold and charmingly beautiful face couldn't help but open her eyes sharply. Her deep purple beautiful eyes filled with excitement. She seemed to hear young master's voice. Could it be that young master had finally come to pick her up? Ziji quickly got up and walked out of the wooden house. Sure enough, she saw Ji Yu Han flying over with his Void Saint dragon wings unfolded, slowly descending. Ziji, long time no see. Seeing Ziji again, Ji Yu Han's heart was also filled with longing and excitement. A smile appearing on his handsome face as he spoke. And finally seeing Ji Yu Han, Ziji's cold and charmingly beautiful face showed a somewhat dazed expression. A layer of mist slowly covered her dark purple beautiful eyes, making them somewhat red. She didn't speak, but suddenly threw herself into Ji Yu Han's embrace. She hugged Ji Yu Han tightly. For a moment, she was engulfed in surging emotions. Ji Yu Han felt a little suffocated. Young master, you finally came to pick me up. After tightly embracing Ji Yu Han, Ziji's cold and exquisitely beautiful face had red eyes. Her clear voice was somewhat choked, and her tone was full of resentment. I thought you had forgotten me, or didn't want me anymore. Chapter 185 Ji Yu Han's second martial spirit choice. This. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He hadn't expected it to take so long. Originally, after parting ways with Ziji, he had planned to return to Spirit City for a period. At most 3 months, he would then go to pick up Ziji and return to Heaven Do Imperial City together. He hadn't expected that after tormenting the little jar, Bibi Dong would actually want to kill him. Even more unexpectedly, this crisis actually turned into a blessing in disguise, allowing him to acquire a second spirit. However, because the second spirit originated from a spirit master of the Spirit Douluo level who wanted to possess him, its existence was still unstable. If nothing was done, it would collapse after 3 days. Therefore, he still needed to go to Slaughter City to hunt Yen Soul Masters and absorb their martial soul essence. Only then could it be completely stabilized and evolved to its ultimate form. This meant he had no choice but to rush to Slaughter City without delay. Ultimately, so much time was delayed. It would be 2 years later before he could return to the Stardo Great Forest to pick up Ziji. I'm sorry, Ziji, it's all my fault. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but give a bitter smile at Ziji's resentment, admitting his mistake. As a man, he dared to take responsibility for his actions. However, after admitting his mistake, Ji Yu Han also began to explain. He simply told Ziji everything that had happened since his return to Spirit City until now. What? Upon hearing this, Ziji's cold and charming face was filled with indignation. Young master, is your teacher an idiot? How could she like such a hypocritical and shameless good for nothing, and even try to kill you for him? Since she's like this, young master, you don't need to consider her your teacher anymore. The next time you see her, young master, tell me. I will definitely avenge you, young master. As she spoke, Ziji's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she clenched her jade fists. She looked as if she wanted to avenge Ji Yu Han. This made Ji Yu Han feel a bit emotional. Because he still remembered when he first met Ziji, she was still yelling to beat and kill him. He hadn't expected her to care about him so much now. It seemed his training techniques were quite good. Stockholm Syndrome truly didn't deceive him. Ji Yu Han was very pleased in his heart. Of course, a large part of the reason might also be that Ji Yu Han had taken Ziji's virginity. It seemed that the words of a certain famous female writer, Eileen Chong, in his previous life were indeed correct. That was indeed the path to a woman's heart. After feeling angry about Ji Yu Han's experiences, Ziji quickly became happy for Ji Yu Han because he had acquired a second spirit. Although she was a spirit beast, Ziji also knew some basic information about human spirit masters. She knew that twin spirits was an extremely powerful talent. In any case, it was definitely a great thing for young Master Ji Yu Han to acquire a second spirit. And as Ji Yu Han and Ziji reunited after a long separation, Sky Blue Bull Python Da Ming and Titan Giant Ape Ming also came over, having discovered Ji Yu Han's return. Benefactor. Long time no see. I feel like your strength has grown again, Benefactor. Titan Giant Ape Ming scratched his head, a simple smile on his face, and spoke in a booming voice. Haha, you flatter me. We are spirit masters, so our cultivation speed is naturally faster. After all, our lifespan is only a few hundred years at most, incomparable to you spirit beasts. Ji Yu Han said with a smile. By the way, where are Aru and Xiao Wu? Not seeing Aru and Xiao Wu, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but ask. Aunt Ru and sister Xiao Wu went to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms together. They go every morning. Sky Blue Bull Python Da Ming replied in a deep voice. And at the same time, at the bottom of the Life Lake, in a silver-white palace within a secret realm. After sensing Ji Yu Han's golden dragon aura and realizing he had returned, Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina couldn't help but once again conjure a spatial mirror, propping her chin with a dragon claw. Her large, amethyst-like eyes watched the drama playing in the spatial mirror with great interest. After hearing Ji Yu Han tell Ziji about everything that had happened in the past 2 years, Ji Yu Yuina's brows furrowed tightly. And her heart was filled with indignation. How could there be such a foolish human woman? However, learning that Ji Yu Han had actually acquired a second spirit in Slaughter Sit. Why and that his cultivation had now broken through to rank 80, Ji Yu Yuina couldn't help but become excited and happy. Because Ji Yu Han had now reached rank 80, he was undoubtedly one step closer to rank 99. Perhaps in less than 20 years, Ji Yu Han could break through to limit Douluo and help her recover from her injuries. Cat-eared Ji Yu Yuina concept art. And as Ji Yu Yuina was thinking of Ji Yu Han, Ji Yu Han was actually thinking of Ji Yu Yuina in his heart at this moment. This time, returning to the Star-Do Great Forest, Ji Yu Han, besides choosing his 8th spirit ring and taking Ziji away from the Star-Do Great Forest to return to Heaven-Do Imperial City together, also wanted to see Ji Yu Yuina again. Because regarding his second spirit, after leaving Slaughter City and thinking for a few days, Ji Yu Han had already decided what form his second spirit should take. Since he already possessed the beast spirit, Sacred Dragon, which could perform martial soul avatar and enhance his physical attributes, for his second spirit. Among beast spirit, tool spirit, body spirit, and elemental spirit, Ji Yu Han ultimately decided to choose a tool spirit as his second spirit. Because it could combine with the martial soul Sacred Dragon to transform into a Dragon Knight. However, in the Dragon Knight state, without the martial soul Sacred Dragon attached, he couldn't use spirit abilities. Although he had a set of cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques, which allowed Ji Yu Han to possess strength surpassing a top-tier beast spirit master of his current realm when fully unleashed, even without relying on martial soul avatar, and it was the kind that had no weaknesses in terms of strength, defense, speed, and spirit, it would obviously be even better with spirit abilities. Especially enhancement-type spirit abilities. This would make Ji Yu Han's peak strength even more powerful. And enhancement-type spirit abilities could be possessed by beast spirit, tool spirit, and body spirit. However, considering that it could combine with the martial soul Sacred Dragon to form a Dragon Knight, having a Dragon Knight's spear would undoubtedly provide the greatest boost to combat power. Although in the future, Ji Yu Han could also acquire divine artifacts like the Golden Dragon Spear. A divine artifact is ultimately an external object, which might be lost or seized by others. A tool spirit, however, is entirely one's own power. However, since he knew that Ji Yu Yuina had the divine artifact, Golden Dragon Spear, and recalling that in Peerless Tang sect, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm formed Ice Empress into Huo Yuhao's second spirit, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but ask the Heavenly Evolution System if he could devour the Golden Dragon Spear and merge it with his unformed second spirit, transforming it into his own second spirit. To this, the Heavenly Evolution System replied, yes. Moreover, if Ji Yu Han's second spirit successfully absorbed and merged with the Golden Dragon Spear, it would evolve again from a god-bestowed level spirit. Its quality would directly surpass Ji Yu Han's current martial soul Sacred Dragon, whose spirit bloodline was only at the Golden Dragon level. It's just that the Tian Yan points required for this might be quite a lot. It would require a full 10 Tian Yan points. However, although it required 10 Tian Yan points, which made Ji Yu Han a bit distressed, He happened to have a total of 54 Tian Yan points in his hand right now. 10 Tian Yan points was completely affordable. Therefore, Ji Yuhan wanted to meet Ji Yuina to see if he could get the golden dragon spear from her in advance. Anyway, he had decided this time that he would have to get the golden dragon spear, even if it meant being shameless. Chapter 186. Ziji, becoming a sister with the master. I am a little excited just thinking about it. Stardo Great Forest Core Area. By the Life Lake. Upon learning that Xiao Wu and Aru had gone out to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms, Ji Yuhan didn't ask much. He wasn't in a hurry to have Ziji gather spirit beasts to choose his 8th spirit ring. Right now, what he most wanted to do was quickly find Ji Yuina and see if he could get his hands on the golden dragon spear. Then, with the help of the heavenly evolution system, he would have his 2nd spirit absorb and fuse with the golden dragon spear, transforming the golden dragon spear into his 2nd spirit. Young master, are you going to see our lord now? After the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python finished greeting him and left, Ziji was quite surprised. Learned that Ji Yuhan planned to meet the Silver Dragon King Ji Yuina, their lord. At the same time, a hint of envy flashed in her pair of bright purple beautiful eyes. And Ji Yuhan happened to notice it, thinking that having someone to speak for him when he went to see Ji Yuina this time wouldn't be bad. Ji Yuhan's heart stirred, and he smiled. Ziji, do you want to come with me? Ah, Ziji was stunned, somewhat disbelieving. Pointing to herself, can I come too? Hee. Of course. Ji Yuhan smiled slightly. Since Ji Yuina could see DTN, she could also see Ziji. It was just that before, Ji Yuina didn't think it was necessary. After all, having DTN as her will's proxy was enough. But if he brought Ziji, Ji Yuina probably wouldn't refuse either. Let's go. Ji Yuhan, with a smile, directly stepped forward and took Ziji's jade hand. He turned and walked towards the life lake, which was as clear as a mirror, and jumped into it with Ziji. The two swam together towards the bottom of the life lake. Although Ji Yuhan didn't speak. At this moment, Ji Yuina, who was observing Ji Yuhan through the mirror of space, understood Ji Yuhan's intention. This Ji Yuhan wants to see me. Is there something important? Ji Yuina felt a bit puzzled and curious. However, she still opened the spatial gate leading to this space. After Ji Yuhan brought Ziji and dove to the bottom of the life lake. Not far away, a silver light suddenly bloomed, then spread out. It actually formed a silver-white spatial gate. Go. Ji Yuhan took Ziji and swam towards the spatial gate, diving into it in one go. After a sensation of spatial transmission and visual dislocation, when his vision recovered, Ji Yuhan immediately found himself. He had reappeared in a very familiar, incredibly tall and magnificent silver palace. And before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a noble and gorgeous silver gown. Her skin was as fair as jade, her figure tall and slender, with graceful curves. On her flawless, captivatingly beautiful face, her eyes were as beautiful as purple gems, her nose delicate, and her cherry lips rosy. Her aura was noble and sacred, ethereal as an immortal, Li. A fairy from the 9 heavens descended to the mortal world. Although he had seen her once before, seeing her again, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but feel amazed and incredibly emotional. This Ji Yuina was truly beautiful. Especially her noble and sacred aura, ethereal as an immortal, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. As expected, she was the acknowledged #1 goddess of the Douluo continent. However, thinking that this immortal flower, in the original work, was actually plucked by Tang San's son, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but grit his teeth in secret hatred. Those despicable Tang clan members. Beside him, upon seeing Ji Yuina, Ziji couldn't help but feel a bit inferior, but more than that, she was excited. Because fans get excited when they see their idols. And Ji Yuina, among the Dragon Clan and Soul Beast Clan, was a godlike existence. Finally, she had met the legendary lord. Ziji was naturally incredibly excited. What's wrong, Ji Yuhan? Is there something you need to see me about? At this moment, Ji Yuina couldn't help but turn her beautiful, purple gem-like eyes towards Ji Yuhan, with a hint of curiosity in her gaze. On her captivatingly beautiful face, she asked with an intriguing smile. Is it that I can't come to see Ji Yuina unless there's something wrong? Ji Yuhan said cheekily, with a playful smile on his handsome, flawless face. In the future, perhaps we'll be husband and wife. Quote, let's get to know each other and foster our feelings in advance. Stop it. Ji Yuina rolled her eyes at Ji Yuhan, saying impatiently. You only need to cultivate to become a demigod and help me recover from my injuries in advance. I will, as promised, give you the method of becoming a god and the golden dragon spear. But becoming my, Gu Yuina's, husband is not that easy. You must be able to defeat me and possess even greater strength than me. Inside the Silver Palace, when she heard the conversation between Ji Han and Gu Yuina, Ziji was suddenly stunned, her emotions becoming very complex. Because, all along, the Lord Gu Yuina, in her impression, had always been more divine than human. She was a powerful, noble, cold, and incredibly revered existence. She hadn't expected that the Lord would be like this in front of young Master Ji Han. Moreover, young Master Ji Han even had an agreement with the Lord. As long as he could defeat the Lord Gu Yuina, he could become the Lord's husband. Ziji felt incredibly disbelieving. It wasn't that she thought Ji Han marrying Gu Yuina was like a toad wanting to eat a swan's flesh. It was just that the Lord Gu Yuina, in her heart and the hearts of the Soul Beast clan, was a godlike existence. And Ji Han, after all, still belonged to the human world. Before, whether it was her or the beast god Dtn, or even all the spirit beasts who knew of Gu Yuina's existence, they had never imagined that the Lord, one day, would become someone's spouse, whether it be an ordinary human or soul beast. Now, suddenly knowing this news, her heart was naturally a mix of emotions, incredibly complex. However, thinking that if Ji Han could truly become the Lord's husband, wouldn't she then become sisters with the Lord? Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Ziji's deep purple beautiful eyes on her cold and charmingly beautiful face. Just thinking about it, she felt a little excited in her heart. Gu Yuina, don't worry, I know this. Regarding Gu Yuina's emphasis, Ji Han smiled, then said confidently. But I don't think this is a problem for me. Before officially marrying Gu Yuina, I think it's also good for us to meet more often and cultivate our feelings. Ji Han still said with a playful smile. However, this time, I came to see Gu Yuina. Besides missing Gu Yuina, I actually do have something important and hope to get your help, Gu Yuina. Hearing this, a smile couldn't help but emerge on Gu Yuina's beautiful face. You little rascal, you've been sweet talking for so long. Finally, you're getting to the point. What is it? Tell me. Gu Yuina couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle, saying. Gu Yuina, you must have heard Hua Tzg and I were just talking about by the Life Lake. You know what has happened to me these past 2 years. Ji Han said with a mischievous smile. Now, I have obtained my second spirit. AF. Tear absorbing the martial soul essence of over 5,000 fallen soul masters in Slaughter City. I completely stabilized my second spirit and evolved it to its peak. And next, what I need to do is choose the form of my second spirit, to make it a truly complete spirit. Regarding the type and form of my second spirit, I've thought about it for a long time, and in the end, I still think a gun-type tool spirit is better. And for my second spirit, I can either shape it independently, or I can choose to let it devour a weapon and transform into the form of the devoured weapon, becoming a tool spirit. Gu Yuina, don't you have the golden dragon spear here? I want to. Ji Han rubbed his hands, showing a somewhat shy and embarrassed expression, and said. Gu Yuina, can you help me with this? Chapter 187 We can pay with our bodies. Don't even think about it. Ji Han's visit this time was unexpectedly to ask for her golden dragon spear. Ji Yuina's heart immediately filled with vigilance. And her delicate brows furrowed. She instantly parted her cherry lips and chose to refuse. The golden dragon spear and the method to become a god. These were her crucial are gaining chips to make Ji Han fulfill his promise to help her heal her injuries after he became a demigod. If she gave them to Ji Han now, what if Ji Han went back on his word after becoming a demigod later? At that time, she wouldn't be able to leave. And sending her subordinate spirit beasts to forcibly bring Ji Han back. But even Dtn might not be a match for Ji Han, who possessed the golden dragon spear as his second spirit. The risk was too great. Ji Yuina, please, this is really important to me. Ji Han wasn't surprised that Ji Yuina chose to refuse, but he didn't intend to give up. Instead, he shamelessly stepped forward and hugged Ji Yuina's jade arm. He even felt a bit nauseous as he acted spoiled. However, he thought that although he was already 16 years old, Ji Yuina's age was estimated to be at least 1,000,000 years. In front of Ji Yuina, he was more of a baby than a baby. This was just a bit of acting spoiled. For the golden dragon spear, what was this? Ji Han immediately felt at ease. And thinking that this time, he was determined to get the golden dragon spear in advance. Ji Han also gritted his teeth, frantically rubbed Ji Yuina's jade arm, and pleaded. Cough, cough. This was definitely not taking advantage. Absolutely not. Let go quickly. Ji Yuina was a bit overwhelmed, her exquisite, peerless face flushed slightly, as she didn't expect Ji Yuhan to change his usual demeanor, step forward, hug her jade arm, and act spoiled. She very eagerly told Ji Yuhan to let go. I won't let go. Ji Yuina, if you don't agree, I won't let go. Ji Yuhan, however, stubbornly insisted with a thick skin, and said, Ji Yuina, I know you're afraid that if you give me the golden dragon spear, I won't help you later. But you've seen me more than once. You can ask ZG. Am I that kind of person? I've always been someone who repays kindness. Ji Yuina, you saved my life and helped me so much back then. I've kept all of that in my heart. Even without the golden dragon spear and the method to become a god, after I become a limit Douluo, I will definitely repay you, Ji Yuina, and help you heal your injuries. And I really like you, Ji Yuina, and want to become your husband. Ji Yuhan looked at Ji Yuina with firm eyes and loudly declared his love. Just for this, I will absolutely not break my promise. This is more solid than any golden dragon spear or method to become a god. Ji Yuina, do you not have any confidence in your own charm? And Ji Yuina, if I can have the golden dragon spear as my second spirit, Akko. RDING to the abilities of the golden dragon spear that you mentioned, my cultivation speed will also be faster. I'll be able to cultivate to limit Douluo and reach the demigod realm earlier, the Reb. Why helping you recover from your injuries, won't I? Ji Yuhan said with great sincerity. This. After hearing so much from Ji Yuhan, Ji Yuina also hesitated. Her heart was both annoyed and felt that there was indeed some truth to it. Although giving the golden dragon spear to Ji Yuhan in advance carried some risk, it could also help Ji Yuhan cultivate to the titled Douluo realm faster. The key, in fact, still depended on Ji Yuhan's character. Is this guy really so grateful? Does he really like me that much and want to become my husband? But to become my husband, one must be able to defeat me. Yet, I am the Silver Dragon King. Unless this annoying guy inherits a god position of the God King level, otherwise, after my injuries recover, ordinary gods, even a first-ranked god, would not be able to defeat me. Why is this annoying guy so confident that he can defeat me and become my husband? Ji Yuina was extremely puzzled. If Ji Yuina really doesn't trust me, I actually have another way. Ji Yuhan took a deep breath, looking as if he had made a huge sacrifice, and said resolutely. What way? Ji Yuina couldn't help but be stunned, a little curious. That, as long as Ji Yuina gives me the golden dragon spear, I can repay you with my body. Ji Yuhan clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes, and gritted his teeth. It was as if Ji Yuina had made a huge profit. This immediately made Ji Yuina's forehead full of black lines, her exquisite and beautiful face flushed, and she lightly spat. Ha, if you want to take advantage of me, just say so. Why make it sound like I'm taking advantage of you? If you become my husband without even defeating me, wouldn't I be at a greater loss? And who can guarantee that you won't go back on your word even then? I thought you spirit beasts didn't have this concept. Quote. Ji Yuhan showed an innocent expression and said. You're talking about those brainless spirit beasts. Ji Yuina said exasperatedly. If Ji Yuina is worried that I'll still go back on my word, then we can have another child. Once we have a child, I definitely won't go back on my word. Ji Yuhan continued to say with a smile. Stop it. What kind of unreliable, rotten ideas are these? Ji Yuina's eyes, like purple gemstones, were filled with annoyance. You're deliberately joking, aren't you? Having a child, she hadn't even recovered from her injuries. And she was going to have a child for Ji Yuhan. What if Ji Yuhan didn't fulfill his promise later? Then she'd have nowhere to cry. Hee. I just felt the atmosphere was a bit too serious, so I tried to lighten it up. Ji Yuhan also said with a smile. And after Ji Yuhan's antics, Ji Yuina couldn't help but feel that the atmosphere had indeed become less serious. At this moment, Ji Yuina also calmed down. She began to consider whether giving the golden dragon spear to Ji Yuhan in advance was more beneficial or detrimental. And seeing that Ji Yuina actually seemed to be thinking, Ji Yuhan cool. Didn't help but curl his lips slightly and smile inwardly. Success. He hadn't said those words just to lighten the mood. It was a psychological tactic called the demolishing the house effect. ACE. Rtain Lu Xuan once said, the Chinese people's temperament always prefers harmony and compromise. If you say, This room is too dark, and suggest opening a skylight here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will compromise and be willing to open a skylight. However, Ji Yuhan felt that this psychology was not only present in the Chinese people of his previous life, but in everyone. When faced with a better suggestion and a worse suggestion, people are always happy to accept the better suggestion and reject the worse suggestion. And if there is no worse suggestion, then forcibly create a worse suggestion. So, after Ji Yuina refused to give him the golden dragon spear, Ji Yuhan, in a joking tone, directly proposed the solutions of repaying with his body and having a child. These two solutions were less acceptable to Ji Yuina compared to simply giving her the golden dragon spear for free. In that case, wouldn't giving the golden drago and spear for free become a better solution? This subtly made Ji Yuina consider whether to give Ji Yuhan the golden dragon spear. But it should be known that Ji Yuina had originally refused. And because Shi couldn't make up her mind about whether to give Ji Yuhan the golden dragon spear, Ji Yuina noticed Ziji at this moment and suddenly wanted to ask Ziji what kind of person Ji Yuhan was. Compared to her, who had only met Ji Yuhan a few times, Ziji had lived with Ji Yuhan for several years and definitely understood him better than she did. Ziji, come with me for a moment. At Ji Yuina's call, Zi and Ji Yuina went together to a side hall. Here, Ji Yuina asked Ziji, what kind of human do you think Ji Yuhan is? Is he really so grateful? Even if I give him the golden dragon spear, will he definitely fulfill his promise later? Quote. Facing Ji Yuina's question, Ziji couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of her time with Ji Yuhan. At first, she really disliked Ji Yuhan. Although she was persuaded by Ji Yuhan to voluntarily become his maid, serving him tea and water, rubbing his shoulders and legs, in her heart, she was only doing this as part of her master's mission. Her true concern and care for Ji Yuhan began when Ji Yuhan gave her the precious Shenglong pill at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Ji Yuhan didn't have to give it to her. So, after thinking for a moment, Ziji took a deep breath and said seriously, Master. I think young master is indeed a grateful person, at least, that's how I see him. As she spoke, Ziji also recounted the instances of Ji Yuhan's gratitude that she knew of since she had been with him. For example, when Qian Runshui replaced Shui Qing, even though it would have been better for Ji Yuhan to kill Shui Qing, Ji Yuhan preferred to go to the extra trouble of using ointment to change Shui Qinghei's appearance and erase his memories, sending him to a remote rural town to give him a way out. Afterward, he even gave her the Shenglong pill. And after returning to Spirit City, Ji Yuhan also prepared precious elixirs as gifts for everyone who had been kind to him. After listening, Ji Yuina also made her decision. Chapter 188 If love between two people is long-lasting, why should they be together day and night? At the bottom of Life Lake. Secret Realm Space. Inside the Silver Palace. After questioning Ji Yuina made a decision in her heart. She still planned to give the Golden Dragon Spear to Ji Yuhan in advance. Because, just as Ji Yuhan said, the Golden Dragon Spear could greatly increase Ji Yuhan's cultivation speed, helping him break through to the limit Douluo realm faster. And as for Ji Yuhan's character, from Ziji's words, she felt he was indeed someone who would repay kindness. After questioning Ziji, Ji Yuina also learned that her appearance and temperament among humans were truly unparalleled and unique in the world. This human youth should indeed like her very much. Moreover, as a god and the Silver Dragon King, Ji Yuina's sixth sense had never had a bad feeling about Ji Yuhan. And in these few meetings, she also felt that Ji Yuhan was indeed someone who did not discriminate against their Soul Beast clan and was quite friendly towards them. Leaving aside other things, from Ji Yuhan's choice to risk great defiance by notifying Xiao Wu's family when he learned that Spirit Hall was coming to Stardow Great Forest to hunt them. Allowing Xiao Wu's family, who were currently guarding the Stardow Great Forest core area, to safely escape this calamity. Ji Yuhan's attitude could be seen from this. As for the reason behind this, Ji Yuina had also asked at that time. She learned that Aru had once saved the life of his teacher Bibi Dong. Ji Yuhan did not want his teacher to be ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity. Anyway, through all this, Ji Yuina confirmed Ji Yuhan's character. How is it, Ji Yuina? Seeing Ji Yuina walk out of the side hall with Ji Yuhan couldn't help but ask with anticipation. On Ji Yuina's exquisite immortal face, a pair of amethyst-like eyes gazed deeply at Ji Yuhan, and her cherry lips parted slightly, saying, From Ziji, I know more about you. It seems. You are indeed someone who repays kindness. I trust you. I will give you this golden dragon spear in advance. I hope you can cultivate to the demigod realm as soon as possible and not betray my trust. With that, Gu Yuina extended her slender jade hand. In an instant, only a dazzling golden light flashed. A slender, incomparably long spear, made of a material that seemed to be both gold and wood, exuding a rich aura of life. Covered with vigorous dragon scale patterns and dragon-shaped dark patterns. The majestic and domineering golden dragon spear instantly appeared in Gu Yuina's hand. It's yours. After taking out the golden dragon spear, Gu Yuina didn't linger and directly handed it to Ji Han. And when Ji Han took the golden dragon spear, a cold mechanical voice immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining the evolution material, Divine Tool Golden Dragon Spear, which contains the power of the Dragon God and the power of the Golden Dragon King. Does the host choose to spend Tian Yan points x10 to request system assistance? To allow the second spirit to absorb and merge with the Divine Tool Golden Dragon Spear, 2. RNING the Golden Dragon Spear into the host's second spirit. Confirm. Ji Han took a deep breath, and with an excited heart, he nodded in his mind. Although after the second spirit absorbed the Golden Dragon Spear, a trace of the Dragon God's origin and the Golden Dragon King's origin within the Golden Dragon Spear would all merge into the second spirit. It would no longer be possible to extract a trace of the Dragon God's origin and the Golden Dragon King's origin from it to help the Spirit Sacred Dragon evolve, reducing the Tian Yan points needed for the Spirit Sacred Dragon to evolve into the Golden Dragon King and the Dragon God. But Ji Han currently had enough Tian Yan points needed to evolve the Golden Dragon King. He didn't need to use the Golden Dragon Spear to help the Spirit Sacred Dragon evolve. Moreover, extracting a trace of the Dragon God's origin and the Golden Dragon King's origin from the Golden Dragon Spear to help the Spirit Sacred Dragon evolve. This would be beneficial to the Spirit Sacred Dragon. However, it would severely damage the Golden Dragon Spear. At best, it would cause the Golden Dragon Spear's quality to drop and its power to greatly diminish. If it were serious, it was not impossible for the Golden Dragon Spear to be directly destroyed. This was obviously unnecessary, because the Golden Dragon Spear, for Ji Han, even if it wasn't his second spirit, was an extremely handy weapon. Anyway, with Tian Yan points, evolving the Golden Dragon King was completely fine. And with Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina present, he could also completely obtain Gu Yuina's Silver Dragon King origin through Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina to evolve into the Dragon God. If it really didn't work, finding a way to find an elemental Silver Dragon, absorbing its origin, and then evolving it into Tian Yan points was also completely feasible. Of course, the reason Ji Han made such a decision was also because the Heavenly Evolution System analyzed and informed Ji Han that if the Golden Dragon Spear were to become his second spirit, then Ji Han's Spirit Sacred Dragon would be able to activate a self-spirit fusion skill with the Golden Dragon Spear, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. This would undoubtedly be even more perfect. And after Ji Han confirmed that he wanted his second spirit to merge and absorb the Golden Dragon Spear, a spatial fluctuation instantly occurred. The Golden Dragon Spear in Ji Han's hand immediately disappeared without a trace. It had been taken away by the Heavenly Evolution System to help the second spirit merge and absorb it. After the Divine Tool Golden Dragon Spear was taken away, a progress bar immediately appeared in front of Ji Han, but the progress bar was still at 0. Clearly, given how long it took for the Heavenly Evolution System to deduce cultivation techniques, it would take a long time for the Heavenly Evolution System to help the second spirit absorb the Golden Dragon Spear, and turn the Golden Dragon Spear into the second spirit. As for the disappearance of the Golden Dragon Spear from Ji Han's hand, Gu Yuina thought that Ji Han had put the Golden Dragon Spear into a storage spirit tool and didn't pay attention. Instead, she began to urge him to leave. Alright, the Golden Dragon Spear has been given to you, you should go. Gu Yuina said. Gu Yuina, I don't want to leave yet. It's not easy to see you, I still want to look at you more. Ji Han looked reluctant to leave, gazing at Gu Yuina with eyes full of longing, and said. Although he had already heaved his main goal of coming to find Gu Yuina, which was to obtain the Golden Dragon Spear. If he were to happily leave as soon as Gu Yuina urged him, wouldn't that make it seem like he only came for the Golden Dragon Spear? That would be too utilitarian. It was definitely better to express some reluctance. And Ji Han truly didn't want to leave in his heart. After all, looking at beautiful women was pleasing to the eye. Looking at a goddess was even more pleasing to the eye. Stop being so wishy-washy. I gave you the golden dragon spear hoping you could use it to cultivate to the demigod realm faster. There's no use in you staying here with me. If you don't leave, I'll take back your golden dragon spear. Ji Yuina frowned, threatening him. Hearing this, Ji Han also ooned. Understood that Ji Yuina genuinely wanted him to leave, and he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Ji Yuina, I understand what you mean. You're right. If love lasts long, it does not need to be day and night. I understand. Then I will take ZG and leave first. I will cultivate diligently and break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible. With that, Ji Han resolutely led ZG towards the spatial door opened by Ji Yuina. Leaving this secret realm space. If love lasts long, it does not need to be day and night. This scoundrel, this phrase he said is quite pleasant to hear. After Ji Han left, Ji Yuina's amethyst-like eyes couldn't help but sparkle as she murmured the last sentence Ji Han had said. On her noble and exquisite immortal face, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 189 The best target soul beast appears and the best 8th soul skill. After leaving the secret realm, Ji Han and ZG returned to the bottom of Life Lake. They swam towards the surface of the lake. However, after reaching the surface of the lake with ZG, Ji Han suddenly heard a series of dragon roars and tiger growls echoing from a distance. Along with them came violent explosions and the sound of trees collapsing. Ji Han turned his head to look. He saw a fierce battle erupting in the forest not far away. Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan GI Ant Ape were fighting a black tiger-type spirit beast. This black tiger-type spirit beast was over 8 meters long, completely black without any noise. Even the king character on its forehead was pitch black. Its eyes were scarlet and glowed with an eerie light, and its muscles bulged. Compared to ordinary tiger-type spirit beasts, this giant black tiger also had a pair of wide, black wings on its back. Its tail was also very different from that of common tiger-type spirit beasts. Not only was it much longer, but it stood upright and was composed of countless bone segments. The very tip was a huge barb, shimmering with a deep, cold light. It was clearly a scorpion tail. Upon seeing this giant black tiger spirit beast, Ji Han couldn't help but frown, instantly recognizing its identity. This was a dark demonic evil god tiger. And it was highly likely to be the powerful dark demonic evil god tiger with tens of thousands of years of cultivation that Tang San encountered in the original work. According to the original work, this dark demonic evil god tiger seemed to have visited the Star Do Great Forest Core area and fought with Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape before encountering Tang San. Although it was defeated by the combined efforts of Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python and driven out of the Star Do Great Forest, even the combined strength of Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape was still unable to truly defeat this dark demonic evil god tiger. To be able to contend with two powerful 100,000-year spirit beasts, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python. With less than 100,000 years of cultivation, this dark demonic evil god tiger was definitely a spirit beast at the very top of the food chain. It might even be comparable to the extinct bloodline origin of the Titan Giant Ape, Titan, and the bloodline origin of the dark gold dreadclaw bear, the behemoth. It's the dark demonic evil god tiger. At this moment, ZG also discovered that the one fighting Sky Blue Bull Python Da Ming and Titan Giant Ape Ming was the infamous dark demonic evil god tiger. Her cold and charming beautiful face was filled with shock and anger. Young master, let's quickly go help Da Ming and Ming. This dark demonic evil god tiger is a fallen evil spirit beast. It finds it difficult to cultivate on its own. So it chooses to madly slaughter and devour the cultivation of spirit beasts it encounters. If we let the dark demonic evil god tiger grow, it will become a disaster for our soul beast clan. Then let's go help quickly. Ji Han's heart stirred, and he immediately said. After speaking, he unfurled his external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings and shot up into the sky. He flew GHT towards the battlefield where Titan Giant Ape, Sky Azure Bull Python, and the dark demonic evil god tiger were clashing. However, regarding the dark demonic evil god tiger, besides helping Sky Ue Bull Python Da Ming and Titan Giant Ape Ming defeat the powerful enemy and eliminate a scourge for the Soul Beast clan, Ji Han had another idea. That was, he felt that the dark demonic evil god tiger might be a very perfect target for his 8th spirit ring. Because he possessed the heavenly evolution system, he could spend Tian Yan points to upgrade the age of his spirit ring. Therefore, in Ji Han's eyes, the age of the spirit ring was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the spirit ability he could obtain. And Ji Yu Han knew that the dark demonic evil god tiger possessed an extremely rare spatial temporal spirit ability, life and death arena. If he could absorb the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring, he might be able to obtain a powerful spatial temporal spirit ability. Ji Yu Han knew that in the fantasy world, there has always been a recognized view. Space is king, time is supreme. Now, he already possessed the sixth soul skill, Void Dark Domain. If he could acquire another time element spirit ability, that would be perfect. Da Ming, Ming, I'm here to help you. As he and ZG rushed towards the battlefield where Sky Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and the dark demonic evil god tiger were fighting, Ji Yu Han unfurled his external soul bone, Void Sacred Dragon wings and shouted loudly. He instantly activated his domain, Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Ji Yu Han's body, rapidly spreading into the surrounding forest, enveloping the entire battlefield. The dark demonic L god tiger was naturally also enveloped. Although the dark demonic evil god tiger's cultivation was as high as 60,000 years, which was not weak compared to the 80-level Ji Yu Han, unfortunately. The dark demonic evil god tiger was only a spirit beast with a bloodline level similar to that of the golden sacred dragon. However, Ji Yu Han's Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain originated from his spirit, the sacred dragon, which had already evolved its bloodline into a golden dragon. Furthermore, with the help of the Ice Fire Dragon King, the spirit sacred dragon's bloodline origin had been further enhanced, reaching a level that surpassed the dragon kings of the Golden Dragon clan. Coupled with the attribute suppression, therefore, after being enveloped by the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, the dark demonic evil god tiger's dark domain was completely suppressed and disintegrated. It also suffered a powerful suppression from the Saint Light Dragon Emperor's prestige spirit ability. Seizing the opportunity, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape roared in anger, unleashing their strongest attack spirit abilities. Titan Sky Shatter. Sky Azure Annihilation Lightning. In an instant, the Titan Giant Ape condensed an air cannon capable of pulverizing city walls and blasted it towards the dark demonic evil god tiger. Meanwhile, the Sky Azure Bull Python roared, summoning a sky full of azure lightning, as thick as water buckets, which descended from the sky and struck the dark demonic evil god tiger. Devouring Domain. Death Wither. ZG also let out an angry shout, activating her devouring domain in the air and simultaneously attacking the dark demonic evil god tiger. However, Ji Yu Han's eyes flickered, and he did not join in the attack. Because he knew that the dark demonic evil god tiger would not be so easily focused down. It still had a spirit ability comparable to absolute defense, evil god protection. As expected, bang, 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 after Titan Sky Shatter, the sky-filling Sky Azure Annihilation Lightning, and Death Wither all struck the dark demonic evil god tiger, creating huge explosions, when the smoke and dust from the explosions dissipated. The dark demonic evil god tiger stood in place, completely unharmed. A layer of gray airflow continuously flowed over its body, forming a protective shield that covered its entire form, and its scarlet, violent beast eyes were full of mockery. Roar. The dark demonic evil god tiger opened its bloody maw and let out another challenging roar. Instantly, dense lightning balls, shimmering with gray, purple, and green light, condensed around its body and blasted from all directions towards Ji Yu Han, ZG, Titan Giant Ape, and Sky Azure Bull Python. Afterward, the dark demonic evil god tiger spread its wings, poised to pounce on Ji Yu Han. But just as it unfurled its black wings and took to the sky, the dark demonic evil god tiger suddenly changed direction mid-flight, activated a spirit ability, and instantly transformed into a black streak of light, fleeing into the distance. As a powerful 60,000-year spirit beast with a formidable bloodline, the dark demonic evil god tiger's intelligence was in no way inferior to that of humans. If it were just dealing with the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python, it would not be afraid at all. But now here was also a more powerful Hell Demon Dragon, and a powerful human whose attributes greatly countered it. Only a foolish tiger would continue to fight. Chapter 190 Space is King, Time is Supreme. Trying to run. Unexpectedly, the dark demonic evil god tiger, which had pretended to charge, was incredibly cunning and turned to flee. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile wryly, but he wasn't surprised in the slightest. However, if the dark demonic evil god tiger thought it could escape, then he could only say it was thinking too much. Sacred Dragon, appear. Ji Yu Han's heart stirred, and he instantly summoned his spirit Sacred Dragon. Amidst a dazzling golden light, The colossal spirit sacred dragon, exuding a powerful aura of light and terrifying dragon might, with a pair of golden wings that blotted out the sky and sun. Sacred, majestic, and domineering, instantly appeared behind Ji Yuhan. Immediately after, the spirit sacred dragon instantly turned ethereal and merged into Ji Yuhan's body. It turned out that Ji Yuhan had activated Martial Soul Avatar. After Martial Soul Avatar, Ji Yuhan immediately activated Martial Soul True Body. However, it was certainly not entering a 100% Martial Soul True Body state. Instead, with the uniqueness of the spirit sacred dragon and his own powerful control, he only entered a 50% Martial Soul True Body state. Or rather, the dragon blood warrior form. In an instant, after the seventh spirit ring lit up, as a burst of brilliant golden light erupted. Amidst the brilliant and dazzling golden light, Ji Yuhan's body immediately began to dramatically increase in size. On his back, in addition to the external soul bone, void sacred dragon wings, another pair of golden dragon wings actually grew. Behind him, a long and powerful dragon tail appeared, and his head transformed into a sacred, majestic, and domineering dragon head. He directly transformed from a primarily human form into a half-human, half-dragon form over 10 meters tall. In the Martial Soul True Body state, the power and effects of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor's might and the Saint Light Purification skill of Ji Yuhan's Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain all doubled. This caused the dark demonic evil god tiger, still enveloped by the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain and preparing to flee, to instantly feel its power severely suppressed and its speed drop significantly. At the same time, it also felt intense pain. That was the power of extreme light continuously invading the dark demonic evil god tiger's body, frantically exerting its purification effect. And in the Martial Soul True Body state, Ji Yuhan once again activated the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain's third spirit ability, Saint Light Teleportation. Within the rang E of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, wherever there was light, he could instantly teleport and appear there. Thus, in just an instant, Ji Yuhan appeared above the dark demonic evil god tiger. His dragon fist, larger than an iron pot and covered in dragon scales, clenched tightly, and he punched towards the dark demonic evil god tiger. Sacred Dragon Fist Technique, 7th Form, Dragon Scale Sunbreaker. Facing Ji Yuhan's sudden appearance and attack, the dark demonic evil god tiger, roaring in pain and anger under the erosion of the extreme light power, suddenly felt an intense sense of mortal danger. If it was hit by this punch, it would definitely die. But at this moment, because it had just used evil god protection not long ago, the cooldown time had already passed. In a short period, the dark demonic evil god tiger was simply unable to use evil god protection. It could only choose to fight to the death, activating its life-saving spirit ability with a longer cooldown, Life and Death Arena. However, just as the dark demonic evil god tiger was preparing to fight to the death and activate the Life and Death Arena, opening the entrance before it to pull Ji Yuhan inside, Ji Yuhan, sensing a sudden spatial fluctuation before him, and knowing the dark demonic evil god tiger's trump card, instantly guessed the dark demonic evil god tiger's intention and directly Octiva. Ted the Void Evasion Spirit ability of the Void Saint Dragon Wings, entering the void. This caused the dark demonic evil god tiger's Life and Death Arena to pull nothing but air. And with the help of the Void Evasion Spirit ability, Ji Yuhan appeared behind the dark demonic evil god tiger the next second, a fist striking out from the void, completely ignoring the terrifying suction of the Life and Death Arena. Sacred Dragon Fist Technique, 7th Form, Dragon Scale Sunbreaker. It directly blew apart the dark demonic evil god tiger's head. For a moment, amidst a rain of flesh and blood, the headless corpse of the dark demonic evil god tiger immediately fell, plummeting towards the forest below. However, Ji Yuhan knew that it wasn't over yet. Just as the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse was falling, suddenly, a pitch-black orb fiercely rushed out from within the corpse. It actually opened up space, attempting to escape. But unfortunately, Ji Yuhan had already guessed it, and directly used his 6th spirit skill, Void Dark Domain again. He used spatial confinement to fix the dark demonic evil god tiger's essence orb, taking it into his hand. Then, he used his Yang God L. Evil mental force and the purification of extreme light power. He eradicated any lingering remnant souls and will of the dark demonic evil god tiger that might have existed within the dark demon evil god orb. This dark demon evil god orb can actually cause dark attributed and feline attributed spirit beasts to evolve. Not bad, not bad. After obtaining the dark demon evil god orb, Ji Yuhan W. as naturally very curious about this, golden finger, of the protagonist in the heavenly jewel change world, and couldn't help but use the heavenly evolution system's analysis function to analyze it. He learned that this dark demon evil god orb could actually be directly consumed and refined. Or, with it as the main ingredient, refined into a pill. Its effect was to help the evolution of dark attributed and feline beast spirits. Which made Ji Yu Han quite satisfied. Young master. Benefactor. Seeing that Ji Yu Han had easily dealt with the dark demonic evil god tiger after catching up to it. ZG, Titan giant ape, and Sky Azure bull python quickly caught up. Young master, are you alright? After rushing over and looking at the headless corpse of the dark demonic evil god tiger on the ground. ZG's cold and charming face, with her pair of deep purple beautiful eyes, first asked with full of worry and concern. Heh, do I look like I'm in trouble? Ji Yu Han pointed to the Arc demonic evil god tiger's corpse and said with a smile. Benefactor, that was truly close. Titan giant ape, standing beside him, spoke with lingering fear in a booming voice. That dark demon, I see evil god tiger used its innate spirit ability on you, benefactor. It was that spatial black hole it suddenly opened. If you were sucked in, you would enter a mysterious space and return to your youngest state. And it has a protective shield on its body. Unless it's broken, the dark demonic evil god tiger won't be affected. Fortunately, benefactor, you have a spatial spirit ability and dodged it. Otherwise, if you were sucked in, it would have been dangerous. That was somewhat dangerous, but it's resolved now. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, looking at the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse not far from his feet. He saw an endless stream of pitch black light points continuously emanating from the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse, condensing into a pitch black nascent N-thousand-year spirit ring above the corpse. At this point, Ji Yu Han also exited his martial soul true body and dispelled his martial soul avatar state. He began to wait. It didn't take too long. Soon, a 10,000-year spirit ring condensed above the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse. Ji Yu Han sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the sacred dragon golden light art. He 10,000-year spirit ring above the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse immediately flew over, rapidly expanding, and attached itself to the spirit sacred dragon. In an instant, Ji Yu Han felt an extremely bloodthirsty, violent, and domineering spirit power surge into his body. At the same time, a soul impact filled with resentment and killing intent was also released from the spirit ring. This was the dark demonic evil god tiger's resentful and unwilling remnant soul, which was the unique soul shock experienced when absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. However, under the Saint Light purification ability of the Saint Light Dragon Emperor domain, the bloodthirsty, violent, and domineering negative will within the spirit power released by the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring was instantly purified. And the dark demonic evil god tiger's soul shock was also easily resolved by Ji Yu Han's Yang God level soul. Soon, Ji Yu Han successfully absorbed the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring. Chapter 191 The 8th Soul Skill, Time Field, Aru's Request. However, this time, because he absorbed the spirit ring of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Perhaps it was due to attribute conflict. Or perhaps it was because the dark demonic evil god tiger's power condensed into the dark demon evil god orb, making it impossible to condense another spirit bone. Or for other reasons. In any case, this time, Ji Yu Han did not obtain another external spirit bone. This made Ji Yu Han feel a bit regretful after absorbing the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring. Let me see what spirit ability my 8th spirit ring has granted me. Since he didn't get an external spirit bone. After absorbing the spirit ring and standing up, Ji Yu Han prepared to see what his newly acquired 8th spirit ability was like. Stardo Great Forest Core Area. In the boundless verdant forest. The colossal martial soul sacred dragon stood behind Ji Yu Han. Beside him stood the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure bull python. Under the gaze of ZG, the Titan giant ape, and the Sky Azure bull python, Ji Yu Han activated his 8th spirit ability. Instantly, as the 8th spirit ring circling his body lit up. A dazzling golden light burst forth from Ji Yu Han's body, rapidly spreading outwards, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters in radius. This was actually an extremely rare domain-type spirit ability. Its effect was that Ji Yu Han could adjust the time within the domain's range. At the cost of consuming a large amount of spirit power, he could activate abilities such as time stasis, time acceleration, and time reversal. This greatly surprised Ji Yu Han. Although his 8th spirit ability could not, like the dark demonic evil god tiger's life and death arena, instantly reverse an enemy's time back to their infancy. His 8th spirit ability had far fewer restrictions than the dark demonic evil god tiger's life and death arena. The life and death arena required the enemy to be drawn into the special space of the life and death arena. Only then could the enemy's time be reversed, returning them to their infancy. But enemies could escape. His 8th spirit ability, however, directly unfolded a domain enveloping the enemy. Then the enemy would be subject to time spirit abilities. Unless the enemy could also escape into the void or teleport away. Otherwise, there was no way to avoid it. Furthermore, the dark demonic evil god tiger's life and death arena also required maintaining that layer of black light protection on its body. Only then could it avoid returning to infancy after entering the life and death arena. However, Ji Yu Han's 8th spirit ability did not have such a flaw. So, all in all, it was still very good. However, Ji Yu Han tried it. He found that his 8th spirit ability's control over time was still a bit weak. Although it could activate spirit abilities like time stasis, time acceleration, and time reversal. Time stasis was fine, but time reversal and time acceleration could only reverse time by less than 10 minutes at most, and accelerate by less than an hour. It was truly a bit disappointing. He had originally hoped to see, in the future, once his domain unfolded, he could, through time stasis, time acceleration, and time reversal abilities, instantly turn an enemy from an adult into a wailing, nursing baby. Or turn an enemy from a youth into a decrepit old person. However, thinking that the Douluo continent was a fantasy setting with a low power ceiling, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt that being able to obtain a decent time type spirit ability was already good enough. As for this newly acquired 8th spirit ability, Ji Yu Han named it Time Field. Because this 8th spirit ability, in addition to its time attribute, also had a light attribute. After killing the dark demonic evil god tiger, Ji Yu Han put away the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse. Although the martial Su, El Sacred Dragon completely refused to eat it due to the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil and dark attributes. But such a powerful spirit beast, its flesh and blood must contain abundant vitality and spirit power. If given to a spirit master with a dark attribute, it should be of no small help to their cultivation. However, just a few minutes after Ji Yu Han dealt with the dark demonic evil god tiger and absorbed its spirit ring, Aru finally rushed back with Xiao Wu. Seeing the Star Do Great Forest core area, where the forest around the Life Lake was filled with fallen trees, and the ground was covered in various cracks and pits, Aru asked anxiously, "I think I just saw the dark demonic evil god tiger. Did it come again? Are you all alright?" "Aunt Ru, we're fine. With the help of Senior ZG and Benefactor, we finally got rid of this hateful dark demonic evil god tiger." The Titan giant ape scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Hearing that the dark demonic evil god tiger had been dealt with, Aru was also very happy. Because this dark demonic evil god tiger was not the first time it had come to the Star Do Great Forest core area to attack them. Wit, Emperor Tian and the other fierce beasts all in seclusion absorbing the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's spirit power. The ecological balance of the Star Do Great Forest was left to their family to protect. After discovering this dark demonic evil god tiger once, she took Da Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu. Originally, she wanted to slay this evil fallen spirit beast. However, at that time, the dark demonic evil god tiger was already a 10,000-year spirit beast, with strength comparable to a 100,000-year one. And it was good at both offense and defense, and very fast. Therefore, it had escaped several times. And after the dark demonic evil god tiger's cultivation reached 50,000 years, possessing battle strength exceeding a 100,000-year spirit beast, it frequently came to the Star Do Great Forest core area, attempting to attack their family. In the dark demonic evil god tiger's view, if it could eliminate Xiao Wu's family, it could not only take revenge, but also, in the future, when it wantonly devoured spirit beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, no spirit beast would be able to stop it. Therefore, the existence of the dark demonic evil god tiger, for Xiao Wu's family, it was completely a ticking time bomb, a huge threat. Now that this ticking time bomb had been dealt with, naturally, it made them very happy. But at this moment, when he saw Aru's side, Xiao Wu, who had previously always been a large pink rabbit, had actually transformed into a girl of 11 or 12 years old, wearing a pink long dress, with a long scorpion braid, a graceful figure, lively, cute, and beautiful. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but frown deeply. How did Xiao Wu become like this? Did she undergo human transformation? Or did she break through to become a fierce beast, capable of transforming into a human form? This made Ji Yuhan unable to resist asking. Heh, Xiao Wu, she has always been very interested in the human world. Aru couldn't help but smile slightly. Her voice filled with emotion. Because of your presence, benefactor, it made her want to go to the human world even more. And our soft bones rabbit bloodline is not strong. Ray. Xing 100,000-year cultivation is already the limit. If we continue to cultivate, the hope of passing the lightning tribulation to break through 200,000 years is very slim. So Xiao Wu chose to undergo human transformation. And the way Xiao Wu looks now is because when she underwent human transformation, her body was shaped according to your age and appearance, benefactor. Shaped according to my age and appearance. Ji Yuhan was slightly stunned, a little surprised. He hadn't expected that 100,000-year spirit beast's human transformation could, to a certain extent, freely shape a body of different age groups. He had thought that it could only transform into a baby. Or a body at 6 years old, when one just awakens their spirit. Oh, right, as if thinking of something. Aru couldn't help but look at Ji Yuhan with her beautiful eyes, saying somewhat embarrassedly. Benefactor, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 192. Isn't this also a kind of NTR? What's wrong? Ji Yuhan asked with some curiosity. It's like this, benefactor. After Xiao Wu transforms, she must come into contact with human aura to cultivate normally. But the human world is too dangerous. And I'm worried about Xiao Wu encountering an accident. After much thought, I believe staying by your side, benefactor, is the safest. So, may I ask you, benefactor, to take Xiao Wu with you when you leave the Stardo Great Forest this time? Aru's gentle and beautiful face, with a pair of lovely eyes filled with anticipation and a plea, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Take Xiao Wu. Ji Yuhan was stunned for a moment. But after thinking about it, taking Xiao Wu wasn't a problem. It was just one more mouth to feed. He was quite curious. Does fate truly exist? What would happen if Tang San saw Xiao Wu by his side? Although, under his changes, Tang San and Xiao Wu had not gone through the acquaintance and understanding at Notting Academy. They didn't know each other at all. But thinking of the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original work, if he acted intimately with Xiao Wu in front of Tang San, wouldn't that also be a form of NTR? Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile inwardly. All right. Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and agreed. Yay. That's great. Xiao Wu, on the side, was very excited and thrilled, and couldn't help but cheer. She could finally go to the fun and interesting human world to play. She was so happy. After hunting the dark demonic evil god tiger, absorbing its spirit ring, and breaking through to spirit Douluo at level 81. The objectives for this trip to the Stardo Great Forest were basically completed. He just needed to go to the valley where the meteor star iron was placed before and collect the star iron into the Shuming ring. Then he could leave. And this didn't take too long. After collecting the star iron, Ji Yuhan summoned his martial soul sacred dragon and prepared to carry ZG and Xiao Wu from the Stardo Great Forest back to Heavendoe Imperial City. Before boarding the back of the martial soul sacred dragon, Xiao Wu reluctantly waved goodbye to Aru, Sky Blue Bull Python Da Ming, and Titan Giant Ape Ming. Mama, Da Ming, Ming, I'm going to the human world with benefactor. While I'm gone, you must take good care of yourselves. Next time I return from the human world, I'll bring you gifts. Xiao Wu, when you arrive in the human world, remember to pay attention to safety. You must stay by benefactor's side and not run around, do you understand? Wanting to part with her daughter Xiao Wu, Aru's gentle and beautiful face, her beautiful eyes were somewhat red and moist, full of worry and reluctance as she waved goodbye and instructed. Sister Xiao Wu, we will miss you. The Titan giant ape was also filled with sorrow, speaking in a deep, booming voice. Beside him, Sky Blue Bull Python Da Ming did not speak, but his pair of bright yellow vertical pupils, larger than lanterns, were also full of reluctance and sadness. However, after waving goodbye, Xiao Wu, still full of anticipation and longing for the human world, boarded the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Hold on tight. Immediately after, with a roar from the martial soul sacred dragon, its sky-obscuring golden dragon wings suddenly spread out and flapped, and in a gust of strong wind, its massive body instantly soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. However, although the martial soul sacred dragon's speed was very fast, the distance from the Star Douluo Great Forest core area to Heavendoe Imperial City was also very far. Even if they traveled day and night, it would take more than a day. But Ji Yuhan had no particularly urgent matters for this return to Heavendoe Imperial City. Traveling day and night under the stars was clearly unnecessary. Moreover, Maintaining the summoning of the martial soul sacred dragon required a significant amount of spirit power. For the martial soul sacred dragon to travel day and night, Ji Yuhan would have to use the external spirit bone, illusionary colorful crystal from the seven-colored crystal dragon. He would use the spirit power stored within it. Furthermore, after using up the spirit power in his body, when using the stored spirit power in the external spirit bone, illusionary colorful crystal, Ji Yuhan would also have to cultivate the sacred dragon golden light art with all his might on the dragon's back to restore the spirit power in his body. After the stored spirit power in the external spirit bone, illusionary colorful crystal was used up, he would continue to use the spirit power in his body. This cycle would repeat endlessly. How tiring that would be. So Ji Yuhan did not plan to rush back to Heaven Do Imperial City overnight. Instead, he intended to rest for a while when his spirit power was almost depleted. With his innate body, which could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as he didn't need to maintain the summoning of the martial soul sacred dragon, his spirit power would quickly recover completely on its own. At night, if they passed by a city, they would rest in the city. If they were in the wilderness, they would rest there. After being away from the human world for so long, Ji Yuhan felt that he needed a few days to readjust his state. Night fell, with a clear moon and sparse stars. In a clearing in a forest, a bonfire was burning brightly. Ji Yuhan, Ziji, and Xiao Wu sat around the bonfire. In front of each of them, a wooden stick was stuck into the ground, with a golden roasted rabbit skewered on it. Many deep knife marks were cut into the roasted rabbit's body. Various seasonings and spices were applied to it, emitting an enticing aroma. It smelled absolutely mouth-watering. Besides that, there was also a pot of chicken soup with various delicious mushrooms, boiling over the bonfire, also emitting an enticing fragrance. Young master, when will this roasted rabbit be ready? Xiao Wu looked eagerly at the fragrant roasted rabbit in front of her, practically drooling. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but find it amusing. Didn't you say that rabbits are cute, and since you're also a rabbit, you couldn't eat rabbits? Xiao Wu's pretty face flushed, and she said with a hint of embarrassment, I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Although I'm also a rabbit, I'm a spirit beast soft bones rabbit, and it's just an ordinary wild rabbit. We're not really family. Besides, it doesn't have intelligence, so it's okay to eat it. Beside them, Ziji heard Xiao Wu's words, and her cold, stunningly beautiful and charming face couldn't help but break into a smile. She thought of Xiao Wu earlier, when she saw the young master catch a few rabbits and heard that they were going to eat them. That heartbroken expression. And then she thought of Xiao Wu's current appearance, more gluttonous than anyone else. It was simply hilarious. But suddenly, a commotion came from the forest not far away. The sound quickly approached. A black figure suddenly darted out of the forest. When the figure saw Ji Yuhan and the two others, she was stunned, as if she hadn't expected anyone to be there. When Ji Yuhan saw the newcomer, he was also somewhat surprised. Because the black figure was none other than a young girl. She was wearing a black tight-fitting leather suit, with a tall and slender figure and an extremely hot physique. However, her pure and beautiful face looked only about 12 or 13 years old. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, was styled into a cat ear bun on top of her head. Above it, a pair of real black cat ears protruded. Her heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one green, looked pure, lovely, and very unique. Isn't this Zhu Zuqing? Through this childlike face, massive chest, and her appearance in martial soul avatar state, Ji Yuhan felt that this was most likely Zhu Zuqing. And couldn't help but be very surprised. Chapter 193 Sir, let's help Zuqing. Although he was traveling from the Star Do Great Forest Core area back to Heaven Do Imperial City, and the Balak Kingdom was on the way, Ji Yuhan truly hadn't expected to encounter Zhu Zuqing, who was fleeing for her life, so coincidentally while resting last night. The reason Zhu Zuqing was said to be fleeing for her life was simple. Ji Yuhan could clearly see that Zhu Zuqing was covered in wounds. Her black, tight-fitting leather outfit was almost completely stained red with blood and was already somewhat tattered. It was evident that Zhu Zuqing had endured many fierce battles on her journey. However, with Zhu Zuqing's spirit grandmaster cultivation and strength, she had managed to flee all the way from Star Luo Imperial City to within the borders of the Balak Kingdom. Such a long distance surely meant she had been fleeing for a considerable amount of time. Despite such a long time, and still bearing so many injuries from intense battles, she had never truly encountered danger. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile slightly to himself, feeling that there was something truly interesting about this situation. After escaping from the forest, Zhu Zuqing was slightly startled when she saw Ji Yu Han and his two companions. The next moment, Zhu Zuqing's pure and beautiful face turned pale. And a hint of pain appeared between her brows. With a pained groan, she suddenly braced herself with both hands and knelt on the ground. Originally, during her escape, the saint ring in her heart had been constantly taut. Under intense tension, even though Zhu Zuqing was injured, she didn't feel the pain in her body for a while. But now, seeing Ji Yu Han and his two companions, that string in her heart loosened slightly, and Zhu Zuqing immediately felt her body's weakness and the pain from her wounds. Are you all right? Seeing Zhu Zuqing injured, Xiao Wu immediately stood up and ran over to help Zhu Zuqing up. You guys hurry and leave, someone is chasing me. If you stay here, I'll only implicate you. Zhu Zuqing's steps were somewhat faltering, and her pure and beautiful face was pale and very weak. But she shook off Xiao Wu's support and urged Ji Yu Han and his two companions to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile slightly as he slowly stood up. If Zhu Zuqing had intentionally come over, hoping to use the three of them to delay Zhu Zuyan's pursuit, then he would absolutely not let Zhu Zuqing leave like that. However, if Zhu Zuqing didn't want to implicate them and urged them to leave quickly, then he would definitely help Zhu Zuqing. Changing the fate of original characters could earn Tian Yan points. Previously, he had intercepted Ma Hongjun early and gained 5 Tian Yan points. He wondered how many Tian Yan points he would gain if he changed Zhu Zuqing's fate. Don't worry, no matter who is chasing you, Ji Yu Han said with a faint smile. Slowly walking towards Zhu Zuqing, with me here, no one can touch you. However, seeing Ji Yu Han, who appeared not much older than herself, Zhu Zuqing, whose face was somewhat weak and pale, didn't quite believe him. She didn't want to implicate innocent people. But just as Zhu Zuqing was about to insist on leaving, a commotion came from behind her. More than a dozen figures quickly darted out of the forest and landed in the clearing. Leading them was a woman who appeared to be around 20 years old. She was also wearing a black, tight-fitting leather outfit, with a tall and slender figure, and curves even more alluring and enchanting than Zhu Zuqing's. Her long black hair was coiled at the back of her head, and her appearance was 5 or 6 parts similar to Zhu Zuqing's. However, she was more mature and beautiful, like a dark night rose. Clearly, this was Zhu Zuyun. Hee, my dear sister, your charm is truly not small. After catching up and finding that Zhu Zuqing seemed to be protected by someone, Zhu Zuyun twisted her waist, lightly stepped forward, and chuckled charmingly. On her enchanting and beautiful face, her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Yu Han. And she couldn't help but curve her red lips, saying, does this young master still want to protect you? A hero saving the beauty, that truly sounds enviable. However, Zhu Zuyun said, a cold smile appearing on her beautiful face. If he wants to ruin my, Zhu Zuyun's, good deeds, I'd like to see if he has the strength. Attack. With a cold shout, Zhu Zuyun gave the command. Immediately, behind Zhu Zuyun, a group of spirit masters, with angry shouts, either summoned their tool spirits or their beast spirits, entering martial soul avatar. They all rushed towards Zhu Zuqing and Ji Yu Han. Seeing that the spirit masters Zhu Zuyun led to chase Zhu Zuqing were all at the spirit grandmaster to spirit elder level of cultivation, and their spirits were either tool spirits like broadswords, shields, and hammers, or beast spirits like bears, oxen, and turtles. All spirit masters not skilled in speed and whose attack power was not particularly strong, and among them, there wasn't even a single spirit master with flight capabilities, Ji Yu Han pondered thoughtfully. Facing the attack launched by the spirit masters behind Zhu Zuyun, Ji Yu Han merely said indifferently, noisy. Then, his figure flashed, and Ji Yu Han instantly disappeared. The next moment, screams echoed in the air. The spirit masters who had rushed out from behind Zhu Zuyun with angry shouts continuously screamed. As if struck by an invisible force, they all spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground from the air. They rolled many times on the ground until they hit large trees before finally stopping. Seeing this, Zhu Zuyun's beautiful face instantly showed constricted pupils. Drops of cold sweat silently slid down the sides of her cheeks. Because with her identity and cultivation as a high-tier agility attack system spirit ancestor, she couldn't even see Ji Yu Han's shadow. She could only see her spirit master subordinates screaming and pitting blood as they flew backward in the air. This level of strength was undoubtedly far beyond hers. If he was an agility attack system spirit master, then his cultivation was definitely above spirit emperor. If not, then his cultivation and strength were probably even more terrifying. Your sister, I'm protecting her. You should go back to where you came from. After instantly eliminating all of Zhu Zuyun's subordinates with a single move, Ji Yuhan, at some unknown moment, had returned to stand in front of Zhu Zuqing, his handsome face filled with indifference as he spoke. My dear sister, you're truly formidable. But our business isn't over yet. Zhu Zuyun breathed a sigh of relief, but her beautiful face showed a hint of anger. After bitterly uttering her threats, she turned and retreated with her injured subordinates who had managed to get up from the ground. Not expecting Ji Yuhan's strength to be so terrifying, Zhu Zuqing's pure and beautiful face was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't you expect my young master to be so strong? Xiao Wu saw Zhu Zuqing's shock and couldn't help but giggle, saying proudly, let me tell you. My young master is a powerful spirit Douluo. And his strength is estimated to be comparable to a titled Douluo. With my young master protecting you, there are few people on the entire world who can touch you. Spirit Douluo. Comparable to a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu's words made Zhu Zuqing even more shocked. Then, how old is your young master? After a long pause, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but ask. Xiao Wu scratched her head. A little embarrassed. She really didn't know that. That's not important. At this moment, Ji Yuhan slowly walked over and said with a faint smile, but I am curious. The one who led the chase after you just now seemed to be your older sister. What exactly is going on between you two? Why would she bring so many people to chase after you? Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes, and her face was filled with sorrow. Originally, because this matter involved their Nether Duke's mansion, Zhu Zuqing didn't want to talk about it. She was afraid of implicating Ji Yuhan and his companions. But then she suddenly remembered that Ji Yuhan had saved her. He was actually already involved. Although Ji Yuhan was a spirit Douluo expert, her sister might still seek revenge on Ji Yuhan in the future. It was actually better to tell Ji Yuhan about this matter. At least it could give Ji Yuhan some psychological preparation. So, Zhu Zuqing sighed softly and said, the situation is like this. Sitting by the bonfire, Zhu Zuqing recounted her life story and everything that had happened. Hearing about the Star Luo Emperor, IAL families and Nether Duke's mansions, GU raising, inheritance system, where children had to fight each other and only the final victor could survive, such a cruel inheritance system made Xiao Wu and ZG somewhat unable to bear it. They thought humans were more civilized than their spirit beast clan. They hadn't expected that in the human world, there were still forces that practiced a GU raising inheritance system. Among their spirit beast clan, even those spirit beasts without intelligence wouldn't treat their offspring like that. After listening to Zhu Zuqing's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel great sympathy for Zhu Zuqing's plight. She also felt very indignant towards Zhu Zuyun, as well as Dai Mubai, who had abandoned Zhu Zuqing and left alone, making Zhu Zuqing's situation even worse. This made Xiao Wu look at Ji Yuhan, pleadingly saying, young master, let's help Zuqing. Chapter 194 Stubborn Little Kitten, Goodbye Qian Runshui. Ji Yuhan, of course, also wanted to help Zhu Zuqing. On one hand, it was because among the main characters in the original work, Zhu Zuqing was one he admired more. On the other hand, he could gain Tian Yan points by changing the fate of characters from the original work. He had previously intercepted Ma Hongjun, changing Ma Hongjun's fate, and gained 5 Tian Yan points. If he could change Zhu Zuqing's fate, he might acquire even more Tian Yan points. Zuqing, your experience truly evokes sympathy. I can see that you are a very independent, self-reliant, and kind girl. I greatly admire a personality like yours. If you are willing, you can join my command. I can protect you. As long as you are with me here, neither the Star Luo Imperial family nor the Nether Duke's mansion will ever be able to do anything to you. By the burning bonfire, Ji Yuhan looked at Zhu Zuqing and slowly said. Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion flickered in Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes, on her slightly pale, pure and pretty face. The main reason she was unwilling to submit to fate and accept defeat was because of the Star Luo Imperial family and the Nether Duke's mansions, raising vipers, inheritance system. Both families only allowed one person to survive. Of course, the ultimate victor could also show mercy, choosing instead to cripple the loser's cultivation and banish them to the empire's border, letting them live out their remaining years there. But that kind of life was also something Zhu Zuqing did not want. However, to simply rely on Ji Yuhan, Zhu Zuqing's jade hands clenched, and hint of unwillingness and hesitation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Because she still wanted to join forces with her fiancé, Dai Mubai, to defeat her elder sister, Zhu Zuyun, and the first prince, Dai Weixi, and win the Raising Vipers inheritance competition. This was her sister Zhu Zuyan's merciless resistance. Moreover, although Ji Yuhan had just displayed terrifying strength, Xiao Wu had only said that Ji Yuhan's cultivation was at spirit Douluo, and his strength could rival a titled Douluo. Ji Yuhan's cultivation was at the spirit Douluo realm. Zhu Zuqing felt that Xiao Wu should not be lying to her. But Ji Yuhan's strength could rival a titled Douluo, which made Zhu Zuqing feel somewhat uncertain. Because among titled Douluo, there were also huge differences in strength. NTH. Iron Nether Duke's Mansion and the Star Luo Imperial Family, because their spirits could unleash the spirit fusion skill, Hell White Tiger, the spirit Douluo of both families, when working together to use the spirit fusion skill, were sufficient to rival a titled Douluo. If one of them was a titled Douluo, unleashing the spirit fusion skill, Hell White Tiger, their combat power would be even more terrifying. And did both families have titled Douluo? As the two actual ruling groups of the Star Luo Empire, and Spirit Master forces second only to Spirit Hall on the continent, the Star Luo Imperial family's inherited spirit, Evil Eyes White Tiger, was also a powerful beast spirit only slightly inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Combined with the resources of the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Imperial family clearly had titled Douluo. And not just one. And the wives of these Star Luo Imperial family titled Douluo were basically all Spirit Douluo level, female spirit masters from their Yuming spirit cat family. When husband and wife unleashed their spirit fusion skill together, their combat power was also formidable among titled Douluo. If it were known that she had Ch. Awesome to betray the Yuming spirit cat family and not fulfill the raising vipers inheritance system, wanting to rely on the protection of another strong individual to escape the generational intermarriage of the two families, the Star Luo Imperial family and her family would definitely send strong individuals to capture her and bring her back. And Zhu Zuqing was somewhat pessimistic. She did not believe that Ji Yuhan would be an opponent for a titled Douluo couple from the Star Luo Imperial family. Therefore, Zhu Zuqing thought for a moment, and a hint of complexity flickered in her beauty full eyes as she decided to refuse Ji Yuhan. Big brother Ji Yuhan, thank you. But I still want to rely on my own efforts to see if I can defeat my elder sister. My fiancé also has very good talent. If he left the Star Luo Imperial family to avoid his elder brother's suppression and cultivate diligently outside, we are not without a chance. On Zhu Zuqing's pure and exquisitely beautiful face, her beautiful eyes held a hint of apology and determination as she spoke to Ji Yuhan. Zuqing. Beside her, Xiao Wu still wanted to persuade her further. However, Ji Yuhan called out to Xiao Wu. Looking at the stubborn little civet in front of him, Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and said, Zuqing, since you've already made up your mind, big brother Ji Yuhan won't try to persuade you. I believe you've definitely considered the gains and losses involved. However, big brother Ji Yuhan still wants to say that my door here is always open for you. If you change your mind in the future, you can always come to Tiando Royal Academy in Heavendo Imperial City to find me. At that time, just say my name. So big brother Ji Yuhan is from the Heavendo Imperial family. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that among the two empires and one hall, the Heavendo Imperial family, which had always been the weakest and didn't even have truly direct titled Douluo, would actually have a top-tier genius spirit master like Ji Yuhan, who would likely break through to titled Douluo in the future. Yes, big brother Ji Yuhan, I understand. Feeling Ji Yuhan's admiration and care, Zhu Zuqing's heart also felt very warm as she nodded. As for the little civet's choice, Ji Yuhan was not actually surprised. Because he knew that the reason Zhu Zuqing did no choose to seek his protection was probably, on one hand, because she still felt that he was not strong enough to withstand the combined retaliation of the Star Luo Imperial family and the Nether Duke's mansion. And she didn't want to implicate him. On the other hand, she probably still held unrealistic hopes for Dai Mubai before meeting him, and still wanted to team up with Dai Mubai to defeat her elder sister, Zhu Zuyun. And Dai we see. Ji Yuhan merely smiled faintly in his heart at this. Because he believed that once Zhu Zuqing met Dai Mubai, she would likely change her mind very quickly. Zhu Zuqing would not escape his grasp. And the night passed quickly. The next day, Ji Yuhan took Ziji and Xiao Wu and escorted Zhu Zuqing all the way to Soto City. After parting ways, he continued on his journey to Heavendo Imperial City. Finally, after spending another day and more, Ji Yuhan returned to Heavendo Imperial City. Wow, is this Heavendo Imperial City? It's so big and lively. Upon arriving at Heavendo Imperial City, Xiao Wu's beautiful and cute little face was filled with excitement and thrill. She bounced around, curiously looking at everything around her, as if she wanted to try everything. Because he was going to see Qian Runshui, and Qian Runshui was secretly protected by the two titled Douluo, Shui and Snake Lance. With Ziji's cultivation, she could conceal her identity from the two titled Douluo, Shui and Snake Lance. But Xiao Wu obviously could not. So Ji Yu Han first found a hotel and had Ziji take Xiao Wu to stay there. He would go find Qian Runshui. Later, he would go to the ice and fire Yin Yang well. He would use a portion of the yearning heartbroken red as the main ingredient to refine a pill for Xiao Wu that could conceal her identity. At the same time, he would also refine the inner core of the 10-headed fierce Yang serpent and the dark demon evil god orb of the dark demonic evil god tiger into pills. After settling Ziji and Xiao Wu, Ji Yu Han headed straight for the Crown Prince's residence. Young Master Ji Yu Han, you're back. The guards at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence were surprised and delighted to see that it was Ji Yu Han returning. Please come in, please come in. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been missing you greatly. Led by a guard, Ji Yu Han entered the Crown Prince's residence and soon arrived in front of the study. Before even reaching the study, the guiding guard happily shouted, Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. Young Master Ji Yu Han is back. Inside the study, Qian Runshui was originally handling official business. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Runshui's effeminate and handsome face, disguised as Shui Qing, immediately flashed with excitement and surprise. She quickly got up and walked towards the study door, where she then saw Ji Yu Han. Chapter 195. I will bring disgrace upon that woman. It had been almost 3 years since they last met. A reunion after a long separation. Seeing Ji Yu Han's familiar, flawlessly handsome face again, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a little stunned, her beautiful eyes subtly reddening. The longing in her heart surged out like a spring. However, in front of the guards, Qian Runshui still controlled her emotions. On her disguised, soft and handsome face, she only showed an excited smile, laughing loudly, Ji Yu Han. Why did you suddenly disappear for 2 or 3 years? You left me with so many things, and I couldn't find anyone to help me with them. But you're finally back. Come in, come in. Saying this, Qian Runshui, with a face full of smiles, stepped forward and took Ji Yu Han's hand, leading him into the study. And after bringing Ji Yu Han in, the guards, thinking that the Crown Prince would surely give them generous rewards later, didn't find anything amiss and happily turned to leave. After leading Ji Yu Han into the study, Qian Runshui immediately closed the study door. Immediately after, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Qian Runshui's body. In a brilliant golden glow, Qian Runshui's figure began to change rapidly, her body becoming curvaceous, and her golden hair quickly grew to her waist. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared before Ji Yu Han was a tall, slender woman with a graceful figure. She had long, golden hair reaching her waist, snow-white and incredibly delicate skin, elegantly curved eyebrows, a delicate nose, and rosy cherry lips. On her stunning face, which was beautiful enough to overthrow kingdoms and resembled an angel, radiated a sacred and noble aura. However, compared to how she looked when they first met, there was a hint of heroism in Qian Runshui's brows now. Her slightly slender phoenix eyes also held a touch of authority. This was a result of her long-term disguise as Crown Prince Shui Qing. It's been almost 3 years. We agreed you'd only go back to Spirit City for a while. But then you suddenly disappeared and didn't tell me where you went. And for such a long time, there was no news at all. I even thought this scoundrel had forgotten all about me. After revealing her true appearance, Qian Runshui turned to look at Ji Yu Han. A hint of resentment flashing in her beautiful eyes on her exquisite face, as she spoke. Hearing this, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but show a helpless, bitter smile. Shui, listen to me. This time, there really was a reason. I don't know if Grandpa told you. But this time, Bibi Dong was so anxious to get me back, you might not even guess the reason. The reason? Grandpa already told me about it. Hearing this, Qian Runshui couldn't help but let out a cold snort, a hint of anger and resentment flashing in her beautiful eyes as she clenched her jade hand and said, she was anxious to get you back because she brought you Shaoging into our spirit city. She originally wanted to use your method to help you Shaoging spirit evolution, but something went wrong. So she wanted you to go back and find a way to solve the problem and help you Shaoging with his spirit evolution. And Qian Douluo not only told Qian Runshui about this matter. Because Bibi Dong's actions crossed Qian Douluo's bottom line. Not only did she attempt to set a trap at the cost of sacrificing the Holy Light Angel enforcement team. Her goal was also to use evil soul masters to kill Ji Yu Han. This made Qian Daoliu unable to tolerate Bibi Dong any longer. Therefore, he also told Qian Runshui the cause of Qian Zunji's death, hoping that his actions against Bibi Dong would also gain his granddaughter's understanding and support. Regarding the cause of Qian Zunji's death, since Ji Yu Han's information came from Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan clearly shouldn't have known this. Ji Yu Han hadn't told Qian Runshui before. Thus, upon receiving the letter brought by subduing demon Douluo, and learning from his grandfather Qian Daoliu's letter that his father was not killed by clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, but was poisoned to death by his mother Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui was utterly heartbroken and despairing to the point of collapse. Although she knew from Ji Yu Ha and about the past between her mother Bibi Dong and her father Qian Zunji, she knew that Bibi Dong deeply hated her father Qian Zunji. Yet, she never expected that the murderer of her father was actually her mother Bibi Dong. Her own mother actually killed her own father. This kind of absurd human tragedy caused Qian Runshui immense pain. But fortunately, due to Bibi Dong's consistent coldness and indifference towards her, Qian Runshui had no deep affection for Bibi Dong, and she ultimately managed to endure it. Grandpa already told you. Ji Yu Han was somewhat surprised that Qian Daoliu had already told Qian Runshui about this matter. It seemed that this time, due to his influence, the old man might really be planning to take action against Bibi Dong. Sigh. This time when I went back, I never expected that this woman's purpose in looking for me was for this. Knowing that Qian Runshui was aware of the situation, Ji Yu Han shook his head, a self-deprecating and bitter smile on his face. But she didn't realize that I knew about Yu Shaoging's existence, and even more, I knew about her relationship with Yu Shaoging. At this point, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but show a hint of mockery on his face. As a member of Spirit Hall, and also your boyfriend, Shuiye, I naturally couldn't possibly truly help Yu Shaoging's spirit evolution. However, at that time, since my teacher spoke, it was hard for me to refuse. So, a thought flashed through my mind, and I simply used the excuse of helping Yu Shaoging solve his spirit evolution problem to torment him severely for over half a year. Saying this, Ji Yu Han showed a playful smile on his face, and began to tell Qian Runshui how he had tormented Yu Shaoging. After listening, Qian Runshui couldn't help but burst out laughing. You scoundrel, they really didn't call you wrong. How did you come up with such a trick to torment Yu Shaoging? Heh. Limited by the conditions at the time, I was just improvising, Ji Yu Han said with a shrug and a smile. However, originally, this time when I returned to Spirit City, I planned to give an immortal herb or a pill to my teacher. But I didn't expect that when I went back, that my teacher had brought Yu Shaoging and his disciple Tang San to Spirit City, and they were even living in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. I was very displeased at the time, so I temporarily decided not to give her the immortal herb and the pill. To let Qian Runshui know that his current animosity with Bibi Dong also had a reason, Ji Yu Han sighed lightly and recounted everything to Qian Renx. Yue. From encountering Hu Liena and the other two and giving them pills, to Bibi Dong summoning him after discovering Xie Yu and Yan's breakthroughs, to her using various high-sounding reasons and more. Al blackmail to try and trick immortal herbs and pills from him, and finally, to their falling out over the 7 severing yang flowers. Qian Runshui also understood Ji Yu Han's meaning. Ji Yu Han was i.e. that his grandfather Qian Daoliu hadn't fully explained some things to her, fearing she might misunderstand. Therefore, he specifically explained to her the reason for his animosity with Bibi Dong, who was his teacher. To this, Qian Runshui, of course, understood Ji Yu Han, and a gentle smile appeared on her angelic, beautiful face as she softly said, Ji Yu Han, I understand what kind of person you are. None of this is your fault. It's all that woman Bibi Dong's own doing. Grandpa has already told me that he plans to depose that woman from her position as Supreme Pontiff and let you take over as our Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff. I fully support Grandpa's decision. I believe that with you as Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, you can definitely do better than that woman. However, Grandpa plans to have you return to Spirit City as soon as you come back. But I don't think there's any need to rush. Grandpa plans to have me become our Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff. Ji Yu Han was a little surprised. Yes, Qian Runshui said with a smile. Grandpa originally wanted to start preparing to force that woman to abdicate as soon as you returned. But I think that would be too easy for her. Qian Runshui's beautiful face maintained a smile, but her beautiful eyes flashed with intense resentment as she clenched her jade hand and said, Isn't the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament about to be held soon? This time, the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament will be held in our Spirit City. Doesn't she always like to put on an act? She likes to pretend to be approachable, yet dignified, Supreme Pontiff in Spirit City, with a ruthless and firm hand, yet also wise, and caring for common spirit masters. This time, I'm going to make her lose all her reputation during the grand finals, in front of countless forces across the continent. Chapter 196. Arrogant Qian Runshui, the whereabouts of the genius team. Because Bibi Dong was, after all, Qian Runshui's mother, even though Bibi Dong's actions had already crossed Qian Daoliu's bottom line, and were no longer tolerated by Qian Daoliu. But as a kind-hearted and honorable man, Qian Daoliu never thought of killing Bibi Dong, and similarly told Qian Runshui not to think that way either. And because she was raised by Qian Daoliu, Qian Runshui was deeply influenced by Qian Daoliu and was also a person with a strong sense of morality. Naturally, she never thought of killing her birth mother, Bibi Dong, for revenge. However, after learning that Bibi Dong had poisoned her father, Qian Zunji, and even tried to assassinate her boyfriend, Ji Yuhan, Qian Runshui still couldn't easily forgive her. Therefore, she couldn't help but want to use the ALL Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament to make Bibi Dong lose her reputation as revenge. Anyway, even if she abdicated, Bibi Dong shouldn't even think about having the chance to be with that Yu Shaogang. Shuiye, what are you planning to do? Ji Yuhan was very curious, not expecting Qian Runshui to want to use the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament to ruin Bibi Dong's reputation. He wondered what Qian Runshui planned to do. I won't tell you this, you'll know when the time comes. A smile flashed across Qian Runshui's pretty face, but she kept him in suspense. Oh, right, as if remembering something, Qian Runshui couldn't help but ask curiously. After you returned to Spirit City, and everything that happened in Spirit City. Through the letter Grandpa wrote. Plus what you just said, I pretty much know everything. But in the end, you left Spirit City to rescue your former homeroom teacher, Mentor Chris, and the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team. Grandpa doesn't know what happened after you encountered that evil soul master force called Spirit Hall. Why did you suddenly leave in such a hurry after rescuing Mentor CHR? Is in the Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, and then disappear for so long? Hearing this, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile, saying with emotion. That's because, at that time, I unexpectedly obtained a great opportunity. With that, Ji Yuhan told Qian Runshui everything that happened after he encountered the Sacred Spirit Hall Master. Upon learning that Ji Yuhan, after encountering the Sacred Spirit Hall Master, had actually obtained the legendary Second Spirit due to the Sacred Spirit Hall Master's possession. Although it was still an unstable, unformed Second Spirit. But to be able to acquire the legendary Second Spirit later in life. This opportunity was enough to make Qian Runshui exclaim in admiration and feel exceptionally envious. I didn't expect that encountering danger this time would actually bring you such an opportunity. Because the Second Spirit hasn't completely stabilized and taken shape yet, it needs to absorb martial soul essence. If it doesn't absorb martial soul essence for 2 or 3 days, it will collapse and vanish. So you urgently needed to rush to Slaughter City to use the martial soul essence of the fallen soul masters and evil soul masters there to stabilize your second spirit. No wonder you left in such a hurry. After all, this opportunity for a second spirit is hard won and won't come again. That's right, Ji Yuhan said with a smile. I used to think that twin spirits could only be obtained congenitally. I also didn't expect that I would unexpectedly acquire twin spirits later in life. Your second spirit should be completely stable now, right? Can you show it to me? Qian Runshui said with great interest. I'm afraid it's not possible for now. Ji Yuhan scratched his head helplessly. Because after my second spirit completely stabilized and evolved to its ultimate quality, I gave it its final form. I chose to shape my second spirit into a spear spirit among tool spirits. Currently, my Sikon D spirit is still being shaped and cannot be summoned. Because right now, the second spirit was still absorbing and fusing with the divine artifact, Golden Dragon Spear, with the help of the Heavenly Evolution System. It had been several days already, and the progress bar hadn't even reached 5%. It would probably take at least a year and a half for this second spirit to transform into the Golden Dragon Spear. Naturally, it was impossible to summon it for Qian Runshui to see now. I see. Hearing this, Qian Runshui felt a little regretful, but she didn't mind too much. Anyway, she would have plenty of opportunities to see it in the future. At this moment, after answering many of Qian Runshui's questions, Ji Yuhan finally went on the offensive, reaching out and taking Qian Runshui's delicate hand. He led Qian Runshui to sit together on the sofa in the study. He had Qian Runshui sit on his lap, holding the girl tightly in his arms. His head rested between the girl's swan-like, fair, and slender neck. While breathing in the fresh and elegant scent emanating from the girl's body, he gently stroked the girl's golden hair and delicate back with his hand. At the same time, he asked with a smile. Just now, you, Shuiye, were always asking me, and now I want to ask you. After such a long time apart, did you miss me? Miss you. Qian Runshui sat on Ji Yuhan's lap, her slender and fair legs crossed. And on her exquisitely beautiful face, as pure and flawless as an angel, her beautiful eyes gave Ji Yuhan an arrogant glare, and she huffed delicately. Someone disappeared for 2 or 3 years. Not knowing where he went at all. During that time, there was no news at all. It's a good thing I'm not angry. Noticing that Qian Runshui was still a bit sunere. Ji Yuhan, however, smiled. Hugging Qian Runshui tightly, and said with much longing and deep affection. Whether you, Shuiye, missed me or not. But during those days in Slaughter City, I was always thinking of you, Shuiye, missing you terribly. Slaughter City is a place full of slaughter and death. Here, I was accompanied by slaughter and death every day. If it weren't for you, Shuiye, being my inner pillar. Being able to resolve the negative emotions caused by slaughter and death in my heart by thinking of you, Shuiye, every day. I'm afraid I would have gone insane long ago. Finally seeing Qian Runshui again, Ji Yuhan, full of deep affection, poured out the 2 or 3 years of longing and love accumulated in Slaughter City into tender words of love. How could Qian Runshui resist this? She wasn't truly angry with Ji Yuhan to begin with. She was just a little sunere. Unwilling to admit her longing for Ji Yuhan, that's all. After hearing Ji Yuhan's words of love, a blush immediately appeared on Qian Runshui's exquisite face. Unable to suppress her inner emotions, she spoke with feigned nonchalance, yet with shyness. Actually, in these past 2 or 3 years, I also missed you a little. On the sofa, Ji Yuhan and Qian Runshui embraced each other tightly. Their fingers intertwined. They poured out their longing for each other. After understanding each other's importance in their hearts, their feelings deepened even further. After they finished expressing their feelings to each other, Qian Runshui couldn't help but ask Ji Yuhan for advice on the problems she encountered while disguised as Crown Prince Shui Qing. Ji Yuhan, of course, smiled slightly at this. He resolved the problems Qian Runshui encountered with great ease. This made Qian Runshui endlessly admire him. However, time unknowingly arrived at evening. Ji Yuhan had to leave. Although Ji Yuhan also wanted to stay at the Crown Prince's residence. Preferably to sleep in the same bed with Qian Runshui, embracing each other. But unfortunately, this was Douluo continent, not China. If it were in China, Qian Runshui could have imitated the ancients and enthusiastically invited Ji Yuhan to stay and share a bed with Ji Yuhan at night. This would not cause any criticism. On the contrary, it would be considered a beautiful story. But unfortunately, Douluo continent did not have this custom. Because Qian Runshui's identity right now was, after all, Crown Prince Shui Qing. Inviting Ji Yuhan to stay was not impossible. But if it was just to stay in the Crown Prince's residence, Ji Yuhan felt that it was better to leave. He still had things to do. However, before parting, Qian Runshui suddenly remembered something she hadn't told Ji Yuhan yet. Oh, right, Ji Yuhan. The genius team you formed, and that mutated phoenix spirit master named Ma Hongjun and Du Guyan, are no longer at Tian Do Royal Academy. Ji Yuhan was stunned. They're not at Tian Do Royal Academy anymore. Then where did they go? Because you suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found. And the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament is about to begin. So the 3 education committee members had teacher Qin Ming, the leader of Tian Do Team 1, take Tian Do Team 1, along with the genius team you formed, to various great spirit arenas across the empire for spirit fighting training. Qian Runshui smiled helplessly and replied. They went to various great spirit arenas across the empire for spirit fighting training. Ji Yuhan's heart stirred, and he had some ideas, but he still asked. Then, Shuiye, do you know where they are now? According to the report from the 3 education committee members, teacher Qin Ming should currently be leading both teams in Barak King City or Soto City in Balak Kingdom. Quote. Qian Runshui pondered for a moment and said. Chapter 197 Alchemy and Soul Ring Upgrading, Ji Yuhan's first million-year soul ring. In Balak Kingdom's Barak King City or Soto City. Hearing Qian Runshui's answer, Ji Yuhan's heart immediately filled with the thought of, as expected. Because on the way, he met Zhu Zuqing, who was traveling from Star Luo Imperial City to Soto City. If it followed the original story, the plot would now be at the Shrek Academy arc. Currently, the Royal Fight Team should have already arrived in Balak Kingdom. They were undergoing spirit training in the Great Spirit Arena of Barak King City. They should have gone to Soto City 2 or 3 months later to continue participating in spirit fights at the Sotuo Great Spirit Arena. And then met the Shrek team. However, under his influence, the situation had greatly changed. Among them, in the Royal Fight Team, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan were no longer members of the Royal Fight Team. Yi Lingling became a main member of the Genius Team, and Dugu Yan became a substitute. On Shrek Academy's side, Ma Hongjun had also been snatched by Ji Yu Han in advance. He was now also in the Genius Team, serving as a substitute. As for Yu Xiaoging and Tang San, Ji Yu Han did not know their whereabouts. However, Qian Runshui said that Qian Douluo had only expelled Yu Xiaoging and Tang San from Spirit City. Ji Yu Han felt that the two master and disciple should still be at Shrek Academy. After all, Yu Xiaoging had nowhere else to go. Understood, Shuiye, I know. Learning that the Genius Team was currently training with the Royal Fight Team in the Great Spirit Arena of Balak Kingdom. Ji Yu Han nodded. He then decided not to return to Tian Do Royal Academy. He would go directly to Barak King City tomorrow. But before that, he still needed to visit the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, composed of an ice blue extreme cold yin spring and a fiery red extreme hot yang spring. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, resembling an ice and fire Tai Chi diagram, was still shrouded in white mist. Amidst the indistinct mist, various exotic flowers and plants could be seen growing around the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, vying for beauty. Young master, when did you return? Are you here to retrieve medicinal herbs? Although with Ji Yu Han's help, Ji Yu Bo had successfully resolved the Bai Lin poison problem in his body. Even because his spirit had evolved from Jade Phosphor Serpent to Bilin Poisonous Dragon. From then on, he would no longer be affected by Bai Lin poison. But because of the cultivation environment here at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Dugu Bo would still come here often to cultivate. At the same time, he would manage the various rare medicinal herbs planted here for Ji Yu Han. He didn't expect Ji Yu Han, who had been missing for nearly 3 years, to suddenly reappear. And even came to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Ji Yu Bo couldn't help but be very curious. Just today, I just returned to Heaven Do Imperial City. But I'm not here to retrieve medicinal herbs this time, I'm here to refine pills. Senior Dugu can observe from the side. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said. Because Dugu Bo also had extensive research in herbalism. Refining pills. In Ji Yu Han's opinion, it was a laborious task. Therefore, Ji Yu Han also taught Dugu Bo the method of refining pills. Hoping that after Dugu Bo learned it, he would be able to help him refine some simple pills in the future. Sharing some of the burden. Regarding pill refining, this alchemy technique, which could enhance the efficacy of medicinal materials and make their medicinal power stronger. Dugu Bo was also very interested. But unfortunately, Dugu Bo's alchemy talent was still far inferior to Ji Yu Han's. Even with Ji Yu Han's careful guidance, Dugu Bo could only refine some simple pills like yuan condensing pills, body strengthening pills, and rejuvenation pills now. And taking out the alchemy furnace again. Ji Yu Han used an iron chain to fix the alchemy furnace above the extreme hot yang spring. He then prepared to take out the main ingredient for the pill he was going to refine this time. First was Yearning Heartbroken Red. Although the Yearning Heartbroken Red in Ji Yu Han's hand had not yet recognized a master. Alchemy was the art that could turn decay into magic. Even if the Yearning Heartbroken Red had not recognized a master, Ji Yu Han could still use a petal of the Yearning Heya. RT Broken Red is the main ingredient to refine a breath-concealing pill that could hide Xiao Wu's identity and aura. As for the complete Yearning Heartbroken Red, Ji Yu Han planned to give it to Qian Ri. NXUE as a token of love when they got married in the future. Standing before the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Ji Yu Han took out the Yearning Heartbroken Red, plucked a petal, and controlled it with his mental force and spirit power. Throwing it into the alchemy furnace. Immediately after, he successively took out various other auxiliary herbs. While refining the pills, he guided Dugu Bo. Explaining the key points of alchemy and answering Dugu Bo's questions. With his mental force and cultivation greatly advanced, Ji Yu Han's alchemy skills became even more refined. In just under half an hour, Ji Yu Han had refined a breath-concealing pill that could hide Xiao Wu's identity and aura, using a petal of the yearning heartbroken red as the main ingredient. Afterward, Ji Yu Han took out the 10 he added fierce yang serpent inner core and the dark demon evil god orb. This made Douluo feel very incredible. Young master, can these two things also be used for alchemy? Of course. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly. Just as medicinal materials are not just herbs, how could refining pills only use herbs? Hearing this, Douluo immediately understood. And after that, Ji Yu Han successively used the N-headed fierce yang serpent inner core and the dark demon evil god orb as the main ingredients, refining 2 and 1 pill respectively. Among them, the 2 pills refined from the 10-headed fierce yang serpent inner core. Ji Yu Han separated the fire attribute and poison attribute origins within it, refining 2 pills separately. He planned to give these 2 pills to Dugu Yan and Azure Luan Douluo respectively. This should enable both Dugu Yan and Azure Luan Douluo's spirits to evolve. As for the last pill, refined from the dark demon evil god orb, Ji Yu Han was preparing. If he could subdue Zhu Zuqing, he would give it to Zhu Zuqing. If not, then after returning to Spirit City, he would find another spirit master with suitable spirit and talent and give it to them. After finishing finding the pills at the ice and fire yin yang well. Because he still had a full 49 Tian Yan points in his hand. Originally, before, Ji Yu Han would always save 15 Tian Yan points, ready to upgrade his martial soul sacred dragon to the golden dragon king at any time. As a trump card. But now, after successfully transforming the golden dragon spear into his second spirit, Ji Yu Han used the martial soul sacred dragon and the golden dragon spear to unleash a spirit fusion skill, transforming into the golden dragon king. In that case, saving 15 Tian Yan points would not be so necessary anymore. Therefore, for these 45 Tian Yan points, Ji Yu Han planned to use them to upgrade his 6th spirit ring, which could both fight and escape, to 1,000,000 years. And aid his 8th spirit ring to 100,000 years. And all other spirit rings would also be upgraded to 10,000 or 100,000 years. According to the information provided by the Heavenly Evolution System, upgrading spirit rings through the system's upgrade function. Among them, upgrading 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year spirit rings to 10,000 years all only required 1 Tian Yan point. Upgrading 10,000 years to 100,000 years required 3 points. And the Tian Yan points needed for spirit ring upgrades did not depend on the spirit ring's age, only on whether it was at the 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, or 10,000-year level. However, the higher the spirit ring upgrade, the more Tian Yan points it required. It increased exponentially. Upgrading 100,000 years to 1,000,000 years did not require 7 or 9 points, but a full 35 Tian Yan points. So, upgrading the 6th spirit ring to 1,000,000 years would cost Ji Yu Han 40 Tian Yan points. Upgrading the 8th spirit ring to 100,000 years would cost 5 Tian Yan points. This totaled 45 Tian Yan points. As for the remaining 4 Tian Yan points, Ji Yu Han planned to use them to upgrade his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd spirit rings to 10,000 years. And the remaining 1 point would be kept for backup. Chapter 198 The Hitchhiking Noble Lady. At the ice and fire yin yang well. Using yearning heartbroken red, the 10-headed fierce yang serpent's inner core, and the dark demon evil god orb as main ingredients. After refining the corresponding pills, Ji Yu Han left the ice and fire yin yang well. He found a safe place in the sunset forest, preparing to upgrade his spirit ring. Because Douluo was at the ice and fire yin yang well, upgrading a spirit ring there was, after all, inconvenient. System, use the upgrade function. Upgrade my 1st, 2nd, and 3rd spirit rings to 10,000 years. Upgrade the 6th spirit ring to 1,000,000 years. Upgrade the 8th spirit ring to 100,000 years. After finding a safe place in the sunset forest, Ji Yu Han immediately spoke to the system in his mind. Ding. Consuming Tian Yan points x48, spirit ring is currently upgrading. In his mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice immediately sounded. For a moment, in a dazzling golden light, the martial soul sacred dragon involuntarily emerged from behind Ji Yu Han. At the same time, 8 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 also rose consecutively from beneath Ji Yu Han's feet, encircling his body. The next moment, only the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 8th spirit rings encircling Ji Yu Han's body suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. They began to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The colors of the 1st, second, and third spirit rings quickly changed from yellow to purple, and finally to black. The color of the sixth spirit ring changed from black to red. Finally, it turned into a shining black gold, faintly tinged with purple light. As for the eighth spirit ring, it transformed into a crimson 100,000-year spirit ring. However, it was a pity. The Heavenly Evolution System's upgrade function was merely a simple upgrade. It could make the original spirit ability stronger by increasing the spirit ring's age. But even if a spirit ring was upgraded to 100,000 or 1 million years, it could not add new spirit abilities. However, after upgrading the sixth and eighth spirit rings, although no new spirit abilities were added, Ji Yu Han found that the upgraded spirit abilities became stronger and gained new capabilities. This was acceptable, and after refining the pills and upgrading the spirit rings, Ji Yu Han left the Sunset Forest. He returned to Heaven Do Imperial City. By this time, night had fallen. In the hotel, Ji Yu Han gave the recuperation pill to Xiao Wu and had her take it. Then, he took Ziji and Xiao Wu out for dinner. He planned to depart for Barak King City the next day. Time flew by, and it was the next day. After taking Ziji and Xiao Wu out of Heaven Do Imperial City, Ji Yu Han summoned the martial soul sacred dragon. The three of them rode on the sacred dragon's back. The sacred dragon roared, vibrating its wide golden dragon wings, and soared into the sky. It flew straight towards Barak King City in the Balak Kingdom. After half a day of travel, Ji Yu Han, Ziji, and Xiao Wu successfully arrived at Barak King City. Upon arriving at the Barak Great Spirit Arena, Ji Yu Han displayed a bit of his spirit Douluo level strength and inquired. He asked if there were currently two Spirit Master Ms from Heaven Do Imperial City in the Barak Great Spirit Arena. One of them was called the Royal Fight Team. Seeing that Ji Yu Han was actually a heaven-defying expert with a spirit ring configuration exceeding the optimal, whose eighth spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring. The Great Spirit Arena was greatly astonished and very respectful. However, they stated that two Spirit Master teams from Heaven Do Imperial City had registered in the Barak Great Spirit Arena, one named the Royal Fight Team and another named the Heaven-Defying Team. They were participating in the individual spirit fights for the Spirit Elder Group and the Spirit Ancestor Group, respectively. However, these two teams had just left Barak King City a few days ago. Just left Barak King City. Ji Yu Han frowned, somewhat surprised. According to the original plot, he had thought that both teams should still be in Barak King City. At least they should have waited 2 or 3 more months before finishing their spirit fight training in the Barak Great Spirit Arena and heading to Soto City. It seemed it was probably due to his influence. But it didn't matter. Since both teams had gone to Soto City, Ji Yu Han also prepared to take Ziji and Xiao Wu and head to Soto City again. And after taking Ziji and Xiao Wu a certain distance away from Barak King City, Ji Yu Han summoned the martial soul sacred dragon. In a dazzling and brilliant golden light, the martial soul sacred dragon, over 70 meters long, over 10 meters tall, incredibly massive, shimmering like gold all over, with golden dragon wings covering the sky. Appearing sacred, majestic, and domineering, it suddenly emerged and landed on the ground. Amidst the trembling of the ground, it let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar towards the sky. However, just as Ji Yu Han was about to lead Ziji and Xiao Wu onto the dragon's back, on the other side, not far away, a young woman, dressed in a sapphire blue, wide-sleeved long dress with intricate white lace cutouts, looking exquisite and beautiful. Tall, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, bangs parted to the sides on her forehead, and 2 small braids tied at her temples, adorned with delicate hairpins. A delicate and beautiful face, looking very graceful. A noble and beautiful young woman was walking by the roadside. When she saw the martial soul sacred dragon suddenly appear not far away, Ning Rongrong, who had just finished playing in Barak King City and was preparing to go to Soto City to enroll in Shrek Academy, couldn't help but be shocked. What a huge golden dragon. How did it suddenly appear? I didn't even see it coming. Ning Rongrong felt it was incredibly unbelievable. However, seeing such an enormous, sacred, majestic, and domineering golden dragon, Ning Rongrong didn't feel particularly scared. Instead, she couldn't help but walk over curiously. Then, Ning Rongrong saw Ji Yu Han and the other two. When she saw the 8 spirit rings encircling Ji Yu Han's body, the first 3 spirit rings were actually 10,000 years, and the 8th spirit ring was 100,000 years. Ning Rongrong was shocked again. However, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, also realized at this moment that The suddenly appearing martial soul sacred dragon was probably not a spirit beast, but Ji Yu Han's spirit. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, this also piqued Ning Rongrong's interest. And because it just so happened that, when she was in Barak King City, preparing to leave the city, Ning Rongrong was actually behind Ji Yu Han and the other two. Their distance was not far. Ji Yu Han, with his tall and slender build and flawless handsome appearance, Ziji, with her fiery figure and cold, charming beauty, and Xiao Wu, who was youthful, lively, pretty, and cute. Ning Rongrong had a very deep impression of all of them. She remembered that when Ji Yu Han and the other two were talking on the road, they said they were also going to Soto City. Isn't that just conveniently along the way? So, when she saw Ji Yu Han and the other two preparing to board the back of the martial soul sacred dragon, Ning Rongrong immediately trotted out with light, graceful steps, but still maintained the demeanor and elegance of a noble young lady, her jade hands clasped together and placed in front of her lower abdomen. With a polite smile on her exquisite, beautiful, and noble face, she asked, "Excuse me, are you all going to Soto City?" Yes. Xiao Wu was a little curious, not expecting to meet someone even after leaving the city, and this person wasn't even afraid of the sacred dragon, she said. "Is there anything you need? I happen to be going to Soto City too, could I hitch a ride?" Ning Rongrong asked with a polite smile. However, Xiao Wu couldn't help but look at Ji Yu Han, because only Ji Yu Han could make the decision on this matter. Ji Yu Han, meanwhile, observed Ning Rongrong, his flawless handsome face with slightly furrowed brows, feeling a little curious. Because someone who could see the martial soul sacred dragon without panicking was clearly not an ordinary person. Ning Rongrong's attire and noble young lady's demeanor, coupled with her appearance in Barak King City, based on her character setting and logical behavior, Ji Yu Han thought of a possible young woman. But shouldn't this young woman be a little devil? Chapter 199. There is nothing that I, Ning Rongrong, cannot get. However, after a second thought, Ji Yu Han felt a bit amused. Because in his previous life, although the internet always said that Ning Rongrong was a lawless, willful, and mischievous little devil, upon closer recollection of the plot, it seemed that wasn't entirely the case. At the very least, Ning Rongrong also cared a lot about her own image. In the original work, when she first met Tang San and the others at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong behaved very politely, completely like a well-mannered, gentle, quiet, and polite noble young lady, just like the one in front of him now. But regardless of whether the girl in front was Ning Rongrong or not, it was on the way anyway. Since this young lady was so brave, seeing the martial soul sacred dragon and still daring to ask for a ride, Ji Yu Han didn't intend to refuse. Alright, come up. Ji Yu Han nodded, and with a thought, the martial soul sacred dragon immediately flicked its long tail down towards the ground, landing not far in front of Ning Rongrong, like a staircase. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong leapt forward and quickly climbed onto the martial soul sacred dragon's back along its tail. Standing on the broad back of the martial soul sacred dragon, looking at the clearly dwarfed scenery around her, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel very excited and happy, experiencing a novel sensation of looking down on all the mountains. My name is Ning Rongrong, and I'm going to Soto City to enroll in a Spirit Master Academy. May I ask what you all are going to Soto City for? After her excitement and happiness, Ning Rongrong once again showed a polite and proper smile, first introducing herself, and then asking Ji Yu Han and the other two. My name is Xiao Wu. This is my young master, and this is Sister Ziji. We are going to Soto City to find someone. Having met a new friend, the lively Xiao Wu was very happy. Her delicate and lovely face was full of joyful smiles. She first introduced herself, and then introduced Ziji and Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han was a bit surprised that it really was Ning Rongrong. However, he thought that Ning Rongrong left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and although she eventually chose to join Shrek Academy, her true purpose was actually to see the outside world and make friends. After arriving in Balak Kingdom, since Shrek Academy hadn't started yet, she would choose to play in Barak King City along the way for a few days, which was also very normal. My name is Ji Yu Han. Because Xiao Wu only mentioned his identity, Ji Yu Han smiled faintly and said, We're about to set off, Miss Ning, please stand firm. Okay. Ning Rongrong smiled and politely agreed. However, she didn't really pay attention, only kept looking at the scenery around her. Ji Yu Han was not surprised by this. If Ning Rongrong was really that obedient, then she wouldn't be Ning Rongrong. Roar. And amidst a dragon's roar, the martial soul sacred dragon immediately spread its wide dragon wings and flapped them, soaring into the sky. The sudden ascent and the WLING wind rushing towards her made Ning Rongrong, who hadn't stood firm, slip her feet. Amidst a panicked cry, she almost fell down. But Ji Yu Han was paying attention to Ning Rongrong. With a flash of his figure, he wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist. Are you all right? Ji Yu Han asked. At this moment, after the rapid ascent, the martial soul sacred dragon also flew high into the sky and gradually stabilized. And no, I'm fine. Ning Rongrong's pretty face was flushed, feeling very embarrassed. Because she hadn't taken Ji Yu Han's reminder seriously just now, she didn't expect to almost go see her grandfather. However, being held in Ji Yu Han's arms, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a strange warmth. Looking at Ji Yu Han's handsome and flawless face, her heart couldn't help but flutter. This Ji Yu Han is so handsome. Moreover, his first 3 spirit rings are all 10,000-year spirit rings, and his 8th spirit ring is even a 100,000-year spirit ring. How can there be such a monster in this world? But I just don't know how old he is. It looks like he should be older than me. But I just don't know how many years older than me. Ning Rongrong was thinking wildly. At this moment, Ji Yu Han had already released Ning Rongrong's waist, telling her to stand firm. As for Ning Rongrong, because of her performance in the original work, Ji Yu Han honestly didn't particularly like her. Of course, he didn't hate her either. Because in his opinion, it was perfectly normal for Ning Rongrong, who came from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and was the only daughter of Ning Rongrong, to have princess syndrome. But all in all, she wasn't bad. And she didn't expect Ji Yu Han to just let go of her like that. Ning Rongrong honestly felt a bit lost and disheartened. Why did he just walk away like that? Am I, Ning Rongrong, really that unattractive? Because ever since she was little, she had always been chased and fawned over by various sycophants around her. Ning Rongrong was used to being praised and flattered by the opposite sex around her like stars holding up the moon. Ji Yu Han's reaction made Ning Rongrong almost doubt life. However, this also RRED up Ning Rongrong's competitive spirit and desire for conquest. She refused to believe it. There was nothing that Ning Rongrong wanted that she couldn't get. And as the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was very shrewd. She could tell at a glance that Xiao Wu was a bit naive and sweet. Because on the way to Soto City, Ning Rongrong deliberately befriended Xiao Wu and subtly inquired about Ji Yu Han. And the naive and sweet Xiao Wu was no match for Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu had no guard at all, foolishly thinking she had made a new friend. Whatever Ning Rongrong asked that she could answer, Xiao Wu would say. Soon, Ning Rongrong got basic information about Ji Yu Han from Xiao Wu. She learned that Ji Yu Han was actually a teacher at Tiando Royal Academy. A genius recruited by Crown Prince Shui Qing. He was only 16 years old and already an 82nd level spirit Douluo. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but be very happy. Because with this identity, if she could win over Ji Yu Han, she was sure that her father would absolutely not object to her being with Ji Yu Han. Instead, he would strongly approve and fully support it. And because the distance between Barak King City and Soto City was not far, in just over an hour, the martial soul sacred dragon was about to arrive at Soto City. However, because the martial soul sacred dragon's body was too large, it certainly couldn't go directly to the city gate of Soto City, as that would easily cause a disturbance. Therefore, Ji Yu Han had the martial soul sacred dragon land in the forest about 2 kilometers from Soto City. Afterward, the group traveled to Soto City. After entering Soto City, Ning Rongrong felt a little lost. Because after reaching their destination, she would have to part ways with Ji Yu Han. However, she thought that on the way, she had already found out from Xiao Wu that Ji Yu Han's trip to Soto City was to lead a spirit master team from Tiando Royal Academy, which he had formed. For spirit fighting training, he should still be staying in Soto City for some time. The Spirit Master Academy she planned to join, Shrek Academy, was also in Soto City. In the future, there would definitely be opportunities to meet again. Xiao Wu, young Master Ji Yu Han, Sister Ziji, goodbye. After watching Ning Rongrong leave, Ji Yu Han took Ziji and Xiao Wu to the Sotuo Great Spirit Arena in Soto City. He found a staff member to confirm whether the Royal Fight Team and his Genius Team, which was disguised as the Heaven Do Team during spirit fights, were still participating. Ji in spirit fights at the Sotuo Great Spirit Arena. After getting a confirmed answer, Ji Yu Han began searching among the high-end hotels in the surrounding area. Because there were not many high-end hotels around the Sotuo Great Spirit Arena, it was very easy to find one. Chapter 200 The Loser and the Dragon Liquor, The Hot Man is Back. Tulip Hotel. This is the hotel where the Royal Fight Team and the Genius Team, established by Ji Yu Han, are staying. Because the Great Spirit Arena is not open during the day. So, the daytime is free for everyone to manage as they please. It was noon. After lunch, the members of the Royal Fight Team returned to the hotel from the restaurant. Among them, a young man in white, looking at the tall, blue-clad, handsome young man beside him, couldn't help but show a strange expression. I say, Captain, you frequently pack food for Dugu Yan, but she doesn't accept it, doesn't eat it at all, and just throws it away. What's the point of that? Why? Yu Feng looked at the bamboo basket in Yu Tianung's hand, which contained packed food, and found it incomprehensible. You don't understand. Yu Tianung shook his head and smiled. When you truly like someone, no matter what, you won't give up easily. Yan Yan is unwilling to accept my kindness. But precisely because of that, I should express my feelings for her even more, shouldn't I? But the problem is, Captain. She already has someone she likes. Xian Mu, with his honest nature, couldn't help but scratch his head and say. He heard that Dugu Yan liked their teacher from the Genius Team. He was also a teacher at their Tiando Royal Academy. He was a monstrous talent, roughly the same age as them, but already a spirit saint. And he heard that he was even better looking than their captain, Yu Tianung. With someone like that as a love interest, even if he were Dugu Yan, he couldn't possibly accept Yu Tianung. The sharp blade of truth hurts the most. Yu Tianung's heart instantly ached, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Captain, don't listen to them. At this moment, Ao Silo spoke, saying in a deep voice. I support you. Dugu Yan's grandfather is a titled Douluo, and their spirit is said to have evolved into a top-tier sub-dragon spirit comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Dugu Yan and you, Captain, are a perfect match. As for that teacher Ji Yu Han, I heard he's been missing for 3 years, who knows how he's doing now. Captain, you should take advantage of this time to win Dugu Yan over. Otherwise, when this teacher Ji Yu Han returns, you'll have even less of a chance. After speaking, Ao Silo then said to Yu Feng and Xian Mu. You two shouldn't make sarcastic remarks to the captain anymore, there's nothing wrong with pursuing love. And our captain isn't the only one doing this, isn't Feng Xiaodian from the Genius Team the same? Feng Xiaodian. It was fine not mentioning Feng Xiaodian, but as soon as Feng Xiaodian was brought up, Yu Feng and Xian Mu's faces became even stranger. Because, compared to Yu Tianung, who had just enrolled in Tiando Royal Academy from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan 2 years ago, Feng Xiaodian's reputation as a dog licker at Tiando Royal Academy that had spread throughout their Heavendo Imperial City countless years ago. Captain compared to Feng Xiaodian. If Feng Xiaodian was a dog licker, was the captain a dragon licker? And coincidentally, because they were about to return to the Tulip Hotel, Yu Tianung and the others actually ran into Feng Xiaodian. Feng Xiaodian just happened to hear Ao Siluo's words. This made both sides very awkward. Especially Yu Tianung and Feng Xiaodian. Because both of them were carrying packed food in their hands. Dugu Yan and Huo Wu had both reached level 49 and were about to break through to level 50. They had been diligently cultivating recently. They often finished their cultivation and went to eat after the mealtime. This made both Yu Tianung and Feng Xiaodian want to show off a bit. And perhaps because of Ao Siluo's words, Yu Tianung and Feng Xiaodian looked at each other. Besides awkwardness, there was actually a sense of mutual appreciation in their eyes. Brother, are you also bravely pursuing love? Me too. And our love rival seems to be the same person. Although they didn't speak, both of them read this meaning from each other's eyes. Although nominally a teacher of the Genius Team. But because their ages were not too different. With Ji Yu Han's appearance and strength. Plus, to gain the favor and trust of the Genius Team members, Ji Yu Han also frequently used the changing heaven and earth great art to subtly influence Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and others. Therefore, over these years, Ji Yu Han not only gained the respect, admiration, and trust of Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and others. He also gained the admiration of Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, and the other girls. Of course, it would have been the same even without the changing heaven and earth great art. After all, another name for Douluo continent is the continent of love. But unfortunately, this time, Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianung's brave declarations of love were still ignored by Huo Wu and Dugu Yan. After finishing their cultivation and coming out, facing the packed meals brought by Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianung, the two girls still frowned, choosing to refuse. Then they directly walked past the two of them, preparing to go out to eat together. But just then, Yi Lingling suddenly ran in, her cool yet delicate and beautiful face full of excitement. Yanzi, big brother Ji Yu Han is back. Ji Yu Han is back. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's emerald green eyes instantly filled with surprise. Where is he? Follow me. Yi Lingling led Dugu Yan and Huo Wu and quickly walked towards the stairs, preparing to go downstairs. Ji Yu Han had just found this place. He met Shui Binger, Water Yue, and Snow Wu in the hotel lobby. He was currently in the lobby on the first floor. That man is back, and unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han had returned. Why? Yu Tianeng and Feng Xiaotian looked at each other, a trace of self-mockery and bitterness on their lips. However, compared to Yu Tianeng, Feng Xiaotian was actually fine. After all, he had pursued Huo Wu for so many years and gained nothing. He had already gotten used to it. And he could accept that Huo Wu liked Ji Yu Han. The reason he hadn't given up yet. It was simply that Ji Yu Han hadn't accepted Huo Wu yet. On the other side, in the lobby on the first floor, Ji Yu Han, big brother Ji Yu Han. As Ji Yu Han smiled and chatted with Shui Binger, Water Yue, and Snow Wu. After Dugu Yan and Di Huo Wu were brought down by Yi Lingling. When she saw Ji Yu Han, still on the stairs, Dugu Yan's emerald green eyes reddened slightly, and she couldn't help but shout excitedly. Compared to the other girls, she was the first to know Ji Yu Han. Her feelings for Ji Yu Han were also the deepest. Yan Yan, Huo Wu, Ling Ling. Upon seeing Dugu Yan, Huo Wu, and Yi Lingling, Ji Yu Han also smiled and greeted them. Long time no see. It has been a long time. Where have you been for the past 2 or 3 years? Why haven't you sent back any news? Dugu Yan's beautiful eyes reddened, and her tone was full of resentment as she spoke. Sigh. Don't even mention it. Ji Yu Han shook his head and sighed. This time, I originally wanted to go back to my family for a visit and return quickly. I didn't expect that when I was preparing to come back, I encountered a group of powerful evil soul masters on the way. If it were only Dugu Yan. Given Ji Yu Han's current relationship with Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan. Telling Dugu Yan the truth would be fine. But now they were in the lobby of the Tulip Hotel. There were too many outsiders around. Ji Yu Han couldn't say too much, he could only speak vaguely and stop at that. Evil Soul Masters. Quote. And upon hearing that Ji Yu Han had encountered a group of powerful evil soul masters on his way back. This startled Dugu Yan and the other girls, and they couldn't help but imagine that Ji Yu Han had encountered danger. That's why he hadn't been able to return for 2 or 3 years. To be continued.